Chapter 38. What? This is old man Gumu's withered wood palm. No, it looks like it's real. The power of the withered wood palm is definitely not this tyrannical. What kind of martial skill is this? The calm and unruffled mountain wolf's expression suddenly changed as he looked at Xiao Han in horror. After not seeing Xiao Han for a few days, not only did his old injuries heal, his cultivation had also improved greatly. It's nothing. Shangguan Yi only slightly frowned and immediately maintained his arrogant appearance. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke indifferently. It's just a martial skill of a rogue cultivator of the Jianghu. It's unorthodox and not orthodox. Brat, you're merely at the viscera refinement realm. No matter what martial skill you cultivate, you're still trash. Heh. Xiao Han was unmoved and faintly smiled. I will personally shatter all your sense of superiority. As he spoke, Xiao Han slightly took a step forward. Above his head, strength spiraled. The autumn wind rustled, and there were withered leaves falling. However, the intent was not old and contained vitality. Crown Prince, let's attack together. This brat is very strange. The mountain wolf said sternly. This Crown Prince has dignity. How can I be willing to join hands with a Jianghu ruffian like you to deal with a mere viscera refinement realm martial artist? Shangguan Yi said arrogantly. Damn it. The mountain wolf cursed. Immediately after, he raised his aura. A wolf's howl came from his body. As he waved his hands, there was a series of afterimages. The strength transformed into 2 wolf claws that flickered with dim light and filled the sky with ferocity. In the next moment, swish, the mountain wolf's movement technique was as fast as lightning. In the air, there was a series of afterimages. In a breath's time, he had already swept in front of Xiao Han. His claws were swift and fierce as he suddenly clawed at Xiao Han's heart. Above his head, the strength condensed into a wolf's head. It stretched its neck and howled with a miserable wind. Mountain wolf claw. Xiao Han did not dodge at all. His right palm was covered with a layer of withered tree bark. His growth rings bloomed as he struck out with his palm. It was actually a technique to perish together with his opponent. Ha 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 ha. In a flash, the mountain wolf laughed fiercely. How childish. This daddy's claws can tear gold and crack jade. I can cut a person's heart like picking up grass. I'll risk taking a palm from you. I want to see if it's you or I who dies. The wolf of Mount Qi was also a ferocious person. He did not change his attack and was confident that if he were to exchange blows with Xiao Han, he would be the one who would be injured, while Xiao Han would be disemboweled and die on the spot. Pooh! The Qi mountain ravenous wolf's Qi transformed into a wolf's claw and directly grabbed onto the smooth skin on Xiao Han's chest. Bang! Xiao Han's withered wood palm landed on mountain wolf's chest. The next moment, retreat. Both of them retreated at the same time. Time seemed to have stopped. After each of them took 5 steps back, they stopped moving and remained motionless. There were 2 claw marks on the skin where Xiao Han's heart was. They were about an inch deep and dripping with blood. The clothes on the chest of the mountain wolf were torn to shreds. His heart was covered with a layer of wrinkled, withered tree bark palm print. However, on this palm print, one could vaguely see green surging and dense vitality. What, actually didn't cut open your tendons, skin, bones, and flesh to take your heart. This daddy's foolproof move, why, kid, you. The wolf of Mount Qi's eyes were dazed and he was extremely confused. Just now, he had gathered all of his strength and wanted to take Xiao Han's heart. Unexpectedly, when his claws touched Xiao Han's skin, he felt that Xiao Han's skin was as soft as a sponge. Under the skin, there was an abundant flow of heat. It actually forcefully absorbed half of the strength of his claws, causing his claws to be unable to dig out Xiao Han's heart and liver. It only left a few wounds on Xiao Han's skin. Shockingly. Bang! Xiao Han's withered wood palm suddenly exploded on the wolf of Mount Qi's body. Good, good body refinement technique. The wolf of Mount Chi's knees went soft and he immediately knelt on the ground. Pooh, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed a few times and finally fell to the ground. Hiss, Xiao Han frowned in pain. However, at this moment, the nine-tailed sunflower's medicinal power that had settled in his body was dispersed by another 10%. It was enshrouded in his internal organs. Just 10% more medicinal power and I can climb to the peak of the viscera refinement realm. Xiao Han licked his lips and looked at Shengguan Yi. Clap clap, Shengguan Yi clapped his hands a few times. Indeed, it is a very brilliant body refinement technique. To think that my Mingjian villa is famous for its sword techniques. Body refinement type martial arts techniques are very rare. Brat, in your hands, this body refinement technique is like casting pearls before swine. It is a kind of disgrace. However, if this crown prince obtains this body refinement technique, then it will bring out the best in each other. After a pause, Shengguan Yi slightly narrowed his eyes and his face was full of joy. If this crown prince cultivates this body refinement technique, I will definitely stand out among the tens of thousands of outer sect disciples of Mingjian Villa. Good. Good. Very good. If you want to obtain this young master's body refinement technique, then it will depend on whether you have the ability or not. However, I don't think you have. Instead, you will lose your life. Xiao Han lightly laughed. He knew that this first-rate outer sect disciple from Mingjian Villa was a formidable opponent. He could not be mentioned in the same breath as all the Jianghu people he had killed before. However, Xiao Han also knew that only by continuously defeating people of this level could he further sharpen his spirit and cause his state of mind to transform. Xiao Han condensed his spirit and the blood vessels, tendons, bones, and internal organs in his body surged. Like a crouching tiger or a coiling dragon, he slowly approached Shengguan Yi. It seems that you still haven't given up and still want to fight with this crown prince. Good, today I will let you see how big the gap is between a genius and an ordinary person. Suddenly, the sword chi around Shengguan Yi's body whistled out. Wind, thunder, earth, and fire all surged together. The invisible sword chi cut the surrounding dense forest with a rustling sound. The fallen leaves rustled and floated down. However, before they fell to the ground, they were divided by the sword chi into two, then two into four. Shengguan Yi did not draw his sword, but his aura had already risen to a kind of fierce and stern realm. As expected, he was an outstanding person who had been cultivated by a large sect. Compared to a rogue cultivator of the Jianghu, they were two completely different concepts. The four girls retreated one after another. You killed that rogue cultivator of the Jianghu and are injured. This crown prince does not want to take advantage of you. I will let you have 3 moves first. Shengguan Yi said proudly. After 3 moves, you will die without a doubt. You talk too much nonsense. Die. Xiao Han's body shot out explosively. The tendons and bones in his body sounded together, and his internal organs squirmed. All the bones in his body exploded together. Bam! Heaven was enraged. This bone explosion style caused Xiao Han's aura to climb to its peak in an instant. He struck out with both palms, and the air was filled with wrinkles of tree bark, interweaving with green. It was a boundless artistic conception. Swoosh, Shengguan Yi said calmly with his hands behind his back. His sword flashed and dodged Xiao Han's palm strike. 1 move. Xiao Han did not say a word. He hugged the air with both hands, and very quickly, a withered wooden stake was formed. It was about 8 feet long, covered in withered bark, and spat out fragrant green sprouts. Wooden dragon stake. Xiao Han raised the illusory wooden stake and hammered at Shengguan Yi. Bam! 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 The air was smashed until it exploded. Under the bombardment of this wooden dragon stake, the surrounding artistic conception was shrouded by a kind of withered leaves rustling and withered wood coming back to life. Shengguan Yi could no longer walk leisurely in the courtyard. Bam! Shengguan Yi dodged in a fluster. The place where he had been standing had already cracked from the impact. This move is a little interesting. However, your cultivation is too low, and your strength is too weak. It's nothing to worry about, Shangguan Yi said harshly. However, he finally did not dare to be careless anymore, nor did he abide by the boast of letting Xiao Han have 3 moves first. Mingjian Villa's 10 Great Sword Arts. Starry Sky Sword Art. Shangguan Yi put his right index and middle fingers together. The sword whistled like a dragon, and a sword aura swept out. This sword aura was different from the sword aura that Shangguan Yi had casually slashed at Xiao Han when he was stealing the 9-tailed sunflower flower. This sword aura contained the vast starry sky concept. As the sword light flashed, stars dotted the sky. The sword aura was threatening, and the clouds moved in all directions. Pfft! This sword aura cut the wooden dragon stake that Xiao Han was hugging into 2. The power of this sword aura is still a notch lower than the power of Huarong's hand blade. However, the artistic conception contained in the sword aura is very powerful. Xiao Han evaluated in a split second. Xiao Han did not panic at all when the wooden dragon stake was broken. Alright, it's over. You have 2 storage rings on you. I believe your body tempering technique is stored in them. Kid, this crown prince will send you to hell. The sword aura around Shangguan Yi flourished. His left and right hands formed sword seals, and star sand flowed between his fingers. Starry Sky Sword Art. Pfft. 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 In a split second, Shangguan Yi slashed out 8 sword auras in one go, and all of them landed on Xiao Han's body. Bam! Xiao Han was thrown far away. Humph. Shangguan Yi smiled proudly with his hands behind his back. A mere ant. Killing him is like blowing dust. Hee hee. Your Highness, your sword art is out of this world and unparalleled. How could this servant be your opponent? He's not even fit to carry your shoes. A few girls walked over happily. Alright, we have already wasted a few days in this barren mountain. Let's take that kid's storage ring, get the body tempering technique, and return to the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa. With this body tempering technique, this crown prince can truly be considered to be outstanding. In the outer sect, those guys who pressured this crown prince will all be trampled by this crown prince. Shangguan Yi was in high spirits and was about to walk towards Xiao Han. Suddenly, a huge wave of vitality rushed out from the place where Xiao Han fell. The strong grass was suppressed and stuck to the ground, whining. In the next moment, Xiao Han stood up. Xiao Han's naked upper body was full of sword wounds, and his flesh was badly mutilated. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's eyes were filled with brilliance, full of vitality. As his skin moved, there was actually a buzzing sound of metal exploding. His internal organs were squirming, and he had the aura of a towering mountain. Roar! Xiao Han let out a long roar. It was as if there was a savage beast hibernating in his body, galloping and roaring. The 9-tailed sunflower's medicinal power in his body had finally been completely refined. With enough accumulation, Xiao Han directly broke through the barrier with just a slight breath, and his cultivation level soared to the peak of the viscera refinement realm. Although Xiao Han's cultivation level was still not stable, his strength had already soared to 80 cauldrons. That was double of the original amount. Your Highness, it is still unknown who will be the winner. Xiao Han moved his body and walked towards Shangguan Yi. He hugged the air with both hands, and his strength swept out, quickly condensing into a withered wooden stake with green buds. It was 5 feet tall. Xiao Han's aura surged. This monster. For the first time, Shangguan Yi was moved. He immediately stretched out his hand. Ju Er, give me the sword. The girl holding the treasure sword did not dare to be negligent. She straightened her sword and handed the hilt to Shangguan Yi. Clang! Shangguan Yi drew his sword. With a long sword as bright as autumn water in his hand, Shangguan Yi's aura condensed again. The peerless sharpness of a swordsman was finally revealed. At this moment, he was like a peerless swordsman standing on a lonely peak. He drew his sword and looked around blankly, unable to find his opponent. Die. Xiao Han hugged the wooden stake and stomped on the ground like a giant elephant, crushing towards Shangguan Yi. Shangguan Yi did not move. His aura was as if he was invincible with a sword in his hand. 50 steps. 30 steps. 20 steps. 10 steps. Wooden dragon stake. Xiao Han rose from the ground, and the wooden dragon stake in his hand whizzed forward with an earth-shattering momentum. In all directions, the withered tree bark wrinkled, and green buds dotted the area. The artistic conception was boundless. Insignificant skill. How can a firefly's light compete with the sun and moon's brilliance? Shangguan Yi slashed with his sword. The vast starry sky was filled with sword chi, and it was like an eagle soaring through the sky. Puff. The artistic conception created by the wooden dragon stake was completely destroyed by this sword. The 5 feet withered wooden stake that Xiao Han was hugging collapsed inch by inch. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's lips curled into an almost imperceptible sneer. Xiao Han raised his hands, and the fragments of the wooden dragon stake danced in the air. Immediately, Xiao Han's aura changed drastically. From the artistic conception of a withered tree to the Emperor's aura. The Emperor's majesty. Appearing out of nowhere. Killing the common people like slaughtering pigs and dogs. At this moment, Xiao Han's eyes were like the Emperor's, like an emperor's, like a demon god. Using his aura to suppress others. Sovereign's descent. Xiao Han's ultimate technique was suddenly unleashed. In an instant, Xiao Han's strength doubled, and Shangguan Yi's strength, sword chi, and sword aura were halved. In reality, although Xiao Han had dispersed all the medicinal effects in his body and advanced to the peak of viscera refinement, he was also heavily injured. Thus, he wanted to kill Shangguan Yi. He had to catch him off guard and use his ultimate technique. If he could not kill Shangguan Yi swiftly and decisively, Xiao Han would definitely be affected by his injuries and fall into a dangerous situation. The wooden dragon stake earlier was just a feint. The real killer move was this sovereign's descent. Xiao Han's sudden change of technique and momentum caught Shangguan Yi off guard. Shangguan Yi's long hair was blown into a mess by the wind from the fist. His eyes were filled with fear and his face was ferocious. Brat, I didn't expect you to still have a hidden ultimate technique. How shrewd. Shangguan Yi was indeed a disciple cultivated by a great sect. Even in a disadvantageous situation, he was still able to counterattack at the first moment. He suddenly thrust his long sword forward, gathering all his remaining strength to attack Xiao Han. However, under the interference of the sovereign's descent, Shangguan Yi's sword chi was already dulled, and only half of it remained. Buzz. The fierce wind from the sovereign's descent caused the long sword in Shangguan Yi's hand to let out a wail and suddenly bend like a bow. In the next moment, clang. The long sword broke. Bang. The remaining strength of Xiao Han's punch landed on Shangguan Yi's chest. Shangguan Yi vomited blood and retreated. However, he laughed savagely. Is that all you have? You can't kill this crown prince. Also, if you don't stop now, there will be endless troubles in the future. This crown prince is an outer sect disciple nurtured by Mingjian Villa, you. Suddenly, Xiao Han's left arm flashed with demonic light, and demonic chi swept out. The demon Thearka's arm grabbed with lightning speed. PFFF. Shangguan Yi's chest was clawed open with a big transparent hole. His bones and flesh turned into powder, and his internal organs became dregs. In the next moment, everything returned to normal. Xiao Han withdrew his demon Thearka's palm as if it had never appeared. Leaves rustled. Xiao Han stood with his hands behind his back while Shangguan Yi knelt on the ground. He looked at the big hole in his chest in confusion and then looked at Xiao Han. You actually dared to kill this crown prince. Mingjian Villa will be irreconcilable with you from now on. I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Demon race. Demon race's means. I didn't expect you to still have it hidden. All right, Your Highness, you can go in peace. Heh. Many thanks to Your Highness for helping this little brother to successfully advance to the peak of the Viscera refinement realm. Xiao Han grinned and didn't look at Shangguan Yi again. He took a step forward and walked towards the four girls. Bang! Shangguan Yi fell to the ground with a loud bang. P.S. Brothers, can you give me the recommendation tickets? Chapter 39. This was more valuable than killing an ordinary Jianghu person. It was another indescribable tempering for Xiao Han's spirit. After killing Shangguan Yi, Xiao Han walked towards his four maidservants step by step. The leaves above Xiao Han's head were rustling, the autumn wind was chilly, and the concept of all things withering shrouded the area. Once the demon god Palm was out, no one would be left alive. Moreover, killing a disciple of Mingjian Villa was not a small matter. If the news was leaked, Xiao Han would have to bear the consequences. Crown Prince. His Highness the Crown Prince was killed by this servant. The four maidservants were scared out of their wits. No. Impossible. His Highness the Crown Prince is a dragon among men. How could he die in the hands of a lowly dog like you? One of the maidservants screamed as if she had gone mad. Sisters, take revenge for His Highness the Crown Prince. Kill this bastard. Another maidservant took out a dagger from her bosom and directly stabbed towards Xiao Han with a murderous aura. Poof! Xiao Han struck with his left palm. The growth rings appeared on his palm. With a move of the deadwood palm, the arrogant maidservant was instantly killed. Since he had decided to silence them, Xiao Han would not be merciful. He would not bury his future and life just because his opponent was a few women. Moreover, how could the personal maidservants of Shangguan Yi be good people? No. The other maidservant, Ji Chang, turned her right hand and also held a dagger. However, she did not rush towards Xiao Han. Instead, she stabbed herself in the heart. Blood spurted out from her mouth and she committed suicide. Only two maidservants were left. Young master, please don't kill this servant. Suddenly, one of the maidservants looked at Xiao Han coquettishly and said with a blushing face. Who is Shangguan Yi? He is not even fit to carry shoes for young master. He deserves to die. Young master, this servant was forced to follow Shangguan Yi. After so many years, I have suffered so much. Young master, please take pity on this servant. The other maidservant also threw flirtatious glances at Xiao Han and said coquettishly. Young master, from today onwards, we two sisters will serve by your side as servants and concubines. At this moment, suddenly, the two maidservants drew out their daggers at the same time. Their eyes were filled with ferocity as they stabbed towards Xiao Han from the left and right. Gale Cut's face. Bang! Bang! Xiao Han attacked later, but arrived first. Under the withered tree palm, an ordinary bone-tempering maid like her could only die. Phew! After killing the last two maids, Xiao Han finally collapsed. He lay on the ground, breathing in and out, pushing the indestructible golden body to its limits to heal his wounded body. Several hours later, Xiao Han slowly crawled up from the ground, stretched his muscles, and then began to search the corpses on the ground. However, Xiao Han was not so lucky this time. Not only did he not find anything valuable from the corpses of the two Jianghu people, even Shangguan Yi and his four maidservants did not carry any treasures like storage rings. Xiao Han cursed under his breath. At this moment, a wave of hunger engulfed Xiao Han. Only then did Xiao Han realize that he had been running for his life for the past few days and had not eaten a single grain of rice. Now that he had relaxed his mind, he felt his stomach rumbling with hunger, and he was suffering unspeakably. Xiao Han caught more than a dozen fat fish from the pool, lit a fire, and casually roasted them. Not long after, the tender and juicy fish meat was sent into Xiao Han's mouth, rewarding his 5 viscera temple. After eating his fill, Xiao Han jumped into the pool and took a bath, thoroughly washing away the blood stains on his body. He felt even more refreshed. The medicinal power of the 9-tailed sunflower grass has been completely refined. I have also successfully advanced to the peak of the Viscera refinement realm. My strength has reached 80 cauldrons, which is no small matter. Moreover, after the battle in Crouching Bull Mountain, I have accumulated a wealth of combat experience, and my spirit has been transformed. Now, among the physical body realm martial artists, I, Xiao Han, am also a small expert. When I return to the sect, I, Xiao Han, can also hold my head high in the outer sect's 10 peaks. I am no longer a coward. Xiao Han's brows relaxed. I have benefited a lot from this experience. I have cultivated the Dead Tree collection, perfected the indestructible golden body and the follow-up cultivation technique of the Son of Heaven's divine fist, and even refined the demon god's palm, thinking of how half a year ago, he had been nothing more than a live target that could be slaughtered by anyone. But now he possessed extraordinary combat power. He could even kill ordinary blood transformation cultivators. Xiao Han felt as if he had been in a different world. Life's fate was truly unpredictable. However, this little bit of cultivation of mine is nothing much. Sooner or later, I have to reach the true Qi realm to truly stand out. Xiao Han was not arrogant. Let's return to the sect now. Hee, that bastard Yang Lei is still waiting for me to beat him up. Who would have thought that I will be the one beating him up now? He will never be able to win against me. Ha 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 ha. I might not even be afraid of that Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran. As for Shui Jianfeng, I will kill him one day. Xiao Han immediately prepared to set off and return to the Cloud Rain sect. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's robe had been torn to shreds. Hurrying on the road like this was a little out of place, and it would spoil the mood. He looked around as he walked, preparing to find a tavern to have a meal. This town was very prosperous. There were people bustling about and there were many trades. There were gold, silver, silk, and all kinds of rare treasures in the secular world. The streets and alleys were filled with shops of all sizes and even doors. There were no empty houses. There was a river outside the town. When the lanterns were first lit, one could vaguely see painted boats. Scholars were reciting poems and beauties were rowing boats. The faint fragrance of cosmetics drifted along the river, causing one's soul to soften. This town is really luxurious. It seems that the natives of this town live a rich life. Xiao Han thought to himself. However, all of this is built on the premise that there is no invasion from the demon race. Once the demon race enters this town and disguises themselves as humans, disaster will come. All the pleasure will become an illusion. Xiao Han knew how terrifying the demon race was. Even though this town was bustling with people and carriages, a single rogue demon could possibly destroy the town. Xiao Han could not help but press on his chest when he thought of the demon race. The strange thing in his heart was quiet and peaceful. There was nothing strange about it. It seems that this town is the same as Crouching Bull Town. It is a paradise. There are no demons here. Xiao Han nodded slightly. At this moment, clip-clop, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from behind. Moreover, the sound of horse hooves was not made by ordinary buckskin horses. Flood horses? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but turn around to look. Shockingly, 2 gusts of wind swept past Xiao Han's body like lightning. They were the 2 flood horses. In the twilight, Xiao Han could clearly see that they were undoubtedly flood horses. The passengers on the horses were slim and graceful. One was wearing a red shirt while the other was wearing a white shirt. They seemed to be 2 young girls. Wow! What kind of horse is this? It's a divine steed. It's not an ordinary horse. I think it's some kind of immortal horse. Huh, you don't know, do you? This horse is a flood horse raised by a large sect. It can easily travel thousands of miles in a day. It's hard to buy it with money. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's an immortal horse. So it's a disciple from a large sect riding a flood horse to our Jin town. Could it be that there are demons in our town? Otherwise, why would a disciple from a large sect come to our town? Bah, bah, bah. Nonsense. If you talk nonsense again, I'll beat you to death. What demon race? Our town hasn't been attacked by demons for more than 100 years. The disciple from a large sect might just be passing through our town. Yes, yes, yes. I'm brainless. I'm just talking nonsense. There's no demon race, there's no demon race. Oh right, there are two girls on the flood horse. Did you guys see them? TSK, they're as beautiful as fairies. The natives who were standing around Xiao Han stopped in their tracks and began to discuss. Flood horse? Damn it. I was just worrying that the horses in the secular world are too slow. I can't believe I've bumped into two flood horses. If it's convenient, I'd like to borrow one of the flood horses to ride. With the flood horse, I can travel through the night and return to Cloud Rain Sect by noon tomorrow. It'll save me a few days. Xiao Han's heart was moved. He actually had the idea of stealing the horses. Looking up, at the end of the long street, in front of a large restaurant, the two girls dismounted their horses. Their movements were very vigorous, and they handed the flood dragon horses to the waiter who came out to welcome them. Soon after, they entered the restaurant one after the other. There's a chance. Xiao Han quickly led the azure buckskin horse and walked towards the end of the long street. When he got closer, Xiao Han raised his head and saw a 3-story restaurant. The building was made of wood and had an antique feel. There were 3 big red lanterns with the words Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Are you having your dinner, old man? Please come in, please come in. I don't think you're from this town, right? Old man, I'll be honest. Our Drunken Immortal Restaurant is the most famous and authentic restaurant in Jin Town. A waiter with a squarish face ran out and bowed to serve Xiao Han. N. Xiao Han said with a hoarse voice. Not bad, not bad. Waiter, did 2 girls go in just now? One is wearing a white shirt and the other is wearing a red shirt. The waiter glanced at Xiao Han from the corner of his eyes. He saw that the person in front of him was wearing a black cloak and his face was completely covered. He looked very strange. Moreover, the first thing he asked was a girl. This old bastard. Old man, are you having your meal or what? The waiter didn't answer and only glanced at Xiao Han. Xiao Han immediately took out a silver ingot and stuffed it into the waiter's hands. Yo, yo, yo. The waiter immediately beamed with joy and bowed even lower. His face was completely filled with flattery. Yes, yes, old man. Those 2 girls are very beautiful. Go up to the 3rd floor and sit by the window. But. The waiter lowered his voice and said. Old man, you have to take it easy. Those 2 girls are from a big sect. What kind of horses are they riding? You must not act rashly. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it won't be easy to clean up. Oh. This old man is just asking casually. This old man is already so old. Even if I want to act rashly, I don't have the strength to. Xiao Han calmly handed over the green buckskin horse to the waiter. This old man is also a horse. Serve it carefully. Understood, understood. This little one will personally bring it to the stable and serve it with good fodder. The waiter said in a flattering manner. And there must be no mishaps. This horse is very precious. Where's the stable? Xiao Han asked. It's in the backyard. Just go around it. The waiter took the reins and pulled the green buckskin horse towards the backyard. Horse, oh horse, you're lucky. Staying with a horse, you must have accumulated good fortune from your previous life. Hee, I'll go up and take a look first. Xiao Han rolled his eyes and directly went up to the restaurant. Even if he wanted to steal a horse, he couldn't just steal it. He had to see who the other party was. It was better to be safe than sorry. Xiao Han went up to the 3rd floor. As soon as he came out of the wooden stairs, Xiao Han's eyes lit up. He saw 2 young girls sitting by the window. One was wearing a red robe and the other was wearing a white robe. They were the two riding the flood dragon horses. Judging from their auras, they were both at the marrow refinement realm. Moreover, their auras were pure, clear, and powerful. It was not something ordinary Jianghu cultivators could compare to. At this time, the two girls were talking in low voices. The one in the red robe was sitting sideways while the one in the white robe had her back facing Xiao Han. The girl in the red robe was about 16 or 17 years old. She had an oval face with two dimples. Her eyebrows were curved and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. She had an innocent and mischievous expression. Her skin was whiter than snow and her appearance was extremely beautiful. Her clothes were not very luxurious. There was only a string of pearls around her neck that emitted a faint halo. It made her look like a jade carving. It was truly the charm of pearls and the luster of jade. Between her brows, there was a bit of scholarly elegance and a bit of valiance. The girl in white had her back facing Xiao Han, so he couldn't see her face. However, just looking at her back made people feel that she was out of this world, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She was tall and slender. Her fine black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall and was casually tied with a silver ribbon. In the candlelight of the restaurant, her body seemed to be shrouded in mist. Her temperament was extremely elegant. So beautiful, really beautiful. Xiao Han felt his mouth go dry. In the next moment, Xiao Han suddenly realized that every diner on this floor had their eyes fixed on the two girls. They had completely forgotten what they were doing. "Old master, you're having a meal?" A waiter looked at the two girls as he walked over and asked Xiao Han. "Yes." Xiao Han nodded and immediately found an empty seat to sit down. He casually ordered a few dishes. A pot of wine. Xiao Han's attention was completely focused on the two girls on the other side. At this moment, the two girls were talking in low voices. The restaurant was very noisy. The sound of people pushing cups and passing cups could be heard everywhere in the restaurant. An ordinary person would not be able to hear what the two girls were talking about. However, Xiao Han's body was strong and his five senses were sensitive. He deliberately eavesdropped and actually heard their conversation. Chapter 40. First, the girl in red said in a low voice. "Senior sister Shirong, how long do we have to wait in this town? This time when we came out from Medicine King Valley, senior brother Mo brought us to train. Training is a good thing and I like it very much. However, I think senior brother Mo is a polite person on the surface, but he is not a good person in secret." The girl in red's voice was as clear and melodious as an oriole. Moreover, the speed of his speech was extremely fast. Pearls splashed on the jade plate, vaguely revealing his active nature. Medicine King Valley? Xiao Han's heart moved. So, these two girls are disciples of Medicine King Valley. No wonder they can ride a dragon horse and roam the Jianghu. Shirong? The girl in white is called Shirong? This name is gentle and nice. I wonder what the girl in red is called. Who is senior brother Mo? Medicine King Valley was one of the 5 major sects of Beacon Fire Empire. It could compete with Cloud Rain Sect, Mingjian Villa, 8 Void Hall and Blazing Flame Sect. Xiao Han had read books and knew that the disciples of Medicine King Valley were proficient in the art of picking herbs and refining pills. The importance of elixirs to martial artists was self-evident. As long as there were enough pills, a martial artist with average aptitude could have a smooth journey in cultivation, continuously breaking through barriers and improving at lightning speed. Therefore, Medicine King Valley was famous in Beacon Fire Empire and even the imperial family treated them with respect. The other sects all fawned on them. There was a saying in the Jianghu that all disciples from Medicine King Valley were fragrant steamed buns. Any martial artist in Beacon Fire Empire would be complacent and proud to have a disciple from Medicine King Valley as a friend. When Medicine King Valley disciples roamed the Jianghu, other martial artists couldn't help but call out in their hearts. "Tycoon, let's be friends." Even if they could become husband and wife with a disciple of Medicine King Valley, it would be the most honorable thing. Others would be envious. Unmarried male disciples of Medicine King Valley, no matter handsome or ugly, would be favored by the most outstanding female martial artists in the entire empire and even fought over. Unmarried female disciples of Medicine King Valley were even more extraordinary. The most outstanding men in the world would draw their swords and fight over them, even if they only had the appearance of a willow. As for the two before him, they were both from the Valley of the Medicine Masters and were as beautiful as fairies, elegant and refined. TSK, they were truly treasures. Xianxia, don't talk nonsense. Senior apprentice brother Mo is one of our Medicine King Valley's most outstanding outer sect disciples. He's at the blood transformation realm, and he can refine secret medicines. He's a top talent. He did not lose to the prodigies of the other sects at all. Xianxia, you're gossiping behind senior brother Mo's back. Be careful that I don't beat you up. Just as Xiao Han was lost in his reverie, a clear and elegant female voice caused his mind to jolt. Once again, he turned his attention to the two young ladies. This time, it was the white-clothed girl who spoke. The white-clothed girl's voice was completely different from the red-clothed girl's. If the red-clothed girl was mischievous and lively, then the white-clothed girl was elegant and quiet. Senior sister Shirong, I didn't speak irresponsibly. Senior martial brother Mo is just deceiving the world. Let me tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone else. Previously, when junior martial sister K, and the others were bathing in the jade pool, didn't they discover that someone was peeping on them? I happened to pass by. Guess who was the one who peeked? It was senior martial brother Mo. The red-clothed girl whispered. It can't be, right? That matter was done by senior martial brother Mo? The white-clothed girl cried out involuntarily. Xianxia, are you sure? You must not speak irresponsibly about this matter. Senior sister Shirong. Why don't you believe Xianxia? It was obviously senior martial brother Mo. I saw it clearly. It's just that he didn't see me. This matter is not a small matter. I have always kept it in my heart. Other than senior martial sister Shirong, I didn't tell anyone else. Alright, Xianxia. Don't mention this matter anymore. Just pretend that you didn't see anything. Senior martial brother Mo is highly regarded by a few elders. Furthermore, he might become the son-in-law of the Beacon Fire Empire. He is destined to be a big shot in the future and we can't afford to offend him. Don't mention this matter again. The white-clothed girl spoke in a very steady manner. She considered the matter thoroughly and meticulously without any loopholes. TSK. I certainly won't tell anyone about this matter. It's just that I can't stand senior martial brother Mo's face. He's so sanctimonious. Senior martial sister Shirong, don't pretend to be ignorant. Every time senior martial brother Mo looks at you, his eyes are emitting green light as if he wants to eat you up. I don't even understand why the elders would send senior martial brother Mo to preside over our experiential learning. Could it be that senior martial brother Mo deliberately arranged it? It's so scary. Xianxia, you're thinking too much. Isn't it better to spend all this effort on concocting pills and practicing martial arts? Even if senior martial brother Mo is really as unbearable and sanctimonious as you said, he won't do anything to us. Alright, senior martial brother Mo will meet us in this small town tonight. After that, we will be brought by him to the nearby small town where the demon race is roaming. If everything goes smoothly, we will return to the Medicine King Valley in 3 to 5 days. From then on, we won't have any interaction with senior martial brother Mo anymore. After listening for a while, Xiao Han finally understood. It turned out that these two girls were the same as him. They were out for experiential learning. They were led by a disciple with strong combat strength and experience in killing demons. They watched the process of killing the demon race with their own eyes, tempering their spirit and sharpening their courage. However, from their conversation, they said that the senior martial brother Mo, who brought them for experiential learning, was a man with a human face but a beast's heart. He was a filthy and despicable guy who seemed to have peeped at the female disciples of the Medicine King Valley bathing. Following that, the two girls talked about some private matters, and Xiao Han was too embarrassed to continue eavesdropping. He turned to the delicacies on the table. When Xiao Han ate, he did not remove the black cloth covering his face. Instead, he lifted the black cloth slightly from his chin and ate slowly. It was very strange. After eating, Xiao Han saw that the two girls were still lingering at the table, looking out of the window from time to time. It was obvious that they were waiting for someone. Good. You guys go experiential learning and kill demons. I'll borrow the horse. Let's do our own things. Xiao Han stood up without batting an eyelid. After paying the bill, he went downstairs. Although these two girls were extremely beautiful and came from the Medicine King Valley, Xiao Han had no interest in accepting them. He wanted to steal the dragon horse as soon as possible and return to the sect overnight. This was the way of the king. Downstairs, Xiao Han used the light of the moon to go around to the stables in the backyard. At this time, there were dozens of horses in the stables. Two of them were the most spirited, like cranes in a flock of chickens. They were almost twice the size of a normal green buckskin horse. They had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. Their hooves were slender and powerful, and a slight snort was as loud as thunder. They were the dragon horses that the two female disciples of the Medicine King Valley were riding. He he he, good horses, good horses. Xiao Han rubbed his hands and sneakily approached the two dragon horses. Nay, the two dragon horses seemed to have sensed that this black-clothed guy had ill intentions. They neighed and stomped their front hooves, sending dust flying. Be good, don't mess around. Xiao Han did not hesitate anymore. He stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the reins of one of the dragon horses. He was prepared to use violence to break the reins and directly steal the horse. At this time, what are you doing? A clear and melodious voice like that of an oriole sounded from behind Xiao Han. Xiao Han's entire body froze. He could clearly hear that this voice belonged to the young girl in red. In a flash, Xiao Han's hand that had already grabbed the reins loosened. He felt embarrassed and distressed, as if he had been caught red-handed. Slowly turning around, he smiled sheepishly and stammered. This horse is really magical. Although Xiao Han was cruel and ruthless when facing the martial artists, Shangguan Yi, and the others, killing people like blowing dust away, that was because they wanted to kill him and they had repeatedly forced him to do so. However, today, he was in the wrong for stealing the horse. He naturally did not dare to be self-righteous, nor did he think of forcefully stealing the horse. Under the light of the moon, two girls, one in red and one in white, stood slender and elegant outside the stables. There was no need to mention the girl in red. Xiao Han had already seen her peerless beauty in the restaurant. At this moment, Xiao Han finally saw the face of the white-clothed girl. He was instantly stunned. He saw that the girl in white was in the prime of her youth, probably around 17 or 18 years old. Her skin was like jade and snow, delicate and delicate. Her features were picturesque, and she was dressed in a light and elegant white robe. Her shoulders were sharp, her waist was like silk, her neck was long and delicate, and her eyes were bright and beautiful. Bathed in the moonlight, her elegant temperament was like that of a pear blossom. The girl in red was as delicate and fresh as a lotus, the girl in white was as beautiful as a pear blossom. Coupled with their status as disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, this kind of woman, no matter if it was a cold-hearted man, or a bloodthirsty and ruthless person, or even an evil traitor, would inevitably fall in love with her. However, the feeling of amazement only flashed through Xiao Han's mind for a moment. What he cared about now was the embarrassment of being caught red-handed for stealing a horse. Xiao Han's eyes darted around a few times. Looking at their faces, he found that there was no anger in the eyes of the two beautiful girls. Instead, they were filled with naivety and some surprise. If they had immediately reprimanded and questioned Xiao Han, it would have given Xiao Han a reason to steal the horse and leave. However, they were so naive that Xiao Han was completely embarrassed to make a move. The girl in red tilted her head and said in a low voice. Senior Sister Shirong, it's an uncle, uncle? Xiao Han almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Uncle, do you want to steal our dragon horse? The girl in red smiled and asked with her eyebrows curved. She was really full of spiritual energy, delicate and adorable. I. Xiao Han explained with a hoarse voice. It's not stealing, how could it be stealing? The girl in white glared at the girl in red and said with a smile. Uncle, I am Lan Shirong and this is junior sister Jing Yanxua. We are disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. I can see that uncle is also a person of the martial Dao. May I ask if you urgently need the dragon horse to travel? It was also the first time that Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxua walked the Jianghu, but they pretended to be experienced in front of Xiao Han and said a bunch of polite words. Xiao Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Uncle, we borrowed the dragon horse from the sect. We can't give it to you, sorry. Hee hee. Uncle, we noticed you in the restaurant just now. You have been eavesdropping on my conversation with senior sister Shirong, right? I didn't expect that you actually came to steal, not steal. You actually came to see our dragon horse. The girl in red, Jing Yanxu interrupted. She was eloquent and spoke very quickly, which was very pleasing to the eyes. This. Xiao Han was embarrassed to the extreme. Moreover, being called uncle left and right by these two peerless beauties made his heart feel strange. He thought to himself, now that I can't steal the flood dragon horse, I should quickly think of a way to get away as soon as possible. Uncle, which sect are you from? Jing Yanxua asked curiously. I'm not from any sect. Xiao Han didn't dare to say that he was from the Cloud Rain sect. This kind of shameful thing should be covered up as much as possible. Then you must be a Jianghu person. Jing Yanxua clapped her hands with interest and tilted her head. Senior sister Shirong, uncle is a Jianghu person. How interesting. Right at this moment, bang. Not far away, a firework exploded in the sky on the left side. This firework rose into the sky and suddenly exploded, forming a gorgeous tulip. It was the size of an acre and was a spectacular sight. Senior brother Mo is here. Jing Yanxua and Lan Shirong said at the same time. In the next moment, Lan Shirong took out a firework from her bosom and gently pulled the fuse. Pooh! A spark soared into the sky and exploded into a tulip in the night sky. Uncle, don't be afraid. This is a firework used by the disciples of the Medicine King Valley to communicate with each other. Jing Yanxua smiled and explained to Xiao Han. Oh. I see. Then I won't disturb the two ladies from meeting your fellow sect members. Xiao Han quickly said. Goodbye. Uncle, wait. Jing Yanxua quickly said. Uncle, if senior brother Mo is here, I can help you put in a good word. Senior brother Mo is an outstanding outer sect disciple of our Medicine King Valley. If he agrees, lending you a flood dragon horse is nothing. Oh. Hearing this, Xiao Han was stunned. Right at this moment, a burst of air-piercing sound came from the left side. The wind was strong, as if someone was leaping from afar. His physical body was extremely tyrannical, tearing the air and bursting out wind sounds. Not long after, a young man in a brocade robe lightly jumped down from the high wall of the restaurant. This man was around 20 years old. His face was like a crown jade and he was handsome. Both his hands were empty, and his spirit was soaring. His breathing was steady and clear, full of vitality, showing an extremely strong physical body realm. However, the only flaw was that his lips were slightly thin, giving people a feeling that he was heartless. Junior Sister Lan, Junior Sister Jing, you have waited for a long time. The man walked over with majestic steps. Hello. Senior brother Mo, Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxua greeted him at the same time. Jing Yanxua's eyes flashed a trace of undetectable disgust. Lan Shirong, on the other hand, was indifferent, simple and elegant. No one could tell what she was thinking. N. This senior brother Mo looked deeply at the two beautiful girls and nodded slightly. Immediately, he looked at Xiao Han from the corner of his eyes and frowned. This is? Oh. Senior brother Mo, this uncle is a Jianghu swordsman. We met by chance in this restaurant. Xianxia quickly said. Jianghu swordsman. Senior brother Mo glanced at Xiao Han indifferently. His eyes were filled with disdain as he said in a low voice. Pretending to be mysterious, Xiao Han also had an instinctive dislike for this senior brother Mo. He thought to himself that it was a waste of effort to borrow the flood dragon horse from this arrogant guy. Thus, Xiao Han completely gave up on the idea of borrowing the horse. He was prepared to say a few polite words and leave. However, right at this moment, the strange thing that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart quickly spun. Xiao Han looked left and right. Finally, his eyes fixed on senior brother Mo. At this moment, senior brother Mo also looked at Xiao Han. There was a trace of doubt and curiosity in his eyes. The two of them stared at each other. At the same time, the demon god's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm also vaguely moved, sending out a thirsty and bloodthirsty feeling. Damn it, the demon race. Xiao Han secretly licked his lips. Chapter 41. Ever since they arrived at this small town, the strange thing in Xiao Han's heart had always been well behaved. It was only when senior brother Mo appeared that it suddenly activated and sent out a warning. I didn't expect this. This guy with the surname Mo is actually a demon. It's most likely that after coming out of the Medicine King Valley, he encountered the demon race and was killed. His brain was sucked dry and his body was taken over by the demon race. Now, he actually came to deceive these two delicate little beauties. Does he want to feast on them? Xiao Han's heart was as clear as a mirror. In fact, the most terrifying thing about the demon race was that after eating the brain of a human, they could disguise themselves as the human and absorb the memories and thoughts of the human when they were alive. They could even master the skills that the human was most proud of when they were alive. If they were not discovered and exposed, the demon race could even live on with the human skin. This kind of thing made people's blood run cold just thinking about it. For example, if they ate this demon with the surname Mo, as long as they were not discovered, they could use the surname Mo's identity to wander around freely in the human society, marry a wife and have children. Until one day, when his wife woke up, she might find out that her husband who had been sleeping with her for so many years was actually a demon. She would be scared to death. Senior brother Mo, this uncle wants to borrow a flood dragon horse. Xianxia said crisply. Senior sister Shirong and I can't make the decision. It's up to senior brother Mo, this lady Xianxia is a good person. Xiao Han said in his heart. However, Xiao Han understood that this was also because these two girls had just entered the Jianghu and did not understand the dangers of the Jianghu. They only felt that everything was fresh and lively, so not only were they not wary of others, but they were also very friendly. After they had traveled in the Jianghu for a period of time and gained experience and shrewdness, they would definitely not treat an uncle who stole a horse in such a friendly manner. Oh. Senior brother Mo looked at Xiao Han deeply and the curiosity in his eyes became stronger. It seemed that there was something on Xiao Han that attracted him very much. Man of the Jianghu, why don't you take off your cloak and let us see your face? Since you want to borrow the horse, then be honest with us. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han cursed in his heart. Why should I be honest with you, a demon in human skin? If you want to be honest with me, why don't you tear off this layer of human skin? I'm old and ugly, an eyesore, and there's nothing to look at. I'm afraid that I'll scare you and affect your mood. Young man, you are handsome and talented. If I show my true appearance in front of you, wouldn't I be asking to be humiliated? Don't tease me, ha ha ha. Senior brother Mo stared at Xiao Han, a crafty glint flashing in his eyes. He then squinted his eyes, as if he was thinking. After several breaths, he nodded slightly. Since you insist on acting mysterious, I won't force you. You Jianghu people have always been unconventional and deliberately mystifying. I'm already used to it. To be honest, the three of us are going to kill the demon clan to complete the sex training mission. Jianghu people, my Medicine King Valley is a large sect, the rules of the sect are urgent, the disciples of the sect are all righteous. Since you want to borrow the flood dragon horse, why don't you come with us? After killing the demons, we will lend the flood dragon horse to you. What do you think? After a pause, senior brother Mo added. I see that you're probably at the Viscera refinement realm. Traveling in the Jianghu, your courage and vision far surpass mortals. You shouldn't be afraid of the demons. Why don't you come with us? When the time comes, you don't need to do anything, I will personally subdue the demons. You're inviting me? It seems like you want to eat me as well. Xiao Han sneered in his heart. However, he didn't refuse immediately. First, Xiao Han knew that the one with the surname Mo was a demon in disguise, but the two girls, Lan and Jing, were kept in the dark. The two girls with the surname Mo were going to subdue demons. It was as if both of their feet had stepped into the abyss at the same time. They would definitely be eaten without any suspense. The two girls were as beautiful as fairies. Just like the most exquisite jade porcelain, it would be a pity if it was slightly broken. Xiao Han couldn't bear to see them lose their lives. Secondly, Xiao Han's demon emperor's arm needed to absorb the essence of the demons. Only then could it be nourished and awaken the demon vein. Right now, the demon emperor's arm only had one demon vein awakened, but it already had 100 cauldrons of strength. It was Xiao Han's trump card. If he could continuously awaken the demon vein, his strength would increase. In the future, when he roamed the Jianghu, he would have one more trump card to defeat his enemies and protect his life. The stronger the demon emperor's arm, the more benefits it would bring to Xiao Han. Thus, Xiao Han was a little excited to run into the demon race. Even the tattoo on the demon emperor's arm was stirring, sending out a thirsty desire. Thirdly, Xiao Han was a young and hot-blooded youth. Subconsciously, he had a chivalrous heart. Since he had encountered such a thing, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Moreover, Xiao Han had personally witnessed senior brother Fang's peerless demeanor in subduing demons. Now that he had some power, he couldn't help but want to imitate him. Xiao Han was about to agree, but Jing Yanxua quickly said. Okay. Uncle, come with us. As she spoke, she kept giving Xiao Han a meaningful look. Her bright and pretty eyes seemed to be begging Xiao Han to agree to subdue the demons together. Xiao Han slightly changed his mind and understood Jing Yanshua's intention. It was said that this senior brother Mo was an extremely filthy guy. He once peeped at the female disciples of Medicine King Valley bathing. He was simply a lecherous ghost. Jing Yanxua must despise him in her heart. She was worried that if she went with Lan Shirong, she would be taken advantage of by senior brother Mo. Thus, she was eager for an outsider to get involved. Xiao Han thought, although the real senior brother Mo's brain had been sucked dry and his soul returned to the netherworld, this demon disguised as senior brother Mo and inherited senior brother Mo's memory and despicable nature. He must also be lecherous. Perhaps, before harming the two girls, he really might have done some indecent things. Xiao Han subconsciously looked at Lan Shirong, who had been quiet all along. Coincidentally, Lan Shirong was also looking at Xiao Han. Her eyes were also filled with obvious expectation. After knowing senior brother Mo's despicable behavior, Lan Shirong must have some misgivings. Alright then. Xiao Han nodded. Although I am a Jianghu person and my status cannot be compared to the disciples of big sects like you, I have personally killed demons before. Come, let's go together. Perhaps, I can be of help when fighting against the demon race. Ha 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 ha. Jianghu person, you have also killed demons before? That's good. That's great. Senior brother Mo's eyes flashed with a trace of deep mockery and ridicule. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Soon after, he said in an awe-inspiring manner. Jianghu person, let's go now. Good. I really want to see the situation of the demon race disguised as us humans. Senior brother Mo, can you take out your demon revealing mirror and let me have a look? Jianghu cheered excitedly. Demon revealing mirror? Senior brother Mo unnoticeably sneered and immediately shook his hand. There is nothing to see. If you want to see it, wait until we reach the small town of the demon race. Then, I will take it out. Xianxia, you can slowly look at it. Let's go now. We will travel through the night and arrive in a few hours. I have already found out that there are a few loose demons in a small town 1,000 miles away. It is not worth mentioning. Let's go. Xianxia nodded and immediately said to Xiao Han. Uncle, let's go together. All right. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Oh. That's right. I have lent my flood dragon horse to a friend in the 8 Desolate Palace. Junior sister Shirong, junior sister Xianxia, I will share one flood dragon horse with you and lend the other flood dragon horse to this Jianghu person. Senior brother Mo's eyes turned and said. As he spoke, his eyes revealed a very obvious lustful expression. It was almost undisguised. Both Lan and Jing saw it. Lan Shirong frowned and said. Senior brother, this is not appropriate. Men and women should not touch each other. How can we ride the same horse? We are martial brothers and sisters, not outsiders. Why can't we? Senior brother Mo said coldly. Moreover, there are only 2 flood dragon horses. There is no other way. Junior sister Shirong, do you think it is a disgrace to ride the same horse as me? Humph. You don't know how many junior sisters in the Medicine King Valley have been longing to ride the same horse as me. Tisk tsk. This demon race has indeed inherited the lustful nature of the surnamed Mo. It is very rampant and has no scruples at all. Oh, that's right. It is a demon race. What does it have to worry about? It is going to eat people in a while. What is there to worry about? Xiao Han sneered in his heart. Lan Shirong and Jianghu couldn't help but look at each other with eyes full of horror. They never expected that senior brother Mo would be so impetuous and didn't even try to cover it up. Could it be that after leaving the sect, he wanted to cover the sky with one hand and do whatever he wanted? Cough cough. Friend Mo, why don't we ride the same horse? Xiao Han had no choice but to help the 2 pitiful girls out of the predicament. Humph. Senior brother Mo snorted coldly. The corner of his mouth revealed an indescribable arrogance and disdain. Sorry, I have never ridden the same horse as a guest of the martial world. Junior sister Shirong, junior sister Xianxia, you too. Before he could finish his words, Jianghu suddenly pulled Xiao Han's hand and smiled sweetly. Uncle, since senior brother Mo doesn't want to ride the same horse as you, then the 3 of us will ride the same horse. Let's go and get the horses. After she finished speaking, she directly pulled Xiao Han towards the stables. Xiao Han was startled. In the next moment, he felt that he was held by Jianghu's smooth jade-like hands. It was soft as if there were no bones, warm like jade, and it was indescribably charming and comfortable. Too proactive. I'm a little embarrassed. Xiao Han's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. He increasingly felt that Jianghu, this girl, was charming, lively, and cute. Of course, Xiao Han was clear that Jianghu didn't have any ulterior motives. Moreover, she treated him as an old uncle, which was why she didn't care about the boundaries between men and women. That's right, Xiao Han's face was covered tightly and his aura was withered and old. As long as he didn't take off the black cloth on his face, it was easy for others to mistake him as a shriveled old man. Jianghu untied the reins of a dragon horse and said to Xiao Han. Uncle, you can get on the horse. Hee, I will sit behind you. Senior sister Shirong will sit in front to drive. Uncle, you can sit in the middle. Okay? Uncle, you haven't ridden a dragon horse before, right? I'll sit in the middle. Xiao Han's brain began to heat up. Miss, this doesn't seem too good." At this time, Lan Shirong also quickly walked over. Her thoughts were exactly the same as Jing Yanxue's. She would rather ride a horse with this uncle, who was much older than her, than ride with senior brother Mo, who was rotten to the bone. This time, Lan Shirong finally saw senior brother Mo's true face clearly. He was simply shameless. Shameless. Sanctimonious. When she thought of his despicable act of peeking at female disciples bathing, Lan Shirong's chest felt stifled and she felt like she was going to vomit. Lan Shirong's heart was intelligent. She seemed to have sensed Xiao Han's restraint and nervousness. She calmly smiled and said, "Uncle, although you're covering your face, I reckon that you're old enough to be Yanxue's and my father's, or even grandfather's generation. You don't have to be so reserved, just treat Yanxue and me as your juniors. Uncle, get on the horse." Xiao Han was momentarily speechless. He thought to himself, am I really that old? Thus, under the persuasion of the two absolute beauties, Xiao Han reluctantly got on the horse. The flood dragon horse's body was enormous. With 3 people sitting on its back, it did not seem crowded at all. Just like this, Lan Shirong sat at the very front, Xiao Han sat in the middle, and Jing Yanxue sat behind Xiao Han. "Uncle, sit tight. The flood dragon horse's speed is very fast. It is several times faster than ordinary horses." Jing Yanxue kindly reminded him from behind. Her hot breath blew on Xiao Han's neck. Although it was separated by a cloak, it still made Xiao Han feel warm and numb. His heart itched. "Senior brother, let's go." Lan Shirong reluctantly smiled at senior brother Mo. Senior brother Mo coldly looked at Xiao Han and the other two. A murderous and bloodthirsty look flashed in his eyes. Soon after, he became silent and went to the stable to lead the other flood dragon horse. The 2 flood dragon horses neighed and raised their front hooves. Then, like lightning, they rushed out. Go go go, go go go. The 2 flood dragon horses galloped out of the small town. At this moment, Xiao Han was truly leaning against the red and cuddling jade. He had fallen into the land of gentleness. His nose could smell the body fragrance of the 2 young girls. It was elegant and gentle. His ears could hear the 2 young girls' tender laughter from time to time. Jing Yanxue was the most lively. The flood dragon horse galloped, making her feel very happy. She actually began to sing. Her singing was sweet and pleasant. It was lingering and low. When Xiao Han heard it, it was as if he was drinking honey. Lan Shirong, who was in front, would occasionally turn her head and smile. Her eyes were watery and her temperament was elegant. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Senior brother Mo, who was on the other flood dragon horse, had blood-red eyes. He was incomparably bewitching. He swallowed his saliva. "You two are so happy. When I eat you, I want to see if you can still laugh. However, these 2 girls, before I eat you, hee hee." At this moment, Xiao Han's heart was filled with joy. He couldn't help but think, no matter what, I have to protect them. I can't let them be eaten by the demon race. Chapter 42. Along the way, they passed by many brightly lit towns and cities. Senior martial brother Mo did not stop at all and continued to lead the way. Xiao Han sat between the 2 girls and enjoyed the gentle feeling. However, he did not let his guard down. Sometimes, he looked at senior martial brother Mo's back and sometimes, he lowered his head and pondered. It seems that this demon has made up his mind to take action after we reach a certain place. He will not expose his identity halfway. Xiao Han squinted his eyes. His heart was filled with the excitement of subduing demons alone and his blood gradually boiled. The strange thing that was dormant in his heart and the demon emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm were also throbbing. The peerless sharpness of senior martial brother Fong killing demons with just a thought was still imprinted in Xiao Han's mind. Although my cultivation is not as good as senior martial brother Fong's, I also hope to be able to face the demons head-on like him and kill them with ease. Xiao Han was both excited and apprehensive at the same time. Then, he thought, what realm is this demon at? If it is a rogue demon or a demon soldier, I am naturally not afraid. But if it is a demon general, which is equivalent to the true Qi realm in the human race, then I can only take these two girls and run away. Demon generals have a high status in the demon race. According to the books, some demon generals even have their own territories, like feudal lords, and will not easily leave their territories. The Fey that had disguised himself as Mo was probably not a Fey general. After all, high-level Fey like Fey generals would not deliberately disguise themselves and travel through the night just to deceive and devour a few physical body realm martial artists. If it is really a demon general, it is not a problem to show its true form, stir up trouble, and kidnap them. Xiao Han was quick-witted. As long as a true Qi realm martial artist does not show up, a demon general can easily slaughter a city. He can also easily escape. But I am not sure. Xiao Han suddenly made up his mind. Prevention is better than cure. I will take advantage of this time to practice the second style of the Son of Heaven's divine fist, Emperor's armor. When the time comes, I will have one more life-saving trump card. However, at this moment, Xiao Han smelled a faint medicinal fragrance coming from behind him. It lingered around Xiao Han's nose and did not dissipate for a long time. Then, there was the sound of Jianghu chewing. Xiao Han couldn't help but look back. Under the moonlight, Jianghu held a pink porcelain bottle in her hand. She poured out peanut-sized scarlet pills from the bottle and stuffed them into her mouth. She chewed them slowly and enjoyed them very much. "Uncle, I'm eating some pills. Do you want some?" Jianghu asked with a smile. As she spoke, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out from her breath, making one feel intoxicated. "This. Miss Jing, what kind of elixir did you take?" Xiao Han was puzzled. The disciples of the Medicine King Valley were really different from the others. When they had nothing to do, they would take elixirs for fun as if they were eating candy. "Uncle, this is the snow bath pill. Bathing in snow spirit, using snow to wash the body, purifying the mind. After taking it, one's mind would be cleared of vulgar thoughts. A snow-bathing pill could ensure that one would not have any distracting thoughts for several hours. Many sect disciples ask our Medicine King Valley to buy the snow-bathing pill, to comprehend martial skills and even take it when breaking through." Jianghu explained eloquently. "Uncle, this is the snow-bathing pill that I refined myself. The medicinal quality is not very pure. It's just a so-so. Do you want to try a few? This, such a good elixir. You're eating it for fun?" Xiao Han was shocked. "Uncle, give me your hand." Jianghu shook the pink porcelain bottle in her hand, making a crashing sound. Xiao Han trembled as he stretched out his hand. Jianghu was not stingy. She poured out 7 or 8 snow-bathing pill from the bottle and smiled. "Uncle, try it first." Okay. Thank you. Then I won't be polite." Xiao Han turned around and gently picked up a snow-bathing pill from his palm. He slightly lifted the black cloth on his face and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, a refreshing and sweet taste instantly suffused his mouth, and it was indescribably beautiful. In the next moment, this refreshing feeling that was like mint rushed straight to his head. Sure enough, it was washing away the distracting thoughts in his mind and nourishing his spirit. Good medicine. It's really good medicine. Xiao Han repeatedly praised in his heart and immediately stuffed another snow-bathing pill into his mouth. After eating 2 snow-bathing pills, Xiao Han's mind became more and more agile. As he breathed, a fragrant wind blew. He felt refreshed and light as if he was floating in the clouds. In the next moment, Xiao Han silently recited Son of Heaven's divine fist. In less than a breath's time, his heart spurted out divine runes, rays of light, and long rainbows. The 7 light cocoons that represented the Son of Heaven's divine fist slowly rose up. The second cocoon of light had already split open, forming a pattern with a few mantra incantations and a route of circulation. Son of Heaven's Divine Fist, second form Emperor's Robe. Xiao Han's mind was immersed, forgetting himself and the outside world. With the medicinal power of the snow-bathing pill, he effortlessly entered into a state of cultivation. The Son of Heaven's Divine Fist focused on momentum rather than technique. This Emperor's Robe forcefully absorbed the power of the surrounding heaven and earth and fused it into his body, increasing his defense and imposing manner. It also disintegrated the opponent's spirit and shook their faith. If this Emperor's Robe was cultivated to the highest level, once it was used, the opponent would immediately collapse, kneel on the ground, and bow to the ruler and minister. They would even shout, "Long live the Emperor!" subduing the enemy without fighting. Moreover, from the sovereign descending to the world and the Emperor's Robe, this Son of Heaven's Divine Fist had endless potential. As Xiao Han's cultivation increased, the realm of this fist technique, its power, and its realm would also become stronger and stronger. This was a fist technique that would not be eliminated. With the Emperor's Robe, he would be impregnable. When he ascended to the throne, the 4 seas would rise in peace, and the 8 directions would be quiet. Xiao Han entered a state of enlightenment. No one, no me. After an unknown period of time, the dragon horse neighed and finally stopped. Xiao Han opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his pitch-black pupils. The feeling of a sovereign descending to the world flashed. "Uncle, we're here." Lan Shirong turned around and smiled at Xiao Han. She immediately jumped off the horse with vigorous movements. "Uncle, did you fall asleep just now?" "Huh, you're really interesting. You can even fall asleep on the horse's back." Xianxia also jumped off the horse. Xiao Han laughed and raised his eyes to look at senior brother Mo without batting an eyelid. Then, he also slowly got off the horse. Just now, with the help of a few snow bath pills and the experience of comprehending the sovereign descending to the world, Xiao Han was able to touch the Emperor's intent contained in the Emperor's Robe. The flourishing of spring and autumn, calming the 4 seas. Now, Xiao Han could already use the Emperor's Robe. However, his realm was not stable and his comprehension was not deep. He still needed to carefully polish it in the future to reach perfection. Senior brother Mo stood next to a dragon horse. Under the dim moonlight, the side of his face turned green and the corner of his mouth formed an extremely strange curve. "We're here." Senior brother Mo's tone was cold. It was night time. The place where they were at was the entrance of a small town. The stone tablet at the entrance of the small town was covered with moss. It had been eroded by wind, frost, rain, and snow until it was mottled. It seemed that it had not been repaired for many years. It was impossible to see what was written on the stone tablet. A few crows were perched on an old crooked tree that had lost its bark. They cawed and cawed, making people's hair stand on end. The small town was deathly silent, revealing a desolate atmosphere. With a slight breath, one could smell a faint smell of blood and a strange smell of rot and mold in the air that blew from the direction of the small town. There was no sound of people, not even the crowing of chickens and barking of dogs. In such a strange environment and atmosphere, Lan Shirong and Xianxia couldn't help but hold hands and shiver. Their eyes were filled with surprise and panic. Lan Shirong calmed herself down and said with a frown, "Senior brother Mo, are we going to train in this small town? This place seems to be a desolate town. There is something strange about it." It is indeed this small town." Senior brother Mo's tone was indifferent, but the corner of his mouth had a trace of deep mockery and strangeness. "Junior sister Shirong, junior sister Yanxua, training is like this. Do you think that training is for you to come out and enjoy life? For you to go in and out of a bustling place? Alright, let's enter the small town. Let's go to the inn in the town to recuperate and drink some wine to warm our bodies. Tomorrow, we will subdue the demons and eliminate the devils." After finishing speaking, senior brother Mo put his hands behind his back and walked straight into the town. He also didn't bring the flood dragon horse into the small town. Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue looked at each other in shock. After a few breaths, Lan Shirong gathered her courage and said, Yanxue, let's go in as well. Senior brother Mo is right. Training is indeed full of thorns. It is not for us to come out and have fun. Jing Yanxue nodded heavily. The two young girls held hands and followed behind senior brother Mo with their delicate bodies slightly trembling. The two flood dragon horses suddenly curled up their front hooves and whined in fear. They didn't dare to follow their masters into the small town and were left outside the town. Xiao Han was wearing a black cloak and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. He quietly walked up and walked side by side with the two young girls. Uncle, don't you feel that this small town is strange? Jing Yanxue asked in a low voice. Suddenly, I seem to have stepped on something. Jing Yanxue stopped and subconsciously bent down to take a look. Soon after, she let out a scream and retracted her feet. Not long after, Lan Shirong also cried out in surprise and pulled Jing Yanxue a few steps back. Xiao Han's gaze swept across. It turned out that Jing Yanxue had stepped on a bone just now. It looked like a human thigh bone. Not far from this bone, there was a deathly white skeleton. Xiao, a long snake darted out from the empty eye socket of the skeleton. Senior brother Mo, this small town. Lan Shirong shouted towards senior brother Mo, who was walking quickly in front with extreme dissatisfaction. Alright, two junior sisters, don't complain anymore. Senior brother Mo interrupted Lan Shirong. There is an inn at the end of this street. Let's go there first. Following the direction that senior brother Mo pointed, there was indeed an orange light at the end of the long street. However, this seemed to be the only light in the entire small town. Seeing the light seeping out, Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong slightly calmed down their almost out of control emotions. Yanxue, let's go to the inn in front to take a look. Lan Shirong said with a vigilant expression. He said in a low voice. Yanxue, I think there's something strange going on. If senior brother Mo has ill intentions towards us, we have to fight for what's right. We must not give in and allow him to bully us. Yes, yes. Jing Yanxue nodded repeatedly. The air seems to be filled with demonic qi, it's too obvious. Xiao Han had seen the demon race a few times after all. Therefore, he knew the obvious demonic qi and smell in his heart. Moreover, at this moment, the strange thing that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart was spinning twice as fast as before. Xiao Han looked around and found that the doors of the houses on both sides of the street were tightly shut. There were even spider webs on some of the wooden doors. Occasionally, a few rats would poke their heads out from the crack of the door and sneakily look around. There were also centipedes and snakes that appeared and disappeared faintly. The entire town exuded a lifeless aura, as quiet as a graveyard. Could it be that we were brought to a dead town controlled by the demon clan? Xiao Han frowned. However, since they were already here, it was too late to be afraid and retreat at this time. Cultivating the martial Dao was like crossing a wooden bridge with 10,000 people. It was extremely difficult. One had to constantly cut down the thorns and behead the demons in one's heart. Only by sharpening one's spirit could one achieve the Dao. Only when one's spirit was sharpened to the point where one's spirit was as strong as gold, could one reach the other shore. For a true martial artist, this kind of situation might be exactly what they wanted. Two ladies, don't be afraid. Xiao Han smiled. I will ensure the safety of the two ladies. Seeing Xiao Han's steady eyes, Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue could not help but feel a sense of security. The two girls could not help but lean closer to Xiao Han. Jing Yanxue stuck out her tongue and said, Uncle, are you not afraid at all? Hee, uncle, I have been in Jianghu for many years. I am used to this kind of situation. There is nothing to be afraid of. Here we are. Xiao Han's footsteps stopped. At this time, the three of them had already arrived at the entrance of the inn at the end of the street. The inn was brightly lit. They picked out a few broken lanterns. It was impossible to see what was written on the lanterns. At this time, a waiter came out to greet them. His face was pale and he smiled strangely. "Dear guests, please come in." Xiao Han looked up and saw that there were a few tables of diners in the hall of the inn. They were sitting in low spirits, not making a sound. The shopkeeper at the counter was fiddling with his abacus. Senior brother Mo was already sitting at a table in the inn. He was speaking in a clear voice. He said in a clear voice, "Two junior sisters, and that Jianghu man, come in." The strange thing that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart was spinning more and more violently. "I am afraid that the people in the inn are all demons." Xiao Han felt a chill in his heart. This time, I have really fallen into a demon's nest. Immediately, a powerful thought appeared in his mind. If I, Xiao Han, can overcome this obstacle, my spirit will be sharpened to an unimaginable level. In the future, my heart will be like a boulder. Nothing will be able to erase my faith. Chapter 43. In the treacherous inn. A group of lifeless people. Of course, the strange thing in Xiao Han's heart was beating faster and faster. It told him that the people in front of him might not be human. Senior sister Shirong. Jianghu shuddered. She pulled Lan Shirong's sleeve and said hesitantly, "Senior sister. Are we really going in? The atmosphere is so strange." Lan Shirong braced herself and said, "Let's go in. Senior brother Mo is inside." Lan Shirong thought. No matter how unbearable senior brother Mo was, he would never harm their lives. Otherwise, once they returned to the sect, he would be exiled and his cultivation would be crippled. Suddenly, Lan Shirong raised her head and looked at Xiao Han. She said subconsciously, "Yanxua, don't be afraid. Uncle is here." "Heh. Let's go." Xiao Han took the lead and went in. After entering the inn's hall, Xiao Han's first impression was that it was dirty. The floor was covered with dust. There were cobwebs in the corners. There was a musty smell in the air. There was even an indescribable smell of corpses. There were a few rows of pear wood tables and chairs in the hall. There were about 8 or 9 diners sitting there. What was strange was that there was nothing on their table. Not to mention food and wine, there were no plates or chopsticks. These diners sat there without saying anything. Their faces were pale and their eyes were dull. When they saw Xiao Han and the others come in, they looked at them at the same time. Suddenly, their black pupils glowed with a dark green light like a wolf's. They were bloodthirsty, cruel, and hungry. Some diners even swallowed their saliva and fiercely grinded their teeth. "Heh." Xiao Han laughed. He pulled out the chair opposite senior brother Mo and sat down. Lan Shirong and Jianghu followed him and sat on his left and right. After entering the inn, the waiter and shopkeeper did not come over to greet them. The shopkeeper fiddled with his abacus like a puppet. Occasionally, he raised his head and laughed foolishly. The waiter even pulled out a chair and sat down while laughing sinisterly. The atmosphere was extremely strange. It was Lan Shirong and Jianghu's first time roaming the Jianghu. At this moment, they were so scared that they kept quiet out of fear. They secretly observed the surrounding environment. Waves of suffocation hit them like a tide. In fact, Xiao Han also felt lucky. This time, Xiao Han left the sect to train and experience many twists and turns. First, he personally experienced the terrifying demon general who was disguised as Lu Town's mayor. Then, he defeated Hua Rong despite being weaker than him. Finally, during the battle at Crouching Bull Mountain, he single-handedly dealt with hundreds of fugitives from the Jianghu and survived the perilous situation. He even eliminated an outer sect genius from Mingjian Villa. After experiencing so many life and death situations, Xiao Han's spirit and aura had been tempered to become as sharp as a blade. Therefore, he was able to maintain a relatively calm state of mind. If it weren't for these experiences, even if Xiao Han's cultivation was a bit higher, even if he was a bit stronger, his current state of mind wouldn't be much better than Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue. She had long been scared out of her wits. Senior apprentice brother Mo, take out the demon-revealing mirror. Lan Shirong finally couldn't hold back anymore and said. This place is too strange. Senior martial brother Mo, please take out the demon-revealing mirror and check the demon race's tracks. Demon-revealing mirror? Senior brother Mo smiled evilly. This brother's demon-revealing mirror has long been lost, senior apprentice brother Mo, you. Jing Yanxue said angrily. Senior martial brother Mo, as the outer sect disciple of medicine King Gu Jia, you were ordered to bring us sisters out to train. However, if a physical body realm martial artist doesn't have the demon-revealing mirror, it's impossible for him to find the demon race disguised as a human. Senior martial brother Mo, you lost the demon-revealing mirror and brought us sisters to this dangerous place. What are your intentions? Senior martial brother Mo, you are neglecting your duty. Lan Shirong had always been elegant and tranquil. She had a temperament that stood aloof from worldly affairs. At this moment, she couldn't help but criticize senior martial brother Mo to his face. All right. Junior martial sister Shirong, junior martial sister Yanxue, even without the demon-revealing mirror, this brother can still find the demon race. Senior martial brother Mo's eyes suddenly became fiery. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lower lip. Let's rest in this inn tonight. Junior martial sisters, this brother has been drooling over your good looks for a long time. In the sect, this brother has been restraining himself because of the sect rules. This brother has been enduring. Finally. I had been waiting for such an opportunity. This time, this brother wants to be like glue with these two junior martial sisters and have a good time. Ha 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 ha. Two junior martial sisters accompany this brother to be a loving couple. Ha 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 ha. The one with the surname Mo. How dare you? Jing Yanxue's pretty face changed. She suddenly stood up and trembled with anger. The one with the surname Mo, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You're simply insane. Do you think senior martial sister Shirong and I are the kind of women that you can play with? When we return to the sect, we must report your despicable behavior to our superiors. Humph. Do you think I don't know that you peeped at junior martial sister K, and the others bathing? Tell the elders about it. I don't believe that they will still protect you. You beast. Yanxue, let's go. Lan Shirong also stood up with a frosty expression. At this moment, ha 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 ha. You want to leave? It's too late. The corner of senior martial brother Mo's mouth kept twitching. You are fish on the chopping board. Before he could finish his words, shockingly. Bang! Xiao Han, who had been sitting silently, suddenly raised his right hand. The wood rings on his palm bloomed and the leaves rustled. There was also a faint hint of green. The withered wood palm caught senior martial brother Mo off guard and ruthlessly smashed onto his left cheek. The power of 80 cauldrons exploded like a mountain torrent. The surrounding air was torn apart and the wrinkles of the withered tree bark spread everywhere. Pooh! Senior martial brother Mo's entire head was sent flying and exploded into powder in midair. A headless corpse sat on the side of the table. It was swaying. Yeah. Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue were so frightened that they screamed at the same time. In the next moment, oh. Martial artist. You're quite courageous. I haven't played enough yet. You actually dared to ruin my mood. Kakakaka. Interesting. Very interesting. Kakakaka, a low and muffled voice burst out from senior martial brother Mo's headless corpse. It was evil and cruel and didn't sound like a human. Pooh! A demonic aura shot out from senior martial brother Mo's body and soared into the sky. In an instant, the entire inn was filled with evil spirits. The wind howled and the demonic aura spread out in all directions like evil dragons. The wails of ghosts and howls of wolves resounded everywhere. It was heart-wrenching and unspeakable. At the same time, the innkeeper behind the counter let out a miserable howl and grabbed his cheeks with both hands. He actually tore his face apart. Poochie. The innkeeper's clothes, skin, and flesh were all blasted apart. The air wave twisted the counter and immediately shattered it into pieces. Kaka, after the innkeeper's skin exploded, he revealed his true form as a demon. He was about 1.9 meters tall and had a humanoid shape. His skin was maroon and as hard as steel. With a slight movement, a long whistle burst out. His claws were like an eagle's, his eyes were like a wolf's, his legs were like a toad's, and his arms were like a python's. His aura surged and he was ruthless and bloodthirsty. He was a loose demon. Poochie. 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 The waiters and customers in the inn tore open their skins one after another, revealing their true forms of the demon clan. All of them were loose demons. In an instant, more than 10 loose demons appeared in the inn. Capture them. A commanding voice came from Senior Marshal Brother Mo's headless corpse. It stood there majestically and had the aura of a monarch in control of the situation. Let's go. Xiao Han reacted with lightning speed. He grabbed Lan Shirong with his left hand and Jing Yenyun with his right. His tyrannical physical body tore apart the air and directly rushed out of the inn. At this moment, Lan Shirong and Jing Yenyun had already lost their color under the onslaught of the demonic aura. Their souls had gone limp. Right now, it was already impossible to count on them to kill the demon. If they didn't faint from fear, they were already heroes among women. Xiao Han pulled the two girls and rushed out like lightning. He thought to himself that they had truly fallen into a nest of demons. All of them are from the demon race. But don't be afraid. Didn't you come out to gain experience? Today's situation is the perfect training. Once you overcome this hurdle, your hearts and minds will transform. In the future, when you cultivate the martial Tao, you will have a bright future. Especially if you want to ascend to the true Qi realm. You must have this kind of life and death experience to polish your spirit and stimulate your body's potential. Xiao Han quickly said. These words were said to encourage the two girls. If they were so scared that they didn't even have the strength to run, then it would be very difficult for Xiao Han to bring them out of this dangerous situation. Uncle, how did you know that Senior Marshal Brother Mo has been possessed by the demon race? Lan Shirong asked after catching her breath while being pulled by Xiao Han. I am an uncle. Of course I know. Xiao Han casually laughed. At this moment, Xiao Han's eyes were looking in all directions and his ears were listening in all directions. His spirit was completely taut like a bowstring. All the power in his body surged and the potential in his life was stimulated and gushed out. In the inn. Bang! Senior Marshal Brother Mo's skin exploded. A huge demon stood up like a towering mountain. He stretched his muscles and bones and let out a crackling sound. He was more than 2 meters tall and had a human form. His whole body was covered with tendons and complicated muscles like an evil dragon. Both of his hands were covered with black scales. The reverse scales were like knives. His eyes were like a sea of blood and his mouth was like an abyss. His whole body was wriggling and demonic chi splashed everywhere. A slight breath was enough to cause a landslide and a tsunami. It was a demon soldier. It was equivalent to a human martial artist at the blood transformation realm. Capture him alive, especially the one wearing the black cloak. He must be captured alive. I feel that there is something on his body that attracts me. This demon soldier said coldly. Yes. The dozens of loose demons in the inn shot around randomly like arrows piercing through the clouds. In an instant, the inn was destroyed and they rushed out in all directions to chase after Xiao Han and the others. In the next moment. Oh, that demon soldier stretched out his neck and let out a long howl. The terrifying sound was like a cannonball exploding in all directions, creating visible ripples in the air. So scary. On the lifeless long street, Jing Yanxue heard this howl and her whole body trembled. She instinctively used all the strength in her body to grab Xiao Han's hand tightly. Her warm palm was full of fragrant sweat. The strange thing in Xiao Han's heart spun faster and faster. Bang! All of a sudden, the closed door of a shop on the left was smashed into pieces. A scarlet-red shadow flashed and a loose demon directly rushed out. Its claws whistled sharply. It was like an eagle soaring through the sky, a vicious whale strangling and a ferocious tiger pouncing on a sheep. It clawed at Xiao Han's head. Chi explosions could be heard in the air. Numerous afterimages were like sickles attacking Xiao Han. Die! Wooden dragon rod. Xiao Han grabbed with his right hand. His strength rolled like thunder and transformed into a wooden rod. The wood was rough and it was covered with dried skin. It was 5 feet long and could easily pull up mountains and fill up rivers. Bang! Xiao Han raised the wooden dragon rod and hammered it. Everywhere it passed, the dead leaves rustled and withered. Suddenly, a mysterious green color appeared. It was as if the withered tree had come back to life, producing a sudden burst of vitality. That loose demon was hammered flat. The place where it stood cracked and splashed everywhere. Uncle, you are so fierce. Jianghu thought that she was about to die. She did not expect the uncle beside her to be so brave. In one move, he had smashed a demon into pieces. Humph. Demons can also be beaten to death. This was the first time in Xiao Han's life that he had killed a demon alone. One hammer strike was clean and efficient. This caused Xiao Han's confidence to surge. Senior brother Fang can kill demons like picking up grass. I, Xiao Han, can do the same. Kill. However, at this moment, Xiao, the demon emperor's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm throbbed and automatically expanded. In an instant, the smashed demon on the ground transformed into rays of light. Like silk being peeled from a cocoon, it was completely absorbed by the demon emperor's palm tattoo. In the next moment, a warm current enveloped the demon emperor's palm tattoo. Xiao Han felt that the tattoo was being nourished. As expected, the demon emperor's palm needs a large amount of demon blood and life to nourish it. Only then can it continue to awaken the demon vein and even those faint demon inscriptions and talismans. Xiao Han immediately understood everything. In this dangerous situation, Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue's minds were muddled. Naturally, they did not notice that the demon corpses on the ground had been sucked dry by Xiao Han. Bang! 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 A large number of houses in the small town were overturned. Many loose demons jumped out like toads and hissed loudly. Their demonic aura soared into the sky. A ruthless and barbaric aura completely enveloped the entire small town. Blood-colored clouds covered the crescent moon. Xiao, behind them, there were more than 10 loose demons chasing after them. Suddenly, Xiao Han and the other two's paths of retreat were completely blocked. There were more than 10 loose demons in front, more than 10 behind, and countless more on the roof tiles on the left and right sides. This was a small town that had been occupied by the demon race. Dead town. Demon town. Who knew how many vicious and evil loose demons were hiding here? In an instant, Xiao Han and the others were in a precarious situation. It could not be worse. Jing Yanxue suddenly burst into tears. Senior sister, uncle, we are going to die, but I don't want to die. I still don't want to die. Lan Shirong was also determined to die. She suddenly said, Uncle, please make your move. Kill us two sisters. We would rather die in your hands than fall into the hands of the demon race. Xiao Han thought, Lady Lan is soft on the outside but hard on the inside. In this desperate situation, she did not cry like Jing Yanxue. Instead, she wanted to end her own life to avoid being humiliated. However, Xiao Han's mind transmitted a thought like thunder. I, Xiao Han, will not die here. I, Xiao Han, came to this world with great difficulty. I started from a lowly living target and climbed up step by step. I, Xiao Han, will definitely not die here. Suddenly, the potential in Xiao Han's body was greatly stimulated. His entire body sank into a state of extreme silence. The demon race that was roaring in all directions seemed to have quietened down. At this moment, life and death, honor and disgrace, no longer seemed to matter. "Uncle will bring you out." Xiao Han held the two women's hands tightly and rushed forward. More than 10 demon race members in front of him were waiting for their prey. When they saw the prey rushing forward, they rushed forward like a swarm of bees. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, waiting to be fed. Suddenly, Emperor's robe. Xiao Han's entire aura changed. The withered and decaying aura in his body became majestic and vast. He was like an emperor ascending to the throne, looking down on the common people. He was the supreme ruler of the world. The imperial power of a country was in his hands. Those who disobeyed the emperor's way must be killed. Boom! The air in all directions fluctuated. The power of heaven and earth had completely merged with Xiao Han's emperor's power. Suddenly, Xiao Han's body was covered with a layer of yellow air. This yellow air was densely covered with dragon patterns. There were images of mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Surprisingly, it was an emperor's robe. On top of Xiao Han's head, a vague crown could be seen. There were even 5 imperial canopies rising up. When Xiao Han took a step forward, it was as if all living things had to prostrate before him. They knelt down and performed the etiquette of an emperor and his subjects. They shouted, "Long live the emperor!" In an instant, the scattered demons in front of them were shocked by Xiao Han's emperor's robe. Their souls became soft. Some of the weaker scattered demons really knelt down with a plop. "Let's go." In a split second, Xiao Han pulled Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue and rushed forward. Wooden dragon rod. In the next moment, Xiao Han had already pulled Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong and forcefully opened up a bloody path in front of him. "Uncle, you. Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong had clearly felt Xiao Han's aura just now. That kind of domineering aura of supremacy caused the two girls to be intoxicated. The way they looked at Xiao Han was simply as if he was a celestial being. "Uncle, you are too handsome." Chapter 44. In this life and death situation, Xiao Han's entire body's potential surged. His mind was extremely tense, and he didn't dare to make any mistakes. He used the Emperor Cloak technique, and the power of heaven and earth was under his control. His defense increased drastically, and his aura became as strong as a monarch's. He directly smashed a group of loose demons in front of him like a human wall and killed 3 loose demons like a whirlwind. Xiao Han actually killed a way out and brought Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue out of the town. Swish swish swish, more and more loose demons broke through the walls and rushed out. The sky above the town was filled with thick demonic qi. The heaven and earth were gloomy like hell on earth. Bang! The demon soldier smashed through the roof and stood on the ridge of the roof. Its scarlet eyes kept rolling, and a deep rumbling sound burst out from its throat. "We must capture that black-cloaked human alive. He must have some supreme treasure on him." Bang! Bang! The other 2 loose demons also broke through the roof and flew up. They stood on the left and right sides of the demon soldier. "Chief, that human killed our own kind. He actually swallowed the essence qi in the dead bodies of our demon race in an instant without leaving a single drop. It's definitely not a small matter. We must capture him and dig out his heart and lungs to check carefully," one of the loose demons said. "Chief, that human's combat strength is extraordinary. He has a kind of outstanding aura. If Chief sucks his brain, you might be promoted to a demon general." Another loose demon flattered. "Humph. Our small demon race tribe has been here for many years. We don't know how many human physical body realm martial artists we have killed. Today is no exception. Kill." That demon soldier's throat resounded with a sharp demon howl, like a wolf howling at the moon. Under this heart-wrenching howl, all the loose demons in the town seemed to have received some kind of order. They immediately rushed towards Xiao Han and the other two and madly chased after them. Bang! A loose demon that rushed out from the side was smashed into a pile of mud by Xiao Han's wood dragon stump. In the next moment, the light distorted. The loose demon's essence, life, flesh, and blood were all absorbed by the demon monarch's palm tattoo on his left arm. It was like a drunkard meeting fine wine, or a glutton obtaining delicious food. Now, Xiao Han had reached the peak of the viscera refinement realm by relying on his deep bone refinement realm foundation and the huge medicinal power of the nine-tailed sunflower flower. He possessed 80 cauldrons of mighty force. He took out the wooden dragon rod and hammered it. Ordinary loose demons could not pose any substantial threat to Xiao Han unless they were surrounded. However, even if he was surrounded, Xiao Han, son of heaven's divine fist, could still tear open a path of blood. Bang! Bang! Xiao Han once again hammered 2 more loose demons to death. Loose demons are no match for me. The more Xiao Han killed, the more spirited he became. He gained an unprecedented confidence. His internal organs surged and roared like tigers and dragons. Xiao! 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 Swoosh! This time, 5 loose demons surged over like a tide. They leaped like toads and easily tore through the air, emitting the sound of raging waves sweeping across the shore. Sovereign's descent. Xiao Han was not afraid at all. The Son of Heaven's great power surged out and the clouds moved in all directions. With the support of the Emperor King's shadow above his head, his aura gradually increased. With a punch, the 5 loose demons actually fell backwards. PFFF. 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 The wooden dragon rod continuously hammered and immediately crushed 3 of the loose demons. Go! Xiao Han descended from the heavens as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxua had already lost all hope in this desperate situation. However, they did not expect that the uncle next to them would actually bring the 2 of them to the exit of the small town. Uncle. There are still 100 steps left. We are still 100 steps away from the exit of the small town. Our flood dragon horse is outside the town. As long as we can kill our way out of the small town and ride on the flood dragon horse, we will have a chance to survive. Uncle, you are so powerful. Jing Yanxua looked at Xiao Han with eyes that were almost filled with admiration. Xiao Han remained silent. He said in his heart, I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill our way out of the small town. It's not a big deal to deal with the loose demons, but I always feel like there's a thorn in my back. There must be a big fellow whose combat strength is far beyond that of a normal loose demon. It's waiting to devour us. And it should be the one that disguised as senior martial brother Mo. At this moment, Xiao Han's spirit had been tempered. He could already sense the potential danger from a distance. This was definitely not a trivial spiritual realm. On the roof of a 3-storied stone building in the distance. What? So powerful. It killed our kind again and again without leaving any bones behind. Damn it. Cultivator of the Jianghu? It seems like it's not an ordinary cultivator of the Jianghu. Could it be a genius disciple of a great sect that disguised his identity and came out to gain experience? The demon soldier screamed again and again. In the next moment, the demon's scream from its throat became even sharper and more miserable. It was continuous and continuous like a volcano eruption. Rumble. 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 The loose demons in the small town quickly organized a wave of the strongest attack and rushed towards Xiao Han and the other 2 from all directions. Their momentum was like 10,000 galloping horses, crushing everything in their way. Shockingly. Human, die. One of the loose demons actually rushed towards Xiao Han from behind like a gust of wind. Its sharp claws were like hooks, tearing at Jing Yanxua's back. If this attack landed, Jing Yanxua's body would definitely be torn into pieces. She would be deader than dead. Before this, when the loose demons attacked, they mainly attacked Xiao Han alone. They did not take the initiative to attack Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue. It seemed like they wanted to capture the two girls alive. However, the demon's scream that reverberated above the small town became more and more urgent. It was unknown what kind of signal was being transmitted, causing these loose demons to no longer have any scruples and start to attack Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue in a frenzy. In a split second, the loose demon's claws had already torn the clothes on Jing Yanxue's back. Jing Yanxue felt a chill on her back. All the pores on her back suddenly shrank. The dreadful shadow of death instantly shrouded her. She thought in her heart and said sorrowfully, "I can't believe that I, Jing Yanxue, will die here. I will die in the hands of a demon." At this moment, Pooh! Xiao Han grabbed Jing Yanxue's lily-white hand and turned around, causing him to exchange positions with Jing Yanxue. In this instant, the sharp claws that should have killed Jing Yanxue's back hit Xiao Han's chest. A large piece of black cloth on Xiao Han's chest was torn and scattered, revealing the sparkling jade-like skin underneath. The demon claw fiercely left a ghastly wound on Xiao Han's chest, causing blood to spurt out crazily. However, under the protection of the indestructible golden body, the heat in his body surged like a tide, causing this claw to not tear Xiao Han's body apart. Motherf *****. Die. Xiao Han was enraged. The wooden dragon pole in his right hand struck out and smashed the loose demon into pieces, causing him to die with a strange cry. His life's essence blood was sucked dry in less than a breath's time. Uncle. Jing Yanxue had a new lease of life. When she realized that the uncle beside her had blocked this fatal attack for her, her mind was greatly shaken. Hot tears flowed out from her eyes as she cried out loudly. "Uncle, why do you treat Yanxue so well? Uncle, you are injured. Uncle, don't die." Lan Shirong was also extremely moved. Hot tears rolled down her cheeks. "Uncle, this is the healing medicine that I refined, 100 grass dew. Quickly take it. Uncle, you must not be harmed." Lan Shirong quickly held back her tears and took out a bottle of medicinal pills from her bosom. Roar! Roar! From the left and right, another two loose demons tore through the air and crushed down, not giving Xiao Han any time to take the medicine. However, it was fortunate that Xiao Han's indestructible golden body had already obtained the follow-up cultivation technique. His cultivation was profound and he could even withstand the attacks of Venerable Deadwood, Mountain Qi Lang and even the genius of Mingjian Villa, Shangguan Yi. Although a mere loose demon had sharp claws and teeth, its strength was only 30 or 40 cauldrons. Xiao Han forcefully endured it. Although it was painful, it was not fatal. The demon race's powerful point was that their demon qi was ruthless and pervasive. It could affect the will of the majority of human martial artists and destroy their will to fight, causing them to be unable to display much of their battle strength. However, the strange thing that kept spinning in Xiao Han's heart seemed to be able to block the invasion of the demon qi. It allowed Xiao Han to deal with ordinary demons with ease. Thus, Xiao Han was able to kill left and right in this demon town without losing his will to fight. Bang! Bang! Xiao Han's wooden dragon pole swept away thousands of soldiers and killed two loose demons. He pulled the two girls and continued to rush out of the town. Xiao xiao xiao, a group of loose demons flashed like ghosts and formed a human wall, blocking in front of Xiao Han and the others. Although Xiao Han was injured, his spirit was getting sharper and sharper. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Without saying anything, he put on his royal robe and unleashed his aura, calming the four seas and silenced the surroundings. The human wall of the demon race collapsed. "All of you, die." The wooden dragon pole hammered down like a storm and killed several loose demons. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, the demon Thearka's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm throbbed. A dried-up demon vein that had absorbed the blood essence of countless loose demons was showing signs of awakening. What? The second demon vein on the demon Thearka's palm is showing signs of awakening? Xiao Han's heart was filled with ecstasy. Human, go to hell. Another loose demon pounced towards Xiao Han like a mountain. Boom! Xiao Han punched out and crushed this loose demon. Another wave of pure demon chi was devoured by the demon Thearcha's palm tattoo. PFFF 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 PFFF, the demon Thearcha's palm tattoo moved as if it had a life of its own. The second demon vein was flowing with violent power. Good. Very good. The second demon vein has awakened. My demon Thearcha's palm will have 200 cauldrons of violent power and the power to move mountains. Not enough. I need to continue hunting. Kill more demons. Xiao Han was excited. He suddenly let go of Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxua's lily-white hands and laughed. Ladies, you are always being suppressed and chased by the demon race. Running away in panic is not a solution. I will counterattack for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han actually took the initiative and pounced towards the few loose demons in front of him. With the wooden dragon pole in his left hand and the Son of Heaven's divine fist in his right, he killed them continuously with irresistible force. Of course, when Xiao Han took the initiative to attack, he did not stay too far away from Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxua. He maintained a protective range that he could reach. Bang! Xiao Han's back was kicked by a loose demon. Xiao Han staggered and spat out a small mouthful of blood. With a backhand, he used the wooden dragon pole and killed the loose demon. Two loose demons rushed towards Lan Shirong. Xiao Han took a step forward and released the Son of Heaven's great power. He killed the two loose demons first. The loose demons' corpses turned into rays of light and continuously entered the demon Thearcha's palm tattoo on his left arm, nourishing it again and again. Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxua held hands and watched nervously as Uncle counterattacked the demons. Their eyes were filled with little stars. Especially Jing Yanxua. Just now, Xiao Han had used his life to save her. This had a huge impact on her heart. Right now, she was completely focused on Xiao Han. Sometimes, she thought, is Uncle's injury serious? Sometimes, she thought, Uncle is really fierce. Sometimes, she asked herself, in that situation just now, if it was her senior brothers and sisters from the Medicine King Valley, would they have used their bodies to block that fatal blow for her like Uncle did? The answer she got was, definitely not. Uncle's martial prowess is really matchless. Jing Yanxua said in a daze. The two girls were no longer as frightened as before. They both had the same thought in their minds. As long as Uncle is here, he will definitely lead us out. As long as Uncle doesn't fall, we have hope of survival. On the roof of the 3-story stone building in the distance. That demon soldier finally couldn't hold back anymore. Damn it. That human is too powerful. The demon Chi can't erase his fighting spirit at all. He keeps reaping the lives of our kind. His calmness makes me feel terrified. He's like those evil heroes, as if he was born to kill us demons. The demon soldier let out a low howl of unease. Evil heroes? The loose demon standing on the left and right sides let out frightened cries. No, Chief. He can't be a evil hero. The evil heroes of the human race are all at the true Chi realm. He's not a evil hero, definitely not. If he was a evil hero, we would have been dead long ago. This kind of human is not a evil hero now, but he will definitely become one in the future. Kill. We must kill him. He has a supreme treasure on him. Kill him personally. The demon soldier roared and stomped on the ground. His strong body soared into the sky and directly pounced towards Xiao Han. Bang! The 3-story stone building that the demon soldier was standing on was shattered into pieces and the stones scattered everywhere. Bang! The demon soldier stepped on the roof of another building and that building instantly collapsed. Bang! 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 Wherever the demon soldier passed, everything collapsed and smoke filled the air. Uncle. There's a big guy rushing over. Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxua shouted at the same time. Pooh! 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 After Xiao Han dealt with a few loose demons that were attacking him, he immediately moved in front of the two women. At this moment, buzz! Xiao Han's left arm flashed with a faint demon light. The second demon vein suddenly awakened. That terrifying, world-destroying power that could cut rivers and pluck the stars and moons surged in the demon emperor's palm tattoo. Bang! The demon soldier landed 10 steps in front of Xiao Han. In an instant, the bluestone slabs on the ground were lifted up and the air surged violently. The loose demons in all directions were blown away one by one. A gully was formed at the place where the demon soldier landed. Chi chi chi, it exploded and spread towards Xiao Han's side. Flying sand and stones. Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue used their hands to block the wind and sand while retreating. At the same time, Puchi. Xiao Han's black cloak was completely torn apart. His upper body was naked and his lower body was wearing a pair of silver white pants. His entire body was bathed in blood and full of wounds. However, his skin was bright and smooth like a leopard's. His young face was clearly defined. Although he was not handsome, he was filled with an indescribable vitality. His eyes were dark and spirited, bursting with an inextinguishable conviction. Xiao Han stood in the air and stood motionless like a tiger crouching and a dragon coiling. This living target that was beaten up in the past had completely formed a trace of imposing manner. Oh. So you're this young? The demon soldier slowly stood up and stood tall like a mountain. A huge amount of demonic chi radiated in all directions, causing the air to rumble. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Han took a step forward with a domineering aura. His eyes did not have the instinctive fear that most human martial artists had towards the demon race. Uncle, so young. After Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong stood still, they stared at Xiao Han without blinking. Their eyes were filled with all kinds of complicated expressions. Suddenly, Jing Yanxue clenched her fists and shouted. Uncle, kill this demon race. Unknowingly, her face had turned red. No one knew what she was thinking. In such a desperate battle, her eyes actually flashed with an indescribable gentleness. Xiao Han stretched his body and walked towards the demon soldier step by step. He left Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue with a firm and confident back. The two girls were actually infatuated with him. Their hearts could not control themselves. Chapter 45. Xiao Han had never thought that there would be a day when he would be able to face a demon soldier alone in such a heroic manner. According to the books, the demon soldier realm of the demon race was roughly equivalent to the blood transformation realm of the human race. Strictly speaking, demon soldiers and human blood transformation realm martial artists had their own advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of demon soldiers was that the demon race's physical body was stronger than that of the human race. At the same level, the demon race's strength, explosiveness, speed, and jumping ability were obviously superior. Moreover, many parts of the demon race's body could be used as the sharpest weapons. Their sharp teeth could bite through rocks and even steel, their sharp claws could cut through gold and jade, comparable to precious blades, their tails were like pythons and steel whips, and the advantage of the human race was martial techniques. Human blood transformation realm martial artists could cultivate martial techniques. But the demon race was not good at using any techniques below the demon general level. Of course, the biggest advantage of the demon race was their all-pervasive demonic aura that could corrode people's hearts and plant a devil in the human race's heart. They could find the flaw in the human race's heart and take advantage of it to destroy all their beliefs and fighting spirit. The so-called human race martial artists without courage were naturally afraid of the demon race. No matter how high their cultivation was, they would collapse in a real battle against the demon race. There were countless examples of human blood transformation realm martial artists having their brains forcefully sucked by the demon race. However, the demon race's biggest advantage, demonic aura, seemed to be useless in front of Xiao Han. The strange thing in Xiao Han's heart kept spinning and dissolved the demonic aura. Of course, it could also be that this demon in front of him, the demon soldier, did not have a high enough cultivation. The demonic aura it released could not cause any substantial harm to Xiao Han. Xiao Han stepped forward step by step, as steady as a mountain. His killing intent rose steadily and his heart was as firm as a rock as he pointed at the demon soldier. Boom! The demonic aura was like a crazy sea wave. With the demon soldier as the center, it spread out in all directions. The air was as sticky as fog and as red as blood. Even Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue, who were standing far away, were affected by this demonic aura. They hugged each other and shivered with their teeth chattering. Suddenly, bang! There was a sound of bones exploding in Xiao Han's body like a landslide. All the demonic aura was blown away. The earth seemed to tremble. Bone explosion style. The next moment, Xiao Han took advantage of the fact that his bone explosion style had pushed his aura to the peak. With a spurt of energy, he leaped up and broke through the air and demonic aura, heading straight for the demon soldier. Humans. Courting death. You are indeed very strong. One day, you will probably grow into a devil hero. However, you have yet to cultivate your true chi and have yet to take shape. Your brain matter will definitely become nourishment for me to rise to become a demon general. Roar. The demon soldier let out a shrill howl and pounced towards Xiao Han. Xiao 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 xiao. Afterimages flickered continuously as the demonic claws tore through the air as if they were cloth. They attacked Xiao Han like a torrential storm. Every claw contained at least 100 cauldrons of strength. The wind generated by the claw tore out numerous ravines on the ground. Gravel and dust flew in all directions, turning the houses in the town into sieves. Although Xiao Han had cultivated the indestructible golden body, his flesh shell was indestructible, and his regenerative abilities were strong, but he was not stupid enough to take the demon soldier's claw attack head-on. Emperor's robe. Sovereign's descent. In a breath's time, Xiao Han consecutively executed the first two styles of the Son of Heaven's divine fist. Furthermore, he broke the sequence of the two styles. He first executed the Emperor's robe and then executed the Sovereign's descent. The Son of Heaven's great power appeared out of nowhere. The great power from all directions fused into Xiao Han's body. Even a portion of the demonic aura was forcefully converted into Xiao Han's power. The chi flow surged. Xiao Han looked as if he was wearing an emperor's robe and a crown on his head. The five emperors' glorious canopy rose and shone brightly under the heavens. Boom! The sovereign's descent caused the air to ripple like water. Damn it! The demon soldier was affected by the great power. Its strength was reduced by half, and its movements became sluggish. Xiao Xiao, however, the demon race was a bloodthirsty and brutal race. This demon soldier actually did not retreat. It clenched its claws into fists and rushed towards Xiao Han like a meteor. Bang! Xiao Han forcefully clashed with the demon soldier's fist. Both the human and the demon took a step back. Amazing! This demon soldier's pure strength is almost above 100 cauldrons. Furthermore, it is still able to explode with such vigorous strength even after being affected by my Son of Heaven's great power. It can be seen that the physical body of the demon race is indeed much stronger than that of the human race. Xiao Han was shaken to the point that his internal organs were tumbling. As for the demon soldier, it was even more unbearable. Under Xiao Han's unparalleled fist, several of its claws were broken. Again. Xiao Han gathered all his remaining strength and rushed forward. He executed the sovereign's descent again. Human, do you think this seed is afraid of you? Die. A trace of cunning flashed past the scarlet eyes of the demon soldier. Bang! When Xiao Han's fist collided with the demon soldier, he broke a few more of the demon soldier's claws. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on the demon soldier's face. In an instant, the wind howled and the cranes screamed. An irresistible force swept from behind the demon soldier, and the air exploded like firecrackers. Tail. The demon soldier's tail. This demon soldier was extremely sinister. In fact, its tail was its greatest killing weapon. When it smashed with all its strength, it could exert 200 cauldrons of strength. It could easily destroy a small hill and even a waterfall in an instant. At the same time, the corner of Xiao Han's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. Demon Thearka's palm, come out. Xiao Han shouted in his heart. Swish, a ray of demonic light flashed on Xiao Han's left arm. Suddenly, the dragon-like muscles on Xiao Han's left arm twisted. All kinds of demon race words, talismans, and demonic veins appeared. A desolate and destructive aura shrouded the surroundings. In less than a tenth of a breath, Xiao Han's left arm transformed into the demon Thearka's palm. It was 2 meters long. Like an evil dragon scuttling out. At this moment, on the demon Thearka's palm, 2 demonic veins were awakened. They were the color of colored glaze, clear and pure. Each of the demonic veins contained 100 cauldrons of strength. PFFF. Xiao Han's demon Thearka's palm directly pierced through the body of the demon soldier. Immediately, the entire body of the demon soldier began to deflate, shrink, and wither. Its powerful life force flowed away like water. It turned into streams of light and merged into the demon Thearka's palm. PFFF. At this moment, the sharp tail of the demon soldier whipped Xiao Han's body. However, the strength was not great. It was only a few dozen cauldrons. It was not enough to cause fatal damage to Xiao Han. At most, it would only cause some light injuries. This. The 2-meter-tall demon soldier's body withered bit by bit. Its essence, chi and life force were devoured by the demon Thearka's palm like a sponge absorbing water. You have, our demon races, methods, who exactly are you, ah? The demon soldier's voice was as thin as gossamer. After muttering a few words, it let out a miserable howl and was completely sucked dry by the demon Thearka's palm. Not a single drop was spilled. Who? If I don't use the demon Thearka's palm, it is almost impossible to kill this demon soldier. Xiao Han made a prompt decision. He took out the demon Thearka's palm that had awakened the second demonic vein and killed the demon soldier. Then, he plundered its essence, chi and life force as nourishment for the third demonic vein. Shio. The demon Thearka's palm turned into a tattoo on his left arm and quickly went dormant. The third demonic vein was throbbing as if it was about to awaken. However, it was still lacking some nourishment. Xiao Han quickly turned his head and saw Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxua hugging each other. Their beautiful hair was in a mess and their faces were covered with their white hands. They were resisting the demonic chi and the demonic wind. I wonder if they saw me using the demon Thearka's palm just now. They were eroded by the demonic chi and their minds were greatly affected. Their 6 senses have become dull. Xiao Han's eyes turned. They shouldn't have seen it, right? Just as Xiao Han was feeling doubtful. The leader has been killed by this human. Run! Run! The scattered demons in the small town were like frightened toads. They jumped in all directions and left the demon town like a gale. It was as if a tree had collapsed and scattered. The demonic chi that had accumulated in the small town gradually dispersed. The first ray of dawn shone on the small town. The endless darkness finally ended. Xiao Han's mind relaxed. His whole body went limp and fell heavily on the ground. In this battle, Xiao Han had to face all the scattered demons in the small town. There was even a demon soldier. Although he had defeated the group of demons, Xiao Han's body was injured in many places. His physical strength was almost exhausted. What was more serious was that he was exhausted. Uncle. How are you? At this moment, Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxua rushed over. Jing Yanxua was extremely nervous. She couldn't help but squat down and gently lifted Xiao Han up. Xiao Han's head rested on her beautiful thigh. Lan Shirong originally wanted to bend down to support her, but Jing Yanxua was a step ahead of him. As a result, he calmly squatted down as well and said this. Uncle, you have eliminated all the demon race. Immediately, her face turned slightly red and she said softly. No, you are not uncle. You are so young, uncle, there is a healing medicine here. Xianxia was still calling him uncle. She quickly took out a small porcelain bottle from her bosom and opened the stopper. She very gently pointed the mouth of the bottle at Xiao Han's lips and fed the nectar-like medicinal liquid into Xiao Han's mouth. In an instant, a copious amount of life force flowed through Xiao Han's throat and into his internal organs. The fragrance of life was germinating. This medicine is really good. Xiao Han blurted out. Uncle, this is a healing medicine that I refined myself. Xianxia hurriedly said. At this moment, she seemed to realize that Xiao Han was not an uncle. He was a youth about the same age as her. Moreover, Xiao Han's upper body was bare. She was gently supporting him and his head was resting on her thigh. All of a sudden, Xianxia felt an indescribable feeling of shyness. Her charming face was burning. On her thigh, where Xiao Han's head was touching, there was a strange numbness and heat. However, she was still worried about Xiao Han's injuries. Thus, she did not move her body away. Her eyes became red again. Crystal clear tears rolled down her cheeks as she murmured. Uncle, why are you so good to Yanxua? It was also Xiao Han's first time having such intimate contact with such a cute girl. His heart was indescribably happy. The delicate fragrance of Xianxua's body lingered in his nose. He felt as if he was falling into the clouds. However, Xiao Han was still worried that when he used the demon god palm just now, the two girls would see some clues. I killed the demon race leader with one punch. Xiao Han said tentatively. Uncle, you are really amazing. You are even more amazing than many of our Medicine King Valley's outer sect geniuses. Uncle, are you also a disciple of a big sect? Xianxia asked. Phew, it seems that they did not see my biggest secret. Xiao Han let out a sigh of relief in his heart. However, he was not willing to reveal his background. Xiao Han thought that as long as he did not reveal his sect and expose his identity, even if these two girls remembered some clues, they would not be able to find him. Let them continue to misunderstand that I am just a Jianghu swordsman. How am I a sect disciple? I am just a wanderer in the Jianghu. Xiao Han pretended to be profound and said. Immediately, his eyes turned, and a mischievous light flashed in his eyes. He said in a low voice. Miss Jing, I fought with the demon race and was seriously injured. Although I have taken your spiritual medicine, I don't know if my body will recover. Sigh, uncle, are your injuries very serious? Xianxia said with a trembling voice. A string of hot tears could no longer be controlled. They fell from her beautiful big eyes and dripped on Xiao Han's neck. Miss Jing, I don't know if you can fulfill a request of mine, a small request. Xiao Han said slowly. Uncle, what request? Xianxua's eyes flashed with a determined look. Cough cough. I'm afraid it's a little presumptuous of me to say this, but I'll say it then. Miss Jing, I don't know if I'm dead or alive. Can you, cough cough, can you give me a kiss? Xiao Han finally shamelessly voiced out his unreasonable request. On one hand, it was to change the topic. On the other hand, it was the temperament of a young man. Moreover, since Xiao Han had decided not to reveal his identity to the two girls, he did not know if they would ever meet again in the vast sea of people. Since they were going to separate, he might as well take the opportunity to ask for a kiss, as a souvenir. When Xianxia heard Xiao Han's words, she was immediately stunned. Immediately, her face blushed, and her heart began to beat wildly. Xianxia looked down and saw that Xiao Han was young. His facial features were well defined, and his eyes were lively and full of confidence. She was originally a pure girl and had never had such intimate contact with any man in her life. At this moment, Xiao Han was lying on her thighs, and all she could smell was the scent of a man from Xiao Han's body. The feelings of a young girl were already somewhat confused. Thinking about how this man had risked his life to block the claws of the demon race to save her, she would never be able to repay his kindness in this life. He was seriously injured now. All he wanted was for her to kiss him. What was there to be embarrassed about? Jianghu's heart was moved. Her expression was as gentle as water, and her eyes were extremely shy. She was just about to nod and agree. Uncle. Don't tease Xianxia. Suddenly, Lan Shirong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. Xianxia, why are you confused? Look at Uncle's eyes. There is a strong life force hidden in them. How does he look like a dying man? One had to know that the disciples of Medicine King Valley were good at refining all kinds of pills. Among them, there was no lack of life-saving medicines. In order to save people, one naturally needed to know some medical knowledge and observe people's complexion. It could be said that the disciples of Medicine King Valley were not only experts in refining pills, but they were also well versed in medical knowledge. Whether a person was dying or full of vitality, they could tell at a glance. Lan Shirong was very meticulous and was the first to see the flaw, and Jianghu put her right hand and pinched Xiao Han's left wrist with her index and middle fingers. Her beautiful eyes stared at Xiao Han's eyes and immediately said with joy. Uncle, you are so bad. You lied to Xianxia. You are fine. Your injuries are fine. You can even see through this. Xiao Han felt very embarrassed and struggled away from Jianghu. He immediately got up and patted the dust on his body. I was just joking. Two ladies, please don't laugh at me. Under the constant nourishment of the warm flow in his body, although Xiao Han's body was full of pain, he would be fine after a few days at most. His life was not in danger. Uncle, you lied. Jianghu also stood up with the corner of her mouth slightly annoyed. Cough cough. Xiao Han awkwardly coughed twice. He wanted to say a few polite words and then leave. Right at this moment, a fragrant wind blew. Jianghu suddenly came over and slightly tiptoed. She lightly kissed Xiao Han's left cheek. Then, like a dragonfly skimming the water, she fled to the side like a little bird and turned her face away. She did not dare to look at Xiao Han again. Lan Shirong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She looked at Jianghu and then gently walked over to hold Jianghu's hand. Xiao Han touched the place where Jianghu kissed and felt a burst of ecstasy. His heart was filled with the gentle taste of a young girl. For a moment, Xiao Han was infatuated. The three of them were silent for a while. And, let's leave the town and ride the flood dragon horses back home. Xiao Han broke the silence and took the initiative to leave the desolate town with the two girls. Outside the town, Xiao Han was riding a flood dragon horse. Lan Shirong and Jianghu were riding a flood dragon horse together. Big. Ah, we should not call you uncle anymore. Lan Shirong looked at Xiao Han with an unconcealable yearning in her beautiful eyes. Can you tell us your name? Xiao Han thought for a moment and smiled. It's nothing. You can just call me uncle. Uncle. How about, you come back to Medicine King Valley with us. Jianghu, who was blushing, suddenly raised her head and looked at Xiao Han seriously. No need. I will leave first. Miss Lan, Miss Jing, take care. Xiao Han kicked the flood dragon horse and left. Chapter 46. Although the two girls were rare and peerless beauties with a smile and a frown, Xiao Han's cultivation was more important and he couldn't be distracted by the matters between men and women. This was a world where the law of the jungle was played out vividly. The strong survived and the weak perished. If one didn't cultivate to the true Qi realm, one would forever be an ant that could be trampled to death at any time. Passing by a small town, Xiao Han spent some gold and silver to buy a light yellow silk robe. When he put it on, he looked a bit like a scholar. He continued on his way. On the morning of the second day, Xiao Han finally returned to the misty mountain range of Rain and Cloud Mountains. Hee hee, I, Xiao Han, am finally back. I have really benefited a lot from this training. Xiao Han turned over and got off the horse, returning to one of the outer sect's 10 peaks. Before returning to the sect, Xiao Han hid the 2 storage rings on his body and didn't wear them to avoid unnecessary trouble. When passing through the immortal screen guarding the mountain, the strange thing that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart and the Demon Emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm only slightly throbbed a few times without being discovered, which made Xiao Han let out a long sigh of relief. At the White Jade Plaza on the peak, Xiao Han, this time, Hua Hong brought you outer sect disciples out for training. Why did it take so long? Hua Hong is also a senior inner sect disciple with half-step true qi. He is very experienced in killing demons and devils. This time, he was only dealing with ordinary loose demons. It was effortless. What is he doing? You guys didn't return after so long. The elders are already questioning you. A master frowned and complained. Xiao Han, why did you come back alone? Where is Hua Hong? Where are the other outer sect disciples? Xiao Han thought to himself, an ordinary loose demon. If you know that there is a demon general hibernating in Willow Town, I'm afraid your souls will fly out of your body. Xiao Han's eyes rolled a few times and said with a blank face. Leaders, I'm not too sure about the matter. After senior brother Hua Rong brought us to Willow Town, we indeed encountered the demon clan. Moreover, there was more than one. After a round of fighting, I was separated from senior brother Hua Rong and a few other outer sect senior brothers. After that, I secretly returned to Willow Town. The natives in the town all said that after senior martial brother Hua Rong killed the demons, he left with a few other outer sect senior martial brothers. I had no choice but to stay in the Jianghu for a few days before returning to the sect. Senior brother Huarong and the others have not returned yet? How strange. Xiao Han spouted a bunch of nonsense. Moreover, he knew that he would not be suspected. What was Huarong's cultivation? The pinnacle of the blood transformation realm, half a step into true energy. With a single saber, he roamed the pugilistic world alone and killed countless demons. Xiao Han was also a viscera refinement martial artist. Even if Xiao Han admitted that he killed Huarong, no one would believe him. It was impossible for a viscera refinement martial artist to jump levels and kill a half-step true qi user. Whether Huarong was missing or dead, no one would suspect him, Xiao Han. As expected, the 3 leaders nodded slightly. One of them said, "All right, Xiao Han, the higher-ups will send inner court disciples to investigate Huarong's matter. Since you've safely returned to the sect, then everything has nothing to do with you." Hey, Xiao Han, I see that you've refined your internal organs very well. Your qi is smooth and flawless, your internal organs are surging with majestic power, and your qi is abundant. You've reached the pinnacle of the viscera refinement realm? Yes. Pinnacle of the viscera refinement realm. This disciple was fortunate enough to not disappoint the 3 leaders' nurturing. This disciple has been wandering in the Jianghu for a few days and accidentally obtained a heavenly treasure called 9-tailed sunflower grass. After this disciple consumed this 9-tailed sunflower grass, I was chased by a few evil Jianghu guests. After a few twists and turns, this disciple borrowed their hands to disperse the medicinal power of the 9-tailed sunflower grass in my body and successfully advanced to the pinnacle of the viscera refinement realm. Then, I killed them instead. Xiao Han said lightly. You actually had such a fortuitous encounter. One of the leaders said with a sharp voice, the 9-tailed sunflower grass belongs to the highest grade of the viscera refinement realm. Xiao Han, I didn't expect you to have such a fortuitous encounter as soon as you left the mountain. Not bad, not bad. Another leader twirled his beard and squinted his eyes. Xiao Han, not only did you obtain the 9-tailed sunflower grass, but you also dealt with the Jianghu guests and successfully turned the tables, killing them instead. This kind of tempering is even better than obtaining the 9-tailed sunflower grass. No wonder, Xiao Han, I can see that your spirit and bearing are calm and composed. Cultivate well and you will definitely become an expert in the future. For the sake of our peak. I think Xiao Han's talent and luck might not lose to our peak's main characters, Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran. In time to come, they will also become well-known figures of our peak. One of the leaders said with an excited expression. Good. Xiao Han, go back and rest for a few days. We will report your matter to our superiors and ask for rewards for you. Supreme-grade elixirs and secret martial skills are not a problem. Xiao Han, in these few days, you should consolidate your realm. Next, you will start refining your marrow. Your viscera refinement realm is extremely good and has laid a solid foundation for refining your marrow. We are more and more optimistic about your future. You are talented and beautiful. With a little polishing, you will become a great person. Yes, 3 leaders. This disciple indeed needs to digest the gains and losses of today's experience and consolidate my viscera refinement realm, Xiao Han said seriously. Then, Xiao Han, you can go back first. We will inform you in a few days to come and receive your reward. The 3 leaders now attached great importance to Xiao Han. Oh right, Xiao Han, these few days, that Yang Lei has been looking for you everywhere, saying that he will cause trouble for you. Do you need us to intervene in this matter and ease the relationship between you and Yang Lei? One of the leaders suddenly said. Yang Lei? Xiao Han sneered in his heart and then casually waved his hand. This disciple will handle this matter well. If I can't even deal with Yang Lei, how can I talk about dealing with the top outer disciples of the other peaks in the future? How can I fight for our peak's reputation? Ha 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 ha. Good, well said. However, Xiao Han, don't be impulsive. Yang Lei is after all in the marrow refinement realm, an entire realm lower than you. Don't be too rash. I know. Xiao Han smiled casually and bid farewell to the 3 leaders. Not bad, he has developed some temperament. Calm in the face of danger. This state of mind is very important for a martial artist's growth. I already said, geniuses can't always be cooped up in the sect, they must be nurtured in a free-range manner. Let them go down the mountain to gain experience. Only by killing with blood and fire, or even a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones, can they grow rapidly. The 3 leaders stood on the spot and discussed. Xiao Han returned to the side courtyard of this peak's outer sect disciples. He first went to find Ah Cho. Senior brother Ah Cho. Xiao Han shouted from outside the door. Not long after, Cho responded and hurriedly opened the door for Xiao Han. After opening the door, Xiao Han saw Ah Cho sweating profusely, his upper body naked, and his muscles all covered in sweat. Xiao Han, you're finally back. I thought something happened to you. Good, it's good that you're back. Come in, come in. Xiao Han smiled and walked into Ah Cho's side courtyard. On the small martial arts field, there were piles of stone blocks and sandbags hanging on wooden stakes that were still shaking. The ground was filled with deep and shallow footprints. Xiao Han smiled. Senior brother Ah Cho, so you're cultivating. Then I'll have to disturb you. At the same time, Xiao Han was slightly curious. Ah Cho was usually rather lazy when cultivating, to the extent that he had the feeling of being a monk and striking the bell for a day. He didn't know what happened today, but he was actually sweating profusely while cultivating. It was obvious that he was working hard. There's no need to disturb me. Xiao Han, you know me. My martial arts talent isn't good, and I don't really cultivate normally. I'm just trying to get some experience. When I leave the sect and return to my family, I'll have some foundation. Ah Cho said bluntly. But I want to participate in the outer sect disciple ranking competition half a year later. If nothing goes wrong, this year will be my last chance. Next year, I might leave the sect and return to my family, marry and have children, and live a normal life. Oh. Xiao Han was stunned. Outer sect disciple ranking competition? Yes, it's an annual outer sect disciple ranking competition. At that time, all the geniuses from the 10 peaks of Cloud Rain sect's outer sect will gather and everyone will display their skills to test each other's martial arts skills and fight for a ranking, Cho said leisurely. Then, his expression dimmed slightly. However, the minimum requirement to participate in the outer sect disciple ranking competition is to reach the marrow refinement realm. I've been stuck at the organs refinement realm for a long time and failed multiple times. Maybe it's because my comprehension towards martial arts is too poor, and my foundation is not good. But this time, I have to work hard and improve. I have to strive to reach the marrow refinement realm within half a year. I don't want to be ranked in the outer sect disciple ranking competition. I just want to use this opportunity to win some face for myself so that when I return to my family, I won't be idle. Xiao Han knew that even though Ah Cho was not well liked in the outer sect of Cloud Rain's sect and his foundation was not good, he came from a family of average size in the secular world. It was not an ordinary family. Such a large family had intense infighting. If Ah Cho did not make a name for himself in Cloud Rain's sect for a few years, he would not have a good time when he returned. Right, senior brother Ah Cho, I'm very interested in this outer sect disciple ranking competition. Xiao Han's heart stirred. By then, Xue Jianfeng will be participating, right? Xiao Han looked at Ah Cho. Ah Cho nodded. Xue Jianfeng will definitely be participating. He was the champion of the previous outer sect disciple ranking competition. He was outstanding and shone brightly. This year, he had already announced that he would continue to be the champion and remain at the top. However, in the history of Cloud Rain's sect, there has never been a situation where someone defended their title in the outer sect disciple ranking competition. However, Xue Jianfeng might break history and become the first. I heard that after Xue Jianfeng successfully defended his title, he might enter the inner sect with this halo and become an inner sect disciple, focusing on breaking through to the true Qi realm. He will strive for instant success. Successfully defend his title? Xiao Han rubbed his nose and could not help but sneer. He then changed the topic. Senior brother Ah Cho, how was our peaks Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran's performance in the previous outer sect disciple ranking competition? What was their ranking? Xiao Han, I've told you before. Our peak is the weakest among the 10 peaks in the outer sect. Senior brother Ling Feiyu and senior brother Meng Ran are the main characters of our peak. In the previous ranking competition, senior brother Ling Feiyu was ranked 18th while senior brother Meng Ran was ranked 19th. Let me tell you, Xue Jianfeng's peak is extremely powerful. Other than Xue Jianfeng taking the crown and obtaining first place, that peak occupies a total of 5 of the top 10 places. The strongest peak in the outer sect is well deserved. Ah Cho clicked his tongue and said. That was last year. This year's ranking might not be the same. Xiao Han chuckled and patted Ah Cho's shoulder. Senior brother Ah Cho, I had a fortuitous encounter when I left the mountain for training. I obtained a cultivation technique from a martial artist. It's called Deadwood Treasure Record. This cultivation technique only has 2 moves, but its power is not to be underestimated. Senior brother Ah Cho, you're my only friend in Cloud Rain sect. I naturally won't forget about you when I have benefits. Now, I'll pass this cultivation technique to you. Xiao Han paused for a moment before continuing. Senior brother Ah Cho, with this cultivation technique, you'll definitely be able to advance to the marrow refinement realm within half a year. Furthermore, you'll do well when you return to the family. No one will dare to underestimate you and you'll definitely be put in an important position. With that, Xiao Han passed the old tree bark that recorded the Deadwood treasure record to Ah Cho as well as the Deadwood pillar that was split in the middle. He then told Ah Cho some of the tricks and experiences of cultivating the Deadwood treasure record. Xiao Han had already mastered this Deadwood treasure record and he had also comprehended the concept of spring returning to withered wood. Furthermore, this cultivation technique was not Xiao Han's trump card. Therefore, it was not impossible for him to pass it to Ah Cho. Of course, it was impossible for Xiao Han to pass the indestructible golden body and son of heaven's divine fist to anyone. Ah Cho took the withered wood treasure record and the withered wood stump from Xiao Han's hands, and immediately cried out in gratitude, completely treating Xiao Han as his own brother. Finally, Cho wiped his tears and said, Xiao Han, do you think I'll be able to master this cultivation technique? After all, my aptitude is too poor. I really have no confidence. Ha ha ha, senior brother Ah Cho, as long as you properly comprehend the concept contained in the Deadwood Pillar, I guarantee that you'll be successful in cultivating this cultivation technique. It's very simple to follow the diagram. For example, if you were to cultivate Ling Feiyu's Ocean Whale Divine Fist, you probably wouldn't have that level of comprehension. The momentum of the ocean is illusory and not easy to grasp and comprehend. However, it's impossible for you to not be able to learn the Deadwood treasure record. Alright. In this half a year, I won't cultivate other martial techniques and will focus on this Deadwood treasure record. Ah Cho placed the old tree bark and the Deadwood pillar back into the room and hid them carefully. Senior brother Ah Cho, accompany me out for a walk, Xiao Han said with a smile. Alright. But Xiao Han, recently, Yang Lei has been looking for you everywhere. I think we should just walk around nearby and not let him see us, Ah Cho said carefully. Ha 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 ha, let's go, senior brother Ah Cho, Yang Lei. If he doesn't look for me, I still want to look for him. Xiao Han laughed loudly. Chapter 47. Ah Cho took a deep look at Xiao Han. He felt that Xiao Han's spirit was full and strong after returning from this experiential learning. There was a sharp light in his eyes. Compared to before the experiential learning, it was simply incomparable. After observing Xiao Han's aura, it was obvious that he had reached an extremely high level of viscera refinement realm. The organs in his body were wriggling and there was a roar of dragons and tigers. Xiao Han. I realize that you are very different from before. Ah Cho murmured. Right. Confidence. I feel a very strong sense of confidence from you. Hee hee. Senior brother Ah Cho, how can we martial artists not have confidence? Without confidence, we are like a salted fish and can't make a comeback in this life. We will be stepped on by others for the rest of our lives. Xiao Han smiled casually. Ah Cho was speechless for a moment and silently digested Xiao Han's words. Right, senior brother Ah Cho, if you have the assistance of Medicine King Valley's snow bath pill, to cultivate the martial skills on the Witheredwood collection record, it will be twice the result with half the effort. I heard that after consuming the snow bath pill, one will not have any distracting thoughts for a certain period of time and can effectively help martial artists comprehend martial skills. Xiao Han smiled. Oh. Xiao Han, you brat, you know so much after a trip to the pugilistic world. You even know about Medicine King Valley's snow bath pill? Ah Cho grinned. However, the relationship between Medicine King Valley and our Cloud Rain sect doesn't seem to be very good. Medicine King Valley also sells elixirs to our Cloud Rain sect, but they are only some low-grade elixirs. Snow bath pill is not among them. Xiao Han secretly laughed in his heart. Snow bath pill is not sold in Cloud Rain sect. But I have eaten a few before. Right. Ah Cho slapped his forehead and said. Xiao Han, don't you always ask me about Shui Jianfeng? When you mentioned Medicine King Valley, I immediately thought of something related to Shui Jianfeng. And it's a big matter. What big matter? Xiao Han was shocked. As the number one outer sect disciple of our Cloud Rain sect, Shui Jianfeng proposed marriage to Medicine King Valley. He probably wanted to settle the marriage with an outer sect female disciple of Medicine King Valley. Shui Jianfeng's outer sect Mountain Peak was responsible for this matter, and they used their personal relationship to negotiate with the outer sect leaders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. In short, this is the meaning of the matchmaker's words. Xiao Han, I'm sure you also know that almost all of the martial artists in our Beacon Fire Empire, including the great experts of the True Qi realm, all desire to have a companion from the Medicine King Valley. Think about it, when the time comes, that man at home will help you refine pills, all kinds of secret medicines will be endless. Wouldn't it be awesome to cultivate? Once Shui Jianfeng's marriage was settled, his growth speed would be unstoppable. A genius and an alchemist, this kind of husband and wife combination has endless potential. Is that so? Xiao Han was slightly displeased. Looks like this marriage will work out. After all, Shui Jianfeng is not a nobody. Heh, the number one genius of our Cloud Rain sect's outer sect. He should be a match for an outer sect female disciple of the Medicine King Valley, right? That's hard to say. Ah Cho shook his head. Xiao Han, you don't know about this, right? The disciples of the Medicine King Valley, especially the female disciples, are in high demand. Regardless of whether it is the outer sect or the inner sect, most of them will marry the great experts of the true Qi realm. If not, they will marry into the royal family. The current empress of the Beacon Fire Empire, the motherly model of the world, is from the Medicine King Valley. There are also those who marry into the major sects of other empires. In the grand scheme of things, our Cloud Rain sect is really nothing. Ah Cho lowered his voice. There are 7 great empires in the southern region, 27 middle-sized countries, and countless small countries. Xiao Han, think about it, the Beacon Fire Empire is just a drop in the ocean. However, it is said that due to personal relations, a few outer sect leaders of the Medicine King Valley will personally come to the Cloud Rain sect to negotiate with Shui Jianfeng. This matter has already spread. We can go and watch the show then. And I will go and take a look then. Xiao Han suddenly had a strange thought. Is it possible for me to ruin this marriage? Let Shui Jianfeng's dreams go up in smoke. However, this thought only flashed past his mind. Xiao Han knew that in order to thoroughly take revenge on Shui Jianfeng, he must defeat him. Moreover, he must defeat him in front of everyone. Trample on his dignity and pride. The outer sect disciple ranking competition is the best time to achieve all of this. Xiao Han, do you owe Shui Jianfeng a favor or a grudge? I feel that you are very concerned about his matters. Ah Cho could not help but ask curiously. Ha. Senior brother Ah Cho, let's not talk about this for now. You will know everything in the future. Xiao Han laughed. At this moment, Xiao Han and Ah Cho arrived at the market halfway up the mountain. On both sides of the stone road, there were many shops. Xiao Han went out for training this time and plundered thousands of true martial coins. Among the outer sect disciples of this peak, he could be considered as a small tycoon. With money in hand, there was no need to panic. Xiao Han wanted to go to the elixir store to take a look and purchase some medicine for cultivation, or go to the street stalls to look for martial skill manuals. Who knows, he might be able to find 1 or 2 martial skills suitable for him. At this moment, the outer sect disciples who passed by the stone road all stopped when they saw Xiao Han and started to discuss in whispers, Xiao Han. It's Xiao Han. That's right. I heard that this kid went to train in the Jianghu and disappeared for half a month. Now, he is finally back. Train my ass. I think he is hiding from Yang Lei. He took the initiative to set up a 10-day appointment with Yang Lei and said that he wanted to take one move from Yang Lei. In the end, he ran away. This kind of person climbed up from being a living target and is still cowardly in his bones. He has no backbone. Don't say it in such a bad way. How is Xiao Han without backbone? If he didn't have backbone, he wouldn't have challenged Wu Yan and Ling Husong. Look, after Xiao Han came back from training, his entire aura is even more condensed. Maybe he ran into some miraculous encounter. That's right, don't look down on this Xiao Han. I heard that the few leaders think highly of him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let him go out to train. Training is a lucrative job. Xiao Han, TSK, look, the moment you came back, there are people talking about you. Ah Cho said in a low voice beside Xiao Han. Heh, it doesn't matter. Come, senior brother Ah Cho, let's go to the elixir store to take a look. Xiao Han smiled and said. At this moment, Xiao Han. Stop. From the end of the long street, there was a loud roar. The roar was full of energy and sounded like a great bell. Immediately after, a large group of outer sect disciples walked towards Xiao Han aggressively. The one in the lead was wearing a purple long robe. He had a full forehead, was high-spirited, and had a sharp aura. Who else could it be but Yang Lei? Xiao Han. Yang Lei is here. Ah Cho said in a low voice. Don't worry, I can handle it. Xiao Han smiled and walked over. Ah Cho followed closely behind. Xiao Han, I thought you would hide outside and not come back. Yang Lei said proudly. I can't hide anymore, right? At this moment, Xiao Han realized that Yang Lei's aura was much more condensed than before. There seemed to be a medicinal fragrance in his breath. It seemed that this guy didn't stay idle for the past half a month. Didn't you agree to fight with me in 10 days? It has been almost 20 days. Don't tell me you have forgotten about this? Yang Lei looked at Xiao Han with a sarcastic gaze. Continue to hide. If you have the ability, hide for the rest of your life. Be a tortoise for the rest of your life. Hee hee. Xiao Han said calmly and calmly. Yang Lei, don't say such ugly words. Hide. This young master is just going out to train. I encountered some things on the way and was delayed. What are you blabbering about? Delayed? Ha ha ha. The group of outer sect disciples around Yang Lei laughed in disdain. If you are afraid, then you are afraid. Don't find excuses. Alright, Xiao Han, let's not talk nonsense. You were the one who made the promise in 10 days. I also asked senior brother Ling Feiyu to help me gather 10,000 true martial coins. What, are you going to take this move of mine or not? If you don't dare to take it, that's fine too. Kneel down in front of all the outer sect disciples, bark like a dog and F***ck yourself. How about it? Hearing this, the surrounding outer sect disciples burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han suddenly laughed wildly. Yang Lei, I think your brain is stuck in the door. Fine, I will play with you. But this time, it is not me who takes your move. You take my move. Do you dare? If you can't take my move, the 10,000 true martial coins will belong to this young master. If you take my move, this young master will listen to you. Do you dare? The surrounding area suddenly became quiet. Xiao Han, what are you talking about? You want me to take your move? Yang Lei stared at Xiao Han with bulging eyes. I am in the marrow refining realm and you are in the viscera refining realm. There is an entire realm difference between us. You want me to take your move? Are you an idiot? One move. Xiao Han raised his right index finger and the corner of his mouth pulled into an arrogant smile. No matter what realm you are in, one move is enough to deal with someone like you. Chapter 48. But it was ridiculous. A viscera refinement realm martial artist wanted a marrow refinement realm martial artist to take on one move. This was a complete joke. Although Xiao Han had repeatedly challenged those at the viscera refinement realm, defeating Ling Hu Song and Wu Yan, the process had been extremely bitter. He had practically fought with his life on the line. Killing 10,000 enemies came with 8,000 casualties. Now that Xiao Han was at the viscera refinement realm, he might be able to contend with Yang Lei. But it was definitely not a matter of one move. If he could not defeat Yang Lei in one move, he would be at his mercy. He was asking for it. He was courting death. According to the previous bet, Xiao Han would have to use all his strength to take on one move from Yang Lei. As long as he did not die in one move, he would be considered the winner. Moreover, everyone knew that Xiao Han, who used to be a live target, was very durable. Theoretically, he could fight for a chance of survival under Yang Lei's full strength. In fact, the pressure of this bet was on Yang Lei's side. If he could not kill Xiao Han in one move, his reputation would be ruined. But now, Xiao Han actually played to his strengths and asked Yang Lei to take on one move from him. This could only be understood as his brain being damaged from practicing martial arts. Some of the outer sect disciples at the scene had an idea. That's right. Last time when Xiao Han went to the martial skill pavilion to choose a martial skill, he was tricked by Deacon Leng into giving him a piece of parchment paper. Now, It seems that Xiao Han studied that piece of parchment paper and went into qi deviation. His brain is completely damaged. This person is ruined. Ha 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 ha. Yang Lei was so angry that he laughed. His expression was uncertain as he looked at Xiao Han and said, Xiao Han, do you know that you are courting death? In this half a month, Senior Ling Feiyu gave me a leopard embryo marrow refining pill. I painstakingly refined the medicinal power of this pill, sharpening my strength and building up my strength. Now, my strength has reached 65 cauldrons. I can break metal and stone like breaking tiles and wood. What do you have to fight me? However, since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Yang Lei had purposely told Xiao Han about how he had been in seclusion for half a month, refining pills, and how his strength had increased explosively. His goal was to destroy Xiao Han's fighting spirit and confidence. The group of outer disciples gasped when they heard Yang Lei's words. Generally speaking, a normal marrow refinement cultivator from a large sect would have a basic strength of 40-50 cauldrons. This was considered normal. Once one broke through to 60 cauldrons, they would be considered to have an exceptional aptitude. Yang Lei actually had a strength of 65 cauldrons. This was definitely not a small matter. All he had to do was condense his aura and polish his state of mind, and he would be able to enter the blood transformation realm. Ah Cho trembled as he listened. Let's go up the stage. The matter between us needs to be settled. Xiao Han flicked his fingernails. His facial expression did not change in the slightest. He actually gave off an unfathomable feeling. A group of people swarmed towards the arena area of this peak. Moreover, this news quickly spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. It was known to all the outer court disciples on this peak, and all of them surged towards the arena like tidewater. In the arena area. Senior Ah Cho, wait for me below. It's just one move. It's just a matter of a breath's time. Xiao Han patted Ah Cho's shoulder, and then walked up the stage calmly. Ah Cho completely fell into a state of confusion. He looked at Xiao Han with his mouth agape. For a moment, he choked and couldn't speak. Yang Lei, come up. Xiao Han stood on the stage, hooked his finger at Yang Lei, and said. Oh right, did you bring the 10,000 true martial coins for the wager? If not, we don't have to fight anymore. Trash. The corner of Yang Lei's mouth twitched, and his killing intent rose. He took out a handful of golden true martial coins. Xiao Han saw it clearly. This kind of golden true martial coins, each had a face value of 2,000. Good, very good. Xiao Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and licked his lips. In the next moment, Yang Lei walked up the stage with a majestic gait. The two of them faced each other, separated by dozens of steps. He did not speak. Suddenly, Yang Lei's body moved without any wind. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, and in the midst of the rolling energy, one could vaguely see pieces of ancient scales appearing. These scales were pale gold, and had a kind of luxurious and threatening aura. Yang Lei's consummate skill, 8 forms of crippling dragon. Within the energy, dragon scales can be faintly seen. With just a little bit of use, it has the power to swallow a whale. Look, 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Yang Lei's energy has evolved 6 pieces of dragon scales. It is said that once this martial skill evolves into 8 pieces of dragon scales in the energy, it is at the peak, one blow collapsing a mountain. Amazing. I didn't think that Yang Lei's attainment in martial skills had improved so much. Xiao Han is dead for sure. This live target is too arrogant. With just a little bit of cultivation, he is insufferably arrogant. This is the face of a villain intoxicated by success. Yes, a villain intoxicated by success without any foundation. Below the stage, there were sounds of discussion. Xiao Han, you probably think that I, Ling Hu Song, and Wu Yan are the same, right? Step by step, Yang Lei slowly walked towards Xiao Han. He didn't seem to use much strength, but the ground under his feet cracked inch by inch. His aura was rising steadily. Now, let me tell you, you can rely on pestering to defeat Linghu Song and Wu Yan, but you will never be able to defeat me. You can only look up to me. Oh. But later, you will not even have the right to look up to me. Die. Being killed by me is your fate. Heh. Xiao Han also moved. Step by step, he walked towards Yang Lei. However, when Xiao Han walked, he did not have the aura that Yang Lei had. It was as if he was taking a stroll, walking slowly. 30 steps, 20 steps, 10 steps, all of a sudden. All of a sudden, a bleak air appeared above Xiao Han's head. The killing intent of late autumn shrouded the area in an instant. Withered leaves fluttered in the wind, and wrinkles of old skin spread out. However, under the layers of old skin, green sprouts actually sprouted out, surging with the vitality of a withered tree in the spring. All the aura that Yang Lei had created was instantly diluted. In reality, the 8 forms of crippling dragon that Yang Lei was cultivating was a martial art created by a martial artist who found 8 pieces of scales by the sea 1,000 years ago. Some people said that these 8 pieces of scales were dragon scales, some said that they were snake scales, and some even said that they were scales shed by beasts. But no matter what, this martial art only allowed one to comprehend the aura from the scales. It was not very profound. Moreover, when Yang Lei was cultivating this martial art, he did not have the chance to personally hold the scales and comprehend the concept contained within. He only visualized and cultivated through the scroll, so he did not understand the essence of this martial arts aura. Xiao Han's withered wood treasured record was different. The creator of this martial art had personally left behind a piece of ancient withered wood for Xiao Han to visualize. Therefore, not to mention who was stronger between Xiao Han and Yang Lei, just from the perspective of aura, Yang Lei lost by a few notches. Under such circumstances, Yang Lei's aura was greatly diminished. Xiao Han's aura was getting stronger and stronger. How is this possible? Yang Lei was shocked. He felt like his life was in someone else's hands. Pretentious. Break for me. 8 forms of crippling dragon. Crippling dragon leg. In the blink of an eye, Yang Lei leapt into the air and his right leg swept towards Xiao Han. The wind howled, tearing one's heart and splitting one's lungs. Amidst the wind from the kick, scales flashed and emitted traces of an ancient aura, causing the ground to explode chaotically. Xiao Han did not move an inch. Suddenly, Xiao Han grabbed with his right hand, and his energy condensed into a withered wood pillar. It was 5 feet long, covered in old bark, and sprouts sprouted. One move. Xiao Han roared, and the withered wood pillar smashed down. Pooh! In the next moment, Yang Lei's aura dissipated, and his attack collapsed. His entire body sank a few inches into the ground, twitching and spitting out blood. It was over. Yang Lei's ferocious attack did not do anything, and he was smashed to the ground by Xiao Han. Whether he was dead or alive was unknown. It was really one move. Yang Lei did not even manage to block one move from Xiao Han. There was dead silence below the stage. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. In the bloody battle in Demon Town, I killed God knows how many loose demons. Therefore, my martial skills have become more solid. Be it the Withered Wood Collection or the Son of Heaven's Fist, I have a deeper understanding of them. This Yang Lei's strength is 65 cauldrons, and my strength is 80 cauldrons. I can easily suppress him. Moreover, his understanding of martial skills is not as deep as mine, so he was defeated in one move. Now, after every battle, Xiao Han would subconsciously evaluate the battle and weigh the gains and losses. Now, in the physical body realm, those who can threaten me are those whose strength surpasses mine, and those who have a deep understanding of martial skills. Of course, this is under the condition that I don't use the demon god's palm. These thoughts flashed through his mind in a flash. At this moment, Xiao Han walked over, bent down, and patted Yang Lei's head with a faint smile. Don't worry, I held back just now. You won't die. At most, your tendons and bones will be broken, and your cultivation will be destroyed. As he spoke, Xiao Han took out the few true martial coins from Yang Lei's chest. There were a total of 5 coins, each with a face value of 2,000. No more, no less, just 10,000 true martial coins. Xiao Han. An outer sect disciple jumped out from below the stage and stuttered. Xiao Han, don't be rash. You won against Yang Lei, so you're capable. However, these true martial coins are the savings of senior brother Ling Feiyu over the years. This time, senior brother Ling Feiyu is going to the sea to comprehend power. When he returns, he will use these true martial coins to purchase medicinal ingredients and break through to the true Qi realm. Leave the true martial coins. Don't embezzle them. Otherwise, if senior brother Ling Feiyu is furious, you won't be able to bear the consequences. These 10,000 true martial coins were a huge sum. More than half of it was accumulated by Ling Feiyu himself, and the other half was borrowed by Ling Feiyu. He didn't think that Yang Lei would lose to Xiao Han, so he gave this huge sum to Yang Lei for the bet. In fact, it was equivalent to temporarily leaving it with Yang Lei. He didn't expect that after all his calculations, he still made a mistake. Yang Lei actually lost all of Ling Feiyu's wealth. Xiao Han, leave the true martial coins. A group of outer sect disciples screamed. He, the bet of 10,000 true martial coins was agreed upon beforehand. I don't care who these true martial coins belong to. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. There is no reason to spit out what I have swallowed. If anyone is not convinced, then come forward. Xiao Han's gaze swept across the group of outer sect disciples that jumped out. Under Xiao Han's overbearing gaze, all these outer sect disciples shrunk their necks. Xiao Han looked around, and when no one dared to make a sound, he jumped off the stage, walked to Ah Chou's side, and said with a smile, "Senior brother Ah Chou, you've really earned a lot this time." Ha 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 ha. At this moment, many outer sect disciples that were watching the battle below the stage woke up from the shock. Immediately after, it was a sea of discussion, too powerful. Xiao Han really defeated Yang Lei in one move, and it was like a hot knife through butter. I am convinced now, and it is impossible for me to not be convinced. It seems like our peak's third genius has risen. Strong rise. Xiao Han is already our peak's third genius, and there is no longer any suspense. More than that. Think about it, how long has Xiao Han been in the outer sect? At the very most, it would only take a few months. From a live target to defeating Yang Lei in one move, his improvement is monstrous. I think senior brother Ling Feiyu and senior brother Meng Ran's positions are in danger. He, no matter what, there is a good show to watch now. Senior brother Ling Feiyu and senior brother Meng Ran will not sit idly by and let a person that threatens their position rise. When senior brother Ling and senior brother Meng return, it will be another fierce battle. Just at this moment, clap clap clap, applause sounded. From far to near. A light voice passed over, not bad, your peak has always been filled with mediocre people, and today, a passable character has appeared. Not bad, a general picked from the dwarves. Everyone looked towards the voice. They saw a group of people walking over from not far away. All of them were arrogant and despotic, and their gazes swept across the north, south, east, and west. That imposing manner was like a group of imperial envoys that had arrived at some small town and were patrolling. The leader was a young man of 18 or 19 years old. He wore a light golden robe, and his eyelids were also light golden. He was of average height, and his appearance was average. However, there was a vicious aura around him, and his eyes were like the wind and lightning, and he was very dignified. As he walked, dragons and snakes flew, and vitality filled the air. His aura was tyrannical, surpassing the marrow refining realm, and was blood-changing realm. This person's aura was even stronger than Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran's. Senior brother Ah Chou, this group of people doesn't seem to be from our peak, right? Xiao Han frowned and asked softly. This this group of people. Xiao Han, this is the outer sect disciple of the peak that is ranked third among the outer sect's 10 peaks. The person at the front is one of the 5 geniuses of that peak, Jingshan, a blood transformation realm expert. The martial skill that he cultivates is the eagle snake sky splitting strike. His hands are like eagle claws, and his leg technique is like a python. It is not to be underestimated. In the previous outer sect disciple ranking competition, Jingshan was ranked 17th, just enough to suppress senior brother Ling Feiyu and senior brother Meng Ran. This guy is very competitive and has already come to our peak several times to openly provoke and humiliate. Ah Cho quickly explained. When the outer sect disciples of this peak saw Jingshan and the others, they immediately revealed extremely complicated expressions. Some had sullen faces, some had frightened eyes, some lowered their heads, and some clenched their fists. Oh? Where are Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran? Did they hide outside to train again? Ha ha ha. I recently obtained a secret skill and comprehended some principles of the martial Dao, so I prepared to find Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran to spar. In the end. Ha ha ha, they are quite smart. They know that their cultivation isn't good enough, so they went out to train every 3 to 5 days. Ha 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 ha. Zheng Shan laughed with a face full of ridicule. The group of outer sect disciples behind Zheng Shan echoed and laughed. The martial Dao was extremely cruel. If one skill was inferior to others, they would be stepped on, trampled, and ridiculed and slapped in the face by others like Zheng Shan. All the outer sect disciples of this peak were gnashing their teeth, but Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran weren't here. Without a leader, they didn't dare to stand out. Zheng Shan, don't go too far. Do you know that senior brother Ling and senior brother Meng aren't here, so you intentionally came to show off? An outer sect disciple of this peak couldn't bear it anymore and finally roared out. Shut up. An outer sect disciple behind Zheng Shan jumped out and used his finger to point at the furious and roaring outer sect disciple. Say another word, and I'll teach you a lesson. Oh, I'll remember your appearance. In the future, when I have the chance to leave this sect to train, I'll properly deal with you when I'm outside. Of course, if you dare to go up the stage now, I'll immediately break your arms and legs. That roaring outer sect disciple was threatened and immediately didn't dare to make a sound. He deeply lowered his head. The thousands of outer sect disciples of this peak all lowered their heads in absolute silence. They didn't dare to say anything. And, what's your name? I can see that your comprehension of martial skills is quite decent, but your cultivation level is too low. Zheng Shan suddenly looked at Xiao Han and began to criticize him. Tell me your name, I'll remember it. Let's see if you can stand out in the outer sect ranking competition in 3 to 5 years. Zheng Shan looked at Xiao Han with a condescending gaze and said slowly. Your aptitude is barely considered not bad in this peak. Let's go, senior brother Ah Cho. Now that we have the true martial coins, let's go and have some fun. Xiao Han ignored Zheng Shan and pulled Ah Cho to leave. Xiao Han. Zheng Shan is talking to you. Ah Cho swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva. I don't even know him, why should I care about him? It's a waste of saliva. Xiao Han said with a faint smile. Just like that, Xiao Han pulled Ah Cho and walked straight out of the arena area, about to brush past Zheng Shan and the others. Zheng Shan's expression changed. Stop. Kid. Our senior brother Zheng Shan is talking to you, are you deaf? Stop. Kneel down and apologize. Let's see if you can get senior brother Zheng's forgiveness. The outer sect disciples behind Zheng Shan all roared. They had nothing to worry about. Their peak was ranked third among the 10 peaks of Cloud Rain Sect's outer sect, while Xiao Han's peak was only ranked 7th or 8th. The difference was huge. Xiao Han immediately stopped. He slowly turned around. You guys are really a little bored. Not only did you come to our peak to bark, you even dare to ask me to kneel? Are you guys out of your minds? And, who's that? Zheng Shan, right? You said you cultivated a secret skill, so you wanted to spar with Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran to test the power of this secret skill. I think you're retarded. What is a secret skill? A secret trump card, and you want to spar with others? Tell me, are you retarded? The entire place was silent. Chapter 49. He would not rest until his words shocked everyone to death. The effect of Xiao Han's words was to cause the thousands of people present to be dumbfounded. Who was Jingshan? He was a powerful person who was ranked 17th in the previous Outer Sect disciple ranking competition of Cloud Rain Sect. In terms of fame, he even surpassed Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran. Among the 20,000-odd Outer Sect disciples of Cloud Rain Sect, he was definitely 1 in 1,000. Stunning and brilliant. It was usually impossible for someone like Jingshan to be scolded. At the very least, in the entire Outer Sect of Cloud Rain Sect, there were very few people who dared to call him a retard. Even though Jingshan often relied on her ranking to be higher than Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran and came to this peak to put on airs, Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran only turned a blind eye to it. If she was really forced, she would say a few harsh words and both parties would be in a deadlock for a short while before it ended. However, it was impossible for them to scold him so openly. However, Xiao Han scolded. Thousands of pairs of eyes swept towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han's expression was calm as though nothing had happened. Xiao Han is so arrogant that he has no bottom line. At that moment, the thousands of Outer Sect disciples of this peak experienced a drastic change in mentality. Previously, when Xiao Han challenged Yang Lei with a frivolous attitude, most of the Outer Sect disciples of this peak thought that Xiao Han was a typical example of a petty, arrogant and overconfident person. He was simply repulsive. But now, as an outer disciple of this peak, Xiao Han was cursing and humiliating the invaders from the other peaks. He still had the face of a vile person intoxicated by success and was still as arrogant as before, but he scolded to his heart's content. All the Outer Sect disciples of this peak were insulted. The peak that Xiao Han resided in was weak. Not only did the Outer Sect disciples of this peak receive far less basic benefits than the Outer Sect disciples of other peaks, they were also often bullied. There were many instances where Jingshan took advantage of them and came to their doorstep to humiliate them. In fact, there were a few times when the Outer Sect disciples of this peak could not take it anymore and fought with Jingshan's lackeys. In the end, they were severely injured. However, Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran did not retaliate. In the end, they only received some elixirs as compensation and settled the matter. As a result, many of the outer disciples of the peak were quite dissatisfied with Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran. But today, Xiao Han vented all the resentment that everyone had been suppressing in their hearts. The word retard seemed to have been scolded on behalf of everyone. Awesome! Senior brother Xiao Han. Well scolded. An outer disciple of this peak could not help but shout. The word senior brother Xiao Han was tantamount to acknowledging Xiao Han's position in the outer court. Just then, impudent. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. How audacious. He's simply courting death. The lackeys standing behind Jingshan came to their senses, and all of them began to bark like mad dogs. In the blink of an eye, all of them began to emit surging power. Some of them even drew their weapons and were about to charge at Xiao Han. In their anger, they wanted to surround and attack Xiao Han. What? How dare he openly break the rules of the sect? Attack senior brother Xiao Han here? What a bully. Fight. Fight it out with them. Go. When the outer court disciples of this peak saw this, they were all enraged. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons being unsheathed could be heard continuously. Swords were drawn. A large-scale fight was about to take place. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Jingshan laughed loudly. His laughter was like a tiger or leopard, shaking the field and enveloping all directions. In an instant, it forcefully shocked the thousands of people present. The scene that had gone out of control instantly quieted down. Good, very good. How many years has it been since someone scolded me like this? Jingshan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched continuously. Under his skin, a fierce aura burst out, as if there was a ferocious beast that was about to break out of his body and come out to eat people. But he was restraining himself. Jingshan opened his eyes. His gaze was surprisingly calm, but deep in his eye sockets hid deep resentment and murderous intent. It was as if he would not rest until he was dead. His tone was also terrifyingly calm. You have guts. Very gutsy. You are much more gutsy than Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran. What you said just now is somewhat reasonable. A secret skill is a trump card that is kept secret. It cannot be used to exchange pointers. It can only be used to kill. Xiao Han's heart moved. This Jingshan is quite a character. When he is arrogant, he is extremely arrogant. However, when he was humiliated by me in front of his face, he was able to endure and did not immediately attack. Instead, he was talking to me leisurely here. This shrewdness is much more powerful than Yang Lei. However, not everyone has the right to humiliate me. Especially a small fry like you who is only at the viscera refinement realm. Zheng Shan looked at Xiao Han. I think you and Ling Feiyu's follower, Yang Lei, will fight to decide the winner with one move. My realm is much higher than yours. Due to my status, I will not oppress you. However, I will not allow my dignity to be humiliated by you. Do you dare to fight to the death with me? One of Zheng Shan's followers immediately stood up and said, Senior brother, there is no need for you to personally deal with such a lowly person. Let me do it for you. Step down. Zheng Shan waved his hand. He stared at Xiao Han without blinking. The resentment and murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. When Zheng Shan said this, all the outer sect disciples of this mountain tensed up. All of them looked at Xiao Han. Right now, whether Xiao Han agreed or not was related to the dignity of this mountain. If he did not agree, then he would have called him an idiot for nothing. Moreover, it would seem like he was trying to be brave with words. However, most of the outer sect disciples of this mountain still rationally believed that Xiao Han would not agree. After all, Jing Shan was not Yang Lei. Even 10 Yang Lei would not be Jing Shan's match. The difference between Xiao Han and Jing Shan was too great. They were two great realms apart. It was an insurmountable chasm. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han did not speak at all. He directly used his actions to answer Jing Shan. Xiao Han leaped and jumped onto a stage. Good. You have guts. Jing Shan hissed and laughed. With a shake of his feet, he jumped onto the stage in 2 or 3 steps. The two of them clashed. You used one move to deal with Yang Lei. I will also use one move to deal with you. Suddenly, Jing Shan's aura exploded. An indescribable sharpness and fierceness gushed out from his body. As the energy rolled, it covered the heavens and the earth. Boom boom boom, within his body, there was even the sound of 10,000 horses galloping. Oh no. This Jing Shan is going to go all out in one move. This is not a spar. Seeing this, Cho could not help but stomp his feet. And at this moment, Xiao Han's eyes seemed empty. He seemed to be thinking but not thinking. He had entered a mysterious state. The voices from all directions quietened down. It was extremely quiet. All the success and failure, honor and disgrace, were all insignificant. This was a state that Xiao Han unintentionally entered when he was in the demon town. In this state, his grasp of power would reach a superb level. This guy's aura is very strong. It far surpasses Yang Lei. It is even stronger than Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran that I saw with my own eyes. It is even comparable to the outer sect genius of Mingjian Villa, Shangguan Yi. He wants to fight me with one move. Then I cannot use withered wood palm and wooden dragon pillar. I will slowly grind him down. One move then. After the last experience, let me see how powerful my sovereign's descent is now. This Xianxia, in the last outer sect ranking competition, was ranked 17th. He will be my testing stone. This guy is very strange. Although his realm is low, his understanding of power is extremely strong. I have underestimated him. However, under the absolute difference in realm, my strength is enough to crush him. Xianxia was also a person with a firm will. He was not affected by the faintly discernible aura that Xiao Han emitted. Suddenly, eagle snake sky splitting strike. Xianxia's left foot stomped on the ground. Wind and clouds gathered under his feet. His strength transformed into a 5 to 6 meter long giant python. It had a head and a tail. It shook its head and chose its target. Bang! Xianxia's leap broke through the air and he had already arrived in front of Xiao Han. The giant python opened its mouth and bit towards Xiao Han. At the same time, Xianxia pushed out both of his palms. His strength could topple mountains and overturn seas. His strength transformed into an eagle. It spread its wings and soared. It was agile and sharp. The eagle's claws directly clawed at Xiao Han. Bang! 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 The area where Xiao Han was at cracked and exploded, tearing out a ravine. Dust and smoke filled the air. The arena was simply filled with turbulence. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. At this moment, the space above Xiao Han's head seemed to break open. The figure of an emperor directly appeared. Suppress the world. No one dares to disobey. Kill all living beings like dust. Sovereign's descent. Xiao Han punched out. When this punch was thrown out, Xiao Han's entire body seemed to have risen several zhang. His momentum was unparalleled. Bang! The two exchanged blows and retreated at the same time. Xiao Han retreated 10 steps. Xianxia also retreated 10 steps. Xiao Han's clothes were full of holes and his hair was slightly messy. On the other hand, Xianxia's appearance did not show any abnormalities. Good. This move counts as a draw. However, I still have a secret skill that I have yet to use. Forget it. You are qualified to participate in this year's Outer Sect Disciple Ranking Competition. We will compete again at that time. Xianxia said indifferently. Then he directly floated down the arena. Without saying a word, he left with his group of followers. Heh, you have a secret skill that you have up your sleeve? Do you think I don't have one? I still have an emperor's armor that I have yet to use. Xiao Han smiled slightly. This guy's physical defense is not bad. His offense is not as good as that Mingjian Villa's Shangguan Yi, but his defense is slightly stronger. My current attack power and grasp of momentum are much more solid than when I fought against Shangguan Yi. However, if I only use the Sovereign's Descent and not the Emperor's Robe, I will not be able to directly kill a practitioner of Xianxia's level with a single punch. Ah! Senior brother Xiao Han actually fought to a draw with Xianxia. It's a draw. Amazing. Too amazing. I didn't even see how senior brother Xiao Han attacked just now. In other words, the third genius of our peak has been born. Senior brother Xiao Han is able to fight to a draw with Xianxia, who is ranked 17th in the outer sect. In other words, he is completely on par with senior brother Ling Feiyu and senior brother Meng Ran. What do you mean on par? What realm is senior brother Xiao Han at? Organs refinement. What realm are senior brother Ling Feiyu and senior brother Meng Ran at? Blood transformation. Senior brother Xiao Han is able to fight against someone of a higher realm without showing any signs of losing. The difference is obvious. Genius. A genius that shocks the world. Looks like it's time for our peak to rise. At this moment, the outer sect disciples of this peak below the arena were all excited. All of them addressed Xiao Han as senior brother, with a very respectful tone. In Cloud Rain sect, whether it was the outer sect disciples or the inner sect disciples or even the true disciples at the true energy realm, seniority was not based on who entered the sect, age, or even cultivation realm. It was based on combat strength. Whoever had the strongest combat strength would be the senior brother. Xiao Han was able to fight against Zheng Shan without being at a disadvantage. Even Zheng Shan admitted that it was a draw. Then, without a doubt, he was the senior brother of this group of outer sect disciples. He was not going to pass on the responsibility. Heh. Xiao Han smiled slightly and jumped off the arena. Xiao Han. You actually grew to such an extent. It's simply unbelievable. Ah Cho immediately jumped over. Xiao Han, you're too amazing. Then, he said softly. I'm afraid that even senior brother Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran wouldn't dare to say that they can win against you for sure. Hehe, I still have to cultivate more. Senior brother Ah Cho, my little bit of cultivation is nothing. Xiao Han said honestly. If a martial artist at the true energy realm wants to kill me, it's just a finger. Moreover, I still don't know the situation of the martial artists at the physical body realm from the other sects and empires. Senior brother Ah Cho, you can't be blinded by a single leaf. On the mountain path down the mountain, Zheng Shan walked quickly with a group of followers. Zheng Shan did not say a word. His face was terrifyingly cold. Senior brother, why did you only use one move? Senior brother, you still have many ultimate moves that you haven't used. If you continue to fight, that kid will definitely not be able to withstand it. It's only a matter of time before he is killed by senior brother. Senior brother, it seems like you're kind-hearted and let that kid go. Senior brother is repaying evil with kindness. Such sentiments, TSK. Shut up. Suddenly, Zheng Shan roared. In the next moment, his face was like a golden paper. Suddenly, PFFF. A big mouthful of blood spurted out from Zheng Shan's mouth. What? Senior brother, you're injured? How is this possible? Immediately after, PFFF. Zheng Shan continuously vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face suddenly turned pale and he knelt down in an instant. PFFF. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Then, he immediately fainted. Senior brother is injured. Quickly help him up. Do you have any healing medicine on you? Quickly take it out. Quick. Senior brother is seriously injured. The group of followers were completely terrified. Unexpectedly, after Zheng Shan exchanged one move with Xiao Han, he continuously vomited 5 mouthfuls of blood before he even left the mountain. Then, he fainted and lost consciousness. P.S. Staying up late to update, seeking recommendation tickets and Sanjiang tickets. Also, recommend a super cool good book. Chapter 50. What was rare was that his expression was still so tranquil, as if the battle between him and Zheng Shan from before was only a small matter that could be casually discussed. This kind of bearing moved people. Xiao Han. You must have had a fortuitous encounter when you went out to train. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to fight Zheng Shan and not be at a disadvantage. Ah Cho looked at Xiao Han with a shocked gaze, but he quickly changed the topic. Alright. Xiao Han, I won't ask you anymore. Martial artists have their own fortuitous encounters and have their own secrets. Getting to the bottom of things is a taboo. Right, Xiao Han, the move you used to defeat Yang Lei was a martial skill from the Withered Tree treasure record, right? Powerful. Too powerful. Yeah, senior brother Ah Cho, cultivate the Withered Tree treasure record properly. I don't dare to say anything else, but if you encounter martial artists like Yang Lei in the future, you will be able to deal with them. Xiao Han smiled. Great. I never thought that I, Ah Cho, would have a day where I can stand out. Xiao Han, this is all thanks to you. Ah Cho smiled with a fascinated expression. The two of them arrived at the mountainside area where there were many stalls. They walked side by side into the store where they bought the medicinal pills last time. Ah. Ah, Cho, you brought your friend here to buy medicinal pills again? The owner of this store, the amiable middle-aged fatty, Boss Ma, welcomed them with a smile. He looked at Xiao Han with a strange look in his eyes and blurted out. Young man, I haven't seen you for a few months. Your aura is actually so smooth and steady. You've reached the peak of organs refinement? Xiao Han didn't answer directly and only said. Boss Ma, can I trouble you to introduce me to the various medicinal pills for marrow refinement? As expected. You've already started marrow refinement. The last time you came here to buy organs refinement medicinal pills. You've just started organs refinement at that time. TSK, your improvement is godly. You're a genius. Boss Ma was moved. Then, he passed a piece of paper filled with tiny words to Xiao Han. Young man, as usual, there are all kinds of marrow refinement medicinal pills on this piece of paper. Choose the price yourself. All right, thank you, Boss Ma. Xiao Han took the paper and glanced at it. In the physical body realm, marrow tempering was much more troublesome and difficult than viscera tempering, bone tempering, and skin tempering. It was not that easy to cultivate. The method to refine one's marrow was to consume a marrow refining elixir. However, this kind of marrow refining elixir was not directly absorbed by the body. Instead, it was turned into granules and adhered to the surface of the bones. The granules would then slowly seep into the bone marrow from the surface of the bones. The medicinal effects would then settle in the bone marrow. In order to refine the marrow, one must first have a good foundation. One must refine the bones to a certain degree and refine the viscera well. Only then would the bones be able to effectively absorb the medicinal power. For example, a martial artist at Ah Chao's level, although he had reached the peak of the organ refinement aspect in theory, but he was still lacking by a bit. So even if he took a pill to refine the marrow, it would settle on the surface of his bones and he would not be able to absorb it. If one wanted to refine one's marrow well, it depended on three aspects. Firstly, he had a good innate aptitude. With a good aptitude, one would be able to absorb the medicinal energy of the marrow refinement pill at a much faster rate than others. This was a congenital condition that could not be forced. Secondly, it was the marrow refining elixir. If the quality of the elixir was good, the absorption would be relatively faster. Furthermore, a good elixir would contain fewer impurities and more medicinal energy. On the contrary, a cheap and inferior elixir would usually have more impurities and less medicinal energy. The bones would absorb for half a day but would not be able to absorb much nutrients. Thirdly, it was acquired diligence. The medicinal energy of the marrow refinement pill adhered to the surface of the bones. Other than the bones automatically absorbing it, one could also continuously practice martial skills or even fight with others, resulting in physical exhaustion. This would allow the medicinal granules adhered to the surface of the bones to completely dissolve and finally settle in the bones, becoming one with the bone marrow. In refining the marrow, the innate aptitude was congenital. Medicinal pills and hard training were acquired. Almost all three were indispensable. It was very, very difficult. The human body had 206 bones. The marrow of every bone must be permeated with medicinal energy to change the quality of the bone marrow. Even if there was one bone without medicinal energy, the marrow refinement pill would not be considered complete. Moreover, when Xiao Han saw the price on the paper, he understood that the marrow refinement pill was very expensive. Fundamental marrow refinement pill. 50 true martial coins for one. This pill has many impurities and the quality is not high. Ice Bear Marrow Strengthening Pill. 200 true martial coins for one. Soul Nourishing Pill. 200 true martial coins for one. Leopard Embryo Marrow Cleansing Pill. 500 true martial coins for one. Misty Cloud Flower. Spirit Grass Type, 1000 true martial coins for one. 1000-year Mystic Turtle Blood. 20,000 true martial coins for one bottle. Marrow refinement pill is extremely difficult and requires a large amount of medicinal pills. The human body has 206 bones, and every bone must be permeated with medicinal energy. This is not something that can be achieved with just 1 or 2 medicinal pills. No wonder so many outer court disciples are stuck in the marrow refinement realm all year round. Xiao Han sighed. He immediately gritted his teeth and took out the 10,000 true martial coins that he won from Yang Lei today. He pondered for a moment and said to Boss Ma. Boss Ma, I want 20 leopard embryo marrow cleansing pills. A single transaction was worth 10,000 true martial coins. This was definitely a big deal. Boss Ma did not dare to be negligent. He diligently put the 20 leopard embryo marrow cleansing pills into a big bottle and presented it to Xiao Han with both hands. Xiao Han put the bottle in his pocket and said, Boss Ma, according to your experience, how far can 20 leopard embryo marrow cleansing pills be used to refine the marrow? Young man, the leopard embryo marrow cleansing pill is a low-grade marrow refinement pill. Each pill contains about 50% impurities and 50% essence. 20 pills can cover 80 bones. Of course, absorbing the medicinal energy will depend on your bone structure and hard work. According to my experience, if a martial artist with an ordinary aptitude takes these 20 pills and practices diligently every day, it will take about 2 years for the medicinal power to be completely absorbed and settled in the bone marrow. However, young man, I can see that your cultivation speed is godly and can be called monstrous. I'm afraid it won't take that long. Boss Ma replied attentively. Yes, I understand. Xiao Han nodded and immediately spent thousands of true martial coins to buy a lot of marrow refinement pills for Ah Cho. Ah Cho was very grateful. The two of them took the medicinal pills and left the shop. Xiao Han, you are really my brother. Ah Cho said with tears in his eyes. Ha ha ha, senior brother Ah Cho, you are too polite. Xiao Han said indifferently. We are good friends. What are some true martial coins? Furthermore, senior brother Ah Cho has decided to participate in this year's outer sect disciple ranking competition. I will naturally do my best. Now that you have medicinal pills and martial techniques, senior brother Ah Cho can go into closed-door cultivation. Yes. I will definitely go into closed-door cultivation. Ah Cho vowed solemnly and looked towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you are going to participate in this year's outer sect disciple ranking competition too? I want to get first place. Xiao Han blurted out. Ah Cho was overjoyed. That's great. Xiao Han, if you can really become the champion of the outer sect disciple ranking competition and become the #1 of our Cloud Rain sect's outer sect disciples, then I will be proud. Ha 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 ha. Furthermore, the reward for first place is very generous. However, Xiao Han, the top 3 last year all had great luck, great fortuitous encounters, great perseverance, great wisdom and great bone structure. You cannot let your guard down. Zheng Shan, who fought with you today, was only ranked 17th. The higher the ranking, the greater the difference in battle strength. Last year's 3rd place instantly defeated the 4th place in one move. In fact, the top 5 disciples are all half-step true Qi cultivators, and they can compete with many inner disciples. And, senior brother Ah Cho, I will also make use of this opportunity to cultivate properly. I will also go into closed-door cultivation. Xiao Han's confidence did not waver at all. His will was already as firm as a rock. Let's go, Xiao Han. Let's all go back and train hard. In the outer sect disciple ranking competition half a year later, I will fight for my pride and reputation. You will suppress everyone and take the crown. Ah Cho said excitedly. At this moment, senior brother Xiao Han, a young female disciple, who looked like a pretty girl from a humble family, ran towards Xiao Han with a red face. Xiao Han was stunned. Xiao Han. Senior brother Xiao Han. That young female disciple did not dare to look up at Xiao Han. She was extremely shy and said softly. Senior brother Xiao Han, the 3 principals want to see you. They want you to go to the Summit Plaza immediately. Oh? They want to see me now? Didn't they say they would find me in a few days and reward me with elixirs and martial skill manuals? Xiao Han could not help but mutter. That female disciple laughed and said, Senior brother Xiao Han, the news of your fight with Xianxia has already spread to the three principals. They are wild with joy and want to summon senior brother Xiao Han now. Is that so? Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. This news really spreads fast. The female disciple quickly looked up at Xiao Han. Once she met Xiao Han's gaze, she lowered her head and said, Senior martial brother Xiao Han, this kind of news spreads like wildfire. Not only our summit, at most tomorrow, the entire outer sect's 10 peaks, senior brother Xiao Han, will become famous and completely rise. Yes, Xiao Han, you are famous. The fight with Xianxia will make you completely famous in the outer sect. Ah Cho said seriously at the side. All right, I will go to the summit now. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. After walking a few steps, that female disciple seemed to have mustered up her courage and shouted behind Xiao Han. Senior brother Xiao Han. I saw that when you fought with Xianxia today, your clothes had a lot of holes. I will come over tonight to mend it for you, is that okay? Xiao Han was shocked and immediately walked to the summit in 2 or 3 steps. He only heard the female disciple talking with Cho, where is senior brother Xiao Han's courtyard? Bring me there. Never mind, you should ask Xiao Han yourself. On the summit. Xiao Han saw the 3 principals. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. What a good Xiao Han. The 3 principals rushed over with flushed faces and surrounded Xiao Han. Xiao Han. We know that you have improved after returning from this experiential learning, but we still misjudged. You actually improved to this level. Killing Yang Lei in a single move? But, to be able to fight Xianxia to a standstill in a single move, this is simply unheard of. What realm are you in? You're the Viscera Refinement. A Viscera Refinement martial artist did not lose a single move against a blood transformation martial artist. This has never happened before in the history of our Cloud Rain sect. Xiao Han. You have gained face for the 3 of us. Let us sweep away our bad luck and completely hold our heads up high. Xiao Han, do you know how humiliated we were in the past? In front of the principals of the other peaks, we could almost say that we could not even lift our heads. After all, our peak was lacking in talents and only produced Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran. They could only be said to be ordinary geniuses. Great, you have risen. You have gained face for us and we can finally lift our heads up and say a few words. Ha ha ha. Awesome, the 3 principals were full of praise for Xiao Han and praised him to the heavens. He even said some nonsense like no one in the past and no one in the future, causing Xiao Han to have goosebumps all over his body. After a long time, the 3 principals finally got to the main topic. Xiao Han, we have reported the matter of your training this time and the higher-ups have given you a reward. In terms of elixirs, if there are no surprises, it should be a supreme-grade marrow refinement elixir, one of the principals said with a radiant expression. Yes, that's good. I am preparing to refine my marrow and am stockpiling elixirs, Xiao Han replied immediately. Marrow refinement requires too many elixirs to expend. I am poor and cannot afford it. I hope that the 3 elders will put in a few good words for me and reward me with more marrow refinement elixirs. Don't worry, Xiao Han. We will go to the higher-ups later. Even if we have to waste our breath, we will definitely fight for the greatest benefits for you. Who else should we groom if not you? One of the principals took charge of everything and said. Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran did not stand up for us and gain face like you did. You must be groomed. Another principal continued the conversation immediately. There's one more thing. It's to choose martial technique manuals. Xiao Han, you are going to start refining your marrow now. So, we suggest that you choose a weapon and get the higher-ups to bestow you a weapon cultivation manual. Weapon? Xiao Han frowned. According to the rules of Cloud Rain sect, once a disciple reached marrow refinement, he would have the right to learn and use weapons. This experience had made Xiao Han deeply understand that with a suitable weapon in hand, one's combat power would increase by several times. Xiao Han, listen to me. Under normal circumstances, cultivating a weapon is slightly more difficult than cultivating fist, leg, palm, and finger techniques. After all, it is easier to control fist, leg, palm, and finger techniques. However, weapons are external objects. To cultivate it to the acme of perfection and wield it like a finger, one would require a deep comprehension. Furthermore, weapons include sword chi, sword force, sword intent, saber chi, saber force, and saber intent. These are extremely mysterious but can multiply one's combat strength. It's even more difficult to cultivate them, one of the principals explained patiently. Xiao Han, let me put it this way. Those who can use weapons exquisitely and reach the acme of perfection are all experts. Their combat strength is extremely terrifying. Even the top 3 of the previous outer sect disciple ranking competition. Apart from being skilled in fist and leg techniques, they have also mastered their own sword techniques, saber techniques, and so on. The number 1 of the outer sect, Wuxia Xianxia, has even comprehended a bit of sword intent that can destroy the void force. His combat strength cannot be evaluated by normal standards. He is a genius who had a fortuitous encounter. Wuxia Xianxia, sword intent? Xiao Han frowned slightly. However, his mind was extremely strong and he was as steady as a rock. After hearing the 3 principals' high evaluation of his enemy, Wuxia Xianxia, there was no shadow or fear in his heart as he replied calmly, that's right. If you have a weapon, at least killing demons will be more advantageous than fighting with your fists. So, Xiao Han, in terms of martial technique manuals, are you going to choose a weapon manual? One of the principals asked. Yes, as the 3 principals have said, I will choose a weapon manual, Xiao Han nodded. In terms of fist techniques, he already had the Son of Heaven's fist. However, he knew nothing about weapons. It was time for him to learn about weapons. All right. So, Xiao Han, think about it now. Which weapon should you cultivate? One of the managers said seriously. You can't choose a weapon randomly. You have to choose a weapon that suits your temperament. For example, you can't choose a sword just because you like it. Maybe your temperament is compatible with a saber. Also, sabers and swords are known as the 2 greatest weapons in martial arts. However, they are also the most difficult to cultivate. Among the 18 types of weapons and the 10 greatest weapons, Xiao Han, how you choose a weapon is not based on your preferences. You have to choose the one that suits you the best, the one that can bring out the most power. Do you understand? For example, the number 1 outer sect disciple, Wuxia Xianxia, was born with a deep understanding of the sword Dao. He created his own way and cultivated sword skills. He made tremendous progress as if he was born for the sword. However, if he were to learn the saber or the staff, he would never be able to achieve what he has achieved today. I understand. Xiao Han nodded. Then, Xiao Han, we will take you to the armory of our mountain. Among the 18 types of weapons and the 10 greatest weapons, you have to carefully comprehend them. Use your spirit to feel and understand them. See what weapon you have the most affinity with and what weapon suits your temperament the most. The 3 principals said eagerly, after choosing a weapon, we will report it to our superiors and receive a weapon manual. Okay. Xiao Han was also a little eager. P.S. Everyone, guess what weapon the protagonist has the most affinity with? Chapter 51. Without stopping, the 3 leaders brought Xiao Han to the armory on the mountainside for him to choose a weapon. Xiao Han was very clear that once he had a weapon, his combat power would increase by a lot. At the same time, he would have another trump card to defeat his enemies. As a matter of fact, Xiao Han's trump cards were still very few. The 2 moves of the deadwood treasured record would be slightly strenuous against someone like Xingshan. Only the 2 moves of the Son of Heaven's divine fist were presentable. The indestructible golden body was a passive defensive technique. His biggest trump card, the demon god's palm, could not be exposed. It seems that what I have learned is really limited. Participating in this year's outer sect ranking competition is a competition of strength and trump cards. If I reveal too much of my strength in the competition, my opponents will be on guard. Xiao Han understood. Cultivating more martial skills is the way to go. As for choosing a weapon, Xiao Han subconsciously wanted to choose a sword. There was no other reason. Back in the small town, Senior Marshal Brother Fang's peerless sharpness could cut through everything. It was too cool, too fierce, too domineering. Senior Marshal Brother Fang was the strongest person Xiao Han had ever seen with his own eyes. Naturally, Xiao Han wanted to imitate him. Hee. If one day, I can be like Senior Marshal Brother Fang, carrying a sword on my back and going to a small town full of demons by myself. With a single sword, I can destroy the town and kill all the demons. How cool would that be? TSK. Xiao Han's mind started to wander. However, he quickly remembered the warning of the 3 leaders. Choosing a weapon must not be based on personal preference. If he did not choose the right weapon, it would be the same as marrying the wrong man. It would be a waste of time and energy. The loss outweighed the gain. Oh right, the 3 leaders, how can I choose a weapon that matches my temperament and is fated to be with me? Xiao Han tilted his head and asked. Right now, Xiao Han could be said to be the favorite of the 3 leaders and was highly regarded. Therefore, they would answer Xiao Han's questions. Xiao Han, your question is very mysterious. It could even be said that it could only be understood and not conveyed. To put it simply, when you're faced with all kinds of weapons, there will always be one that makes you feel very close to it. You'll have to choose a weapon by yourself. In any case, we have plenty of time. When we reach the armory, we'll leave you alone. You can try holding each weapon in your hands and see if there's a different feeling, one of the managers replied. Then, the storage ring on his right index finger flashed with a dim light. Suddenly, a weapon appeared in the manager's hand. This weapon flickered with a dim light and gave off a cold aura, but its shape was extremely peculiar. This weapon was 6 feet long, with crescent-shaped blades of the same length on both ends. There were 3 small iron rings on the back of the saber, which made a rustling sound when it was swung slightly. The handle was made of hard wood, and the handle was in the middle of the blade, with ribbons on it. This is a saber? Or what? Xiao Han had never seen such a strange weapon before. Xiao Han, this is my unique weapon, the cosmic lunisolar saber. In today's world, there are very few martial artists who know how to use this weapon. When the manager looked at the weapon in his hand, his eyes shone with a very strange expression, as if he was looking at a friend. He gently stroked the surface of the saber and said with a faint smile. When I was young, I wanted to choose a heavenly halberd or a heavy weapon like a big axe or a big hammer. However, when I was choosing a weapon in the armory, I didn't know why, but I suddenly found this cosmic lunisolar saber in the corner. Once I picked it up, I couldn't bear to put it down. It was as if I knew that this fellow was destined to accompany me for the rest of my life. Situ, this cosmic lunisolar saber of yours is very powerful, and its trajectory is tricky. When you use it, it feels like the wind is blowing pear blossoms, and your whole body is covered with sabers, with no openings to exploit. Another manager said with a smile. Oh, 3 managers, this disciple seems to have understood something. Xiao Han nodded thoughtfully. At this time, the 3 managers had already brought Xiao Han to the armory halfway up the mountain. On the old modeled iron door, there was an iron lock, which gave off a fierce and chilling feeling. Xiao Han, this is the key to the armory. Go in and choose yourself, don't be anxious. Take your time. You must choose well. In addition, all the weapons in the armory are made of ordinary fine iron. There are no precious weapons. It is even more impossible to have ancient weapons. However, they are all made by the hands of skilled craftsmen. Compared to the low-quality weapons in the Jianghu, they are several times better. One of the managers handed the key to the armory to Xiao Han. All right, this disciple will go in and choose a weapon now. Xiao Han walked over in 2 or 3 steps, unlocked the lock, and pushed with his hand. The heavy iron door opened with a sound. Immediately, Xiao Han's vision blurred, and he felt a burst of cold air rushing towards him. His hair stood on end. Looking closely, the armory had more than 10 rows of weapon racks arranged in an orderly manner. The racks were filled with a dazzling array of weapons. Although they were all ordinary weapons, they gave off an intimidating feeling. It gave off the feeling of a powerful army conquering the country. Xiao Han hurriedly walked in and closed the iron door. Looking around, he saw that the racks were filled with all kinds of weapons. There was the most common 3-foot sword, 4-foot sword, 7-foot sword, Meridian Mandarin duck dual swords, thick back saber, ghost head saber, willow leaf saber. There were also long spears, long sticks, hooks, forks, whips, maces, hammers. A weapon rack was filled with all kinds of strange weapons. Below each of the strange weapons was a description. Water splitter, wind flame will, 5-10 direction saber, sun and moon universe saber. There was a complete range of weapons, and everything was there. There are so many weapons, which one should I choose? Xiao Han frowned. He could not decide. Subconsciously, Xiao Han walked to the front of the sword-type weapons rack, and directly took out the most commonly used 4-foot cyan steel sword and held it in his hand. The sword's blade glowed like a clear spring, and it gave off a feeling of being able to cut through hair. However, when Xiao Han held this sword, he did not feel any sense of familiarity. Instead, it gave off a kind of lousy feeling, and was very uncomfortable. Could it be that I am really not suited to use a sword? Xiao Han sighed and put the sword away. Then, he strolled around the armory, looking here and there, trying out all kinds of weapons in his hand, trying to find the familiar feeling that the few managers had mentioned. A full 2 hours passed. Saber, spear, halberd, staff, even some strange weapons. Xiao Han took them and waved them around. However, he could not find that mysterious feeling of familiarity. It can't be. Could it be that I, Xiao Han, am destined to be empty-handed for the rest of my life? How boring would that be? Xiao Han felt a headache coming on. Impossible. I, Xiao Han, should be able to find a suitable weapon. Xiao Han racked his brains, and his mind quickly turned. The next moment, got it. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Suddenly, Xiao Han sat cross-legged and emptied his mind. His eyes seemed empty, as if he was thinking, but not thinking. The surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet. Xiao Han had actually entered a state of enlightenment. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, Xiao Han clearly felt that in the armory that displayed the 18 types of weapons and the 10 great weapons, there were a few weapons that seemed to have established a very strange connection with his mind. They were spear-type weapons, axe-type weapons, saber-type weapons, and hammer-type weapons. Just these 4 weapons. As for the others, such as swords, whips, and staffs, they had no connection with Xiao Han's mind. They were as still as stagnant water. Oh. It seems that my temperament should be more compatible with the spear, axe, saber, and hammer. As for the way of the sword, I am afraid it is not fated with me. I do not have this kind of subtle spiritual connection with the sword. It seems that if I force myself to practice the way of the sword, it will end with a grievance, and I will not be able to obtain its essence. Xiao Han stood up. Fortunately, there are spear, axe, saber, and hammer for me to choose from. Xiao Han directly walked over and first held a long spear in his hand. Now that Xiao Han had opened up his mind, and under the penetration of his mental strength, he had established a connection with these 4 weapons that could only be understood, but not expressed. Therefore, with the long spear in his hand, his heart also palpitated. In fact, Xiao Han did not know that he had already been in the armory for a few hours. The sky had already darkened, and night had fallen. Outside the armory. It seems that Xiao Han has not found the most suitable weapon for himself. This young man is calm and has a firm will. I don't think he will casually choose a weapon. Alright, let's go back first. We will come back tomorrow. A manager said with a smile. Let's go. Let Xiao Han choose slowly. There is no rush. Don't rush him. Choosing a weapon is not a trivial matter. Inside the armory. Xiao Han spent a few more hours trying out spears, axes, sabers, and hammers. However, he was unable to differentiate between any of the 4 weapons. This caused Xiao Han to once again fall into a whirlpool where he had to make a decision. These 4 weapons seem to be the same to me. What I need to do is to close my eyes and randomly choose one from the saber, spear, axe, and hammer. Xiao Han touched his nose. Wait, suddenly, a ray of spiritual light flashed into Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han immediately held the long spear in his hand. With a thought, the Emperor's great power suddenly broke through the air. As the energy surged, Xiao Han wore the Emperor's robe and looked down on the world. He was insufferably arrogant. As he looked down, the wind and clouds surged. His entire temperament had completely changed. Under the support of the Emperor's great power, the long spear did not have any special reaction. Xiao Han directly threw the long spear away. Then he changed to the axe. Under the Emperor's great power, the axe seemed too mediocre. Then it was the hammer. The hammer even seemed to have some repulsion with the Emperor's great power. Finally, it was the saber. Xiao Han held the saber in his hand, and the Emperor's great power spread unrestrainedly. Suddenly. Buzz! The blade of the ordinary-looking saber actually let out a light whistling sound. A sharp ray of light shone from the saber. What? The saber and the Emperor's great power are extremely compatible. Xiao Han was shocked. In an instant, the Emperor's great power actually had a feeling of fusing into the saber in Xiao Han's hand. What? This saber is moving. Xiao Han's eyes focused and saw that the saber in his hand was slightly throbbing. At this moment, the saber seemed to have been given a life. A kind of domineering aura. A kind of sharpness. Ha 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 ha. Saber. I know. Saber like the Emperor. Saber like the Emperor. Xiao Han seemed to have gone mad. The saber is domineering and direct. There is no sword soul-stirring. There is no spears valiant and formidable. There is no blade's craftiness. Only the white saber enters and the red saber comes out. Delightful. Decisive killing. I, Xiao Han, have finally found the most suitable weapon for myself. It is the saber. From now on, I, Xiao Han, will focus on the Tao of the saber. I want to be a peerless saber user. With a thought in his mind, Xiao Han waved the saber in his hand and slashed with the Emperor's great power. A faint saber chi directly shot up to the sky. Pooh! A roof tile in the armory was sent flying. It was already the morning of the next day. The 3 managers came to the armory and chatted while waiting for Xiao Han. Shockingly, pooh! A piece of roof tile was blown away by the chi and shattered into pieces in the air, scattering in all directions. What? That looks like saber chi. What is going on? One of the managers was shocked. That's right, it is saber chi. Although it is very faint and weak, I am sure that it is saber chi that can only be produced by a saber user. Also, this saber chi contains a faint intent realm, like the Tao of the Emperor and his subjects. Another manager's eyes shone with a strange light. He squinted his eyes and said with a trembling voice. There is a rumor in the Jianghu that only natural saber users will have this kind of situation when they hold a saber for the first time in their lives. This kind of person cultivates the Tao of saber and improves at lightning speed. It is as easy as eating and drinking. Xiao Han. Could it be? Let's go. Let's go in and have a look. Quick. This is a big matter, not a small matter. Inside the armory. It can't be. Just now, there seemed to be a burst of saber chi. Under the influence of the Son of Heaven's great power, this saber really came to life, as if it had its own dignity. Xiao Han's mind was greatly shaken, and he quickly withdrew the Son of Heaven's great power. He then took a few deep breaths, suppressed his excitement, and walked out with his saber in hand. As soon as Xiao Han walked out of the armory, the three managers bumped into him. When they saw the saber in Xiao Han's hand, they had the illusion that the saber and the man were made in heaven. Xiao Han, you really chose the saber. One of the managers said with a serious expression. Xiao Han, I am asking you now. You must answer me seriously. This matter is very important. What is it? Xiao Han was shocked. Have you never practiced the Tao of saber in your life and never used a saber? The manager stared at Xiao Han without blinking. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Xiao Han nodded solemnly. Then, why did a saber chi burst out from the armory? You should know that all the sabers in the armory are ordinary iron sabers. It is impossible for them to produce saber chi. Moreover, you have never practiced the Tao of saber. The manager's expression was extremely nervous. Oh. When this disciple was holding this saber, I felt a very mysterious feeling. It was very subtle. A light hum burst forth from the saber's body, and a stream of saber chi inexplicably slashed out. Xiao Han pretended to be deaf and acted dumb as he spoke. The emperor's aura could not be casually mentioned. A natural-born saber user. The three managers screamed at the same time. Their breathing was extremely heavy. Managers, what is going on? Xiao Han pretended to be terrified. All right, Xiao Han, you don't need to ask about this. In short, you will achieve great things in the Tao of saber. You might even be able to comprehend the 1 in 10,000 saber intent. One of the managers said with a trembling voice. Xiao Han, you should choose the saber. We will report this matter. Don't worry, there are plenty of saber manuals for you to choose from. I'm not afraid of not having any saber manuals for you, I'm just afraid that you won't want to learn. I will choose the saber. Xiao Han said smoothly. The heavens have pity on us. The three of us have been in charge of this peak for many years. We have been mediocre and have not nurtured any outstanding talents. Who would have thought, ha 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 ha, we actually produced such an outstanding talent like Xiao Han. And he is a rare genius in the Tao of saber. That's great. One of the managers even had tears rolling in his eyes. All right, Xiao Han, put away your saber now. When you come back, I will get someone to send a few good sabers to your courtyard. Now, you will come with us. One of the managers said to Xiao Han. Where are the three managers bringing me to? Xiao Han was stunned. To observe the ceremony. One of the managers' face turned slightly ugly. Today, a few outer sect managers of the Valley of Medicine Masters are coming to our sect mainly to discuss the marriage between the number 1 genius of the Cloud Rain sect, Wuxia Xianxia, and a female outer sect disciple of the Valley of Medicine Masters. The manager of the peak that Wuxia Xianxia is at is very arrogant. He has already invited the managers of the 10 peaks of the outer sect and some elite outer sect disciples to observe the ceremony. He is just showing off. You should know that to be able to marry a female disciple of the Valley of Medicine Masters is an extremely glorious thing. Wuxia Xianxia? Xiao Han's eyes turned slightly cold. The three managers did not notice the change in Xiao Han's expression. One of the managers continued. Let's go, Xiao Han. Come with us to have a look. You can also witness the peerless elegance of the number 1 outer sect disciple of the Cloud Rain sect, Wuxia Xianxia. It will broaden your horizons. All right, I will go and have a look. Xiao Han replied softly. He lowered his head and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. He thought to himself. Shui Jianfeng, I have seen him before. Peerless elegance. One day, I'll beat him to a pulp in front of everyone's eyes. I will let everyone witness his peerless elegance. Chapter 52. To attend the ceremony. The peak that Shui Jianfeng was at was a new force in the outer sect of Cloud Rain sect. Putting aside Shui Jianfeng, who was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius in the outer sect, in the previous outer sect disciple ranking competition, that peak even took 5 of the top 10 spots. It was no small matter. It was the true #1 peak in the outer sect. Like a lone peak. Let's go to the so-called #1 peak in the outer sect to take a look. It's not a bad thing. I also want to see for myself how powerful the outer sect disciples on that peak are. Xiao Han temporarily put aside his grudge with Shui Jianfeng. His expression relaxed and he became relaxed. Xiao Han followed the 3 managers to the foot of the mountain. At this moment, there were already dozens of outer sect disciples gathered there, chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Today, Shui Jianfeng is going to be engaged to a female outer sect disciple of the Medicine King Valley. Sigh, I'm so envious of him. This is a great blessing. Forget it, there's no point in being envious. People like Shui Jianfeng are born winners. Not only is his cultivation extraordinary, he is also favored by the Medicine King Valley. People like him will ascend to the true Qi realm sooner or later. Sigh, once he reaches the true energy stage, the gap between us and him will be like the distance between the heavens and the earth. The difference in our levels of life will be like the difference between heaven and earth. Jealousy. Jealousy. I'm jealous. I can't wait for this marriage to fall through. Shui Jianfeng is always cold like the king of heaven. I've long found him an eyesore. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Such words are disgraceful. If word gets out, you'll die without a burial place. Cough cough. One of the managers coughed loudly. The outer sect disciples who were gossiping kept quiet and said obediently. Greetings, 3 managers. Greetings, senior brother Xiao Han. Now, Xiao Han had indeed gained the recognition and respect of this peak. Is everyone here? A supervisor nodded his head in a dignified manner and immediately asked. All right, let's go to the ceremony together. Remember, when you're in someone else's territory, be careful what you say. Don't speak nonsense. Today is Shui Jianfeng's joyous occasion. I also know that all of you harbor great jealousy in your hearts, but you absolutely must not say it out loud. It's best to say a few words of congratulations. Even if it's an act, you guys have to act well for me. Ha. This manager is an interesting person. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. As a matter of fact, Xiao Han also knew that the 3 managers were extremely disgusted by Shui Jianfeng's wedding. However, he had no choice but to say a few dry words of congratulations. After everything was settled, the 3 managers took the lead and led Xiao Han and a large group of outer court disciples towards the mountain peak where Shui Jianfeng resided. Everyone's physical bodies were extremely strong. As they walked, the wind whistled. They strode like shooting stars, crossing mountains and rivers as if they were walking on flat ground. Not long after, they arrived at the foot of a verdant mountain peak. Xiao Han took a look. This mountain peak was extremely steep and majestic. It towered majestically, white clouds drifting about the mountainside, immortal energy rising. At this moment, there were many people coming up the mountain in an endless stream. At the foot of the mountain, there were a few young disciples wearing outer court uniforms in charge of receiving them. These young disciples all had an armband embroidered on the right arm of their robes. The words "First Peak of the Outer Court" were clearly written on the armband. Their expressions revealed a strong sense of superiority. They were high-spirited and dazzling. Moreover, their faces were filled with a joyous red glow. The disciples of this peak really know how to act. Xiao Han only sneered in his heart. The three managers brought Xiao Han and the others over. The disciple in charge of receiving the disciples of this peak did not seem to take them seriously and said casually, "Oh, the managers have brought the disciples here? Welcome. You are most welcome. Today is my senior brother Xue's joyous occasion. Thank you all for coming to attend the ceremony. Please go up the mountain. Please forgive us if we are disrespectful." After saying that, the disciples no longer paid attention to Xiao Han and the others. It was obvious that they were careless and half-hearted. The faces of the three managers immediately turned gloomy, but they did not flare up. One of the managers said indifferently, "Good, good. The first peak of the outer court is indeed awe-inspiring. Even the disciple in charge of receiving the disciples is so arrogant. Very good. Let's go." The group directly went up the mountain. Along the way, Xiao Han saw that the trees on both sides of the mountain path were covered with ribbons, red silk, and red lanterns. It was simply decorated with a joyous and auspicious atmosphere. They really are having a joyous occasion. Xiao Han licked his lips. At the peak of the mountain, the huge white jade square was already crowded with people. In the middle of the white jade square, a temporary high platform was built. A red carpet was laid out, lanterns were decorated, and a row of armchairs was placed on the platform. At this moment, it was empty. No one sat on it. With the temporary high platform as the center, there were a total of 11 square formations in all directions. In each of the square formations, tables and chairs were arranged in an orderly manner. In one of the square formations, there were many people. There were at least 1,000 people. On the right arm of their robes, the words "First Peak of the Outer Court" were written. They were all gathered together in a joyous atmosphere. Between their brows, there was pride and superiority. This was the square formation of the host. The remaining 10 square formations, in each square formation, there were only a few dozen people. There was another square formation, but it was empty. "Let's go. Our seats are over there." The three managers brought Xiao Han and the others to the empty square formation. The host did not come to receive them. They found their own seats and sat down. Xiao Han sat beside the three managers. "Xiao Han, look. There are many people here today, right? Of the 11 square formations, 10 of them are the positions of our outer court's 10 peaks. The last one is an inner sect disciple that was invited." One of the managers introduced to Xiao Han. Xiao Han focused his eyes on the square formation where the inner sect disciples were seated. That square formation had the least number of people. There were only a few dozen people. He could see that the dozen people were all heroic and had an extremely terrifying aura. Some of them had their eyes closed, some were drinking tea, some were standing proudly, some had an unruly aura, some were as fierce as ancient beasts. These dozen people all had an aura that did not lose to Huarong, who was killed by Xiao Han. They were all powerful people who were half a step away from true qi. TSK. The representatives from the inner sect are all experts who are half a step away from true qi. This Wuxia Xianxia has quite a reputation. Xiao Han could not help but sigh. Yes, Xiao Han, you should know that Wuxia Xianxia is the #1 genius of the outer court. He stands out from the crowd. Moreover, his sword Dao cultivation is superb. He has already touched the threshold of the 1 in 10,000 sword intent. Sooner or later, he will rise to become a great figure. Therefore, it is natural for the inner sect disciples to be on good terms with him. I even heard that Wuxia Xianxia has a relationship with a few true Qi realm direct disciples. One of the managers said to Xiao Han. His expression was very sullen, but he quickly smiled and said, "However, Xiao Han, with someone like you on our peak, we will not be at the bottom of the outer court's 10 peaks. We three old things believe that your achievement in the Tao of Blade will not be lower than Wuxia Xianxia's Tao of Sword. You'll make our peak proud." I will do my best. Xiao Han nodded. Then, Xiao Han looked around and casually glanced at the square formation occupied by the 10 peaks of the outer sect. Xiao Han discovered that there were also some experts among the 10 peaks of the outer sect. Their auras were like wood and stone, unfathomable. Suddenly, Xiao Han saw that there were dozens of people sitting in one of the square formations of the outer sect. At this moment, all of them were staring at him with hatred. Xiao Han realized that he had seen a few of them before. They were the followers who were with Jingshan that day. However, no matter how he looked, Jingshan was not in that square formation. Heh. Jingshan, that bastard, is probably recuperating. Xiao Han smiled and touched his nose. Suddenly, an imposing young man stood up from the square formation, carrying a heavenly halberd on his back. He walked like a dragon and walked like a tiger, his eyes like a tiger and his eyes like an eagle. He actually walked directly towards Xiao Han. As this young man walked, sand and dust were floating in the air. His whole body was filled with sharp metal age qi, stern and fierce. His face was covered with frost as he walked straight in front of Xiao Han. The 3 managers' faces turned cold. You are Xiao Han, right? The young man curled the corner of his mouth and showed a hint of disdain. I heard that you are very arrogant. You even dare to insult and provoke my junior brother Jingshan. Very good, very good. I also heard that you used to be a small fry, a living target. You had a fortuitous encounter and were promoted to the outer sect. Today is Shui Jianfeng's big day. It is not suitable to see blood. I will give him face and let you go. But, you are on your own. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 managers' faces changed. They were so angry that they choked and could not speak. And the dozens of outer sect disciples on Xiao Han's peak all had blood rushing to their faces. They stared at the young man angrily. Only Xiao Han's expression did not change. His eyes were as deep as an ancient well. Xiao Han picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Are you done? If you are done, get lost. I have a bad temper and I can't stand mad dogs barking in front of me. What? The young man was speechless. His face immediately turned the color of a pig's liver. His body trembled and a murderous aura gushed out. The 3 managers and the outer sect disciples behind Xiao Han were also shocked. They did not think that Xiao Han would be so domineering and domineering. The moment he opened his mouth, he would say such harsh words. From all directions, some people also turned their attention to him. Just as the young man was about to explode, suddenly, gongs and drums sounded. The music was so loud that the sky was filled with melodious music. A young man in a red robe, surrounded by a large group of people, walked over like the moon surrounded by stars. This young man was dressed very jubilantly. His forehead was full, his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like the sea. From time to time, there would be sword chi surging in his eyes. As he walked, he gave off an arrogant aura. As soon as he appeared, he immediately became the focus of the crowd. Everyone's eyes turned to him. It was as if this person was born with the temperament of a leader. No matter where he appeared, he would be the center of attention. He was a person that was the center of attention. Shui Jianfeng. Xiao Han also swept his gaze over. The hatred in his heart immediately covered the sky and covered the earth. This high-spirited guy in front of him was the enemy who beat Xiao Han to death. This guy's aura is even stronger than when he appeared at the Stilt House. It seems that he had a great encounter. Xiao Han nodded slightly. They both cultivate the sword Dao, but Shui Jianfeng is more than a little stronger than Shengguan Yi from Mingjian Villa. This world was very big. There were as many martial artists as there were hairs on a cow. Every martial artist had their own encounter. Xiao Han unintentionally encountered a fortuitous encounter and changed his fate. However, Xiao Han believed that he was not the only one in this world who had a fortuitous encounter. This Xue Jianfeng in front of him must have had a great and secret fortuitous encounter. As soon as Xue Jianfeng appeared, the young man who had a fierce conflict with Xiao Han glared at Xiao Han and said while gritting his teeth, "I'll let you live for now. Come for it in the future." After saying that, he returned to his seat. "Xiao Han, this is Zhu Yu, who was ranked 14th in last year's outer court ranking competition. He specializes in using the square sky halberd. His halberd technique is big and agile, and he has a cruel nature. Once he attacks, he will cripple people. He's a ruthless person and he's very close to half-step true energy," one of the supervisors said in a low voice. "No matter. When I learn the Saber Dao, the first person I'll kill will be this person," Xiao Han said fiercely. The three supervisors were shocked when they heard that. While they were talking, Xiao Han suddenly felt as if his skin was being cut by two invisible sword rays. His entire body was cold, and his pores were open. He had goosebumps all over his body. Xiao Han raised his head and saw Xue Jianfeng walking towards him. "What? Xue Jianfeng is walking towards us?" The three supervisors were shocked. The focus of the crowd followed Xue Jianfeng's footsteps and finally landed on the area where Xiao Han was sitting. "Xiao Han." Xue Jianfeng walked directly in front of Xiao Han with his hands behind his back and looked at Xiao Han with a condescending gaze. Xiao Han immediately stood up as well. The two of them faced each other. The crowd immediately quietened down. Everyone was doubtful. Not bad. You really did have a fortuitous encounter. A living target, a lowly person like a dog, actually leaped to become an outer court disciple. Moreover, I heard that you've been in the limelight recently. You didn't even lose to Jing Shan, Xue Jianfeng said indifferently. Heh. Xiao Han's heart was filled with killing intent. However, at this moment, he had experienced many life and death situations. He had long since obtained a transcendent state of mind that was as indifferent as water. His expression was as calm as water. "I, Xiao Han, can't be a living target for the rest of my life, right? The heavens are looking out for me and bestowed me with some fortuitous encounters." Xue Jianfeng nodded. "That's fine. From now on, you should focus on your cultivation. However, remember, don't be too ostentatious. The martial Dao still depends on talent. Fortuitous encounters are only a matter of time. No one can rely on fortuitous encounters to achieve everything. Geniuses are geniuses. Mud is mud. With a fortuitous encounter, mud can't help a wall. Alright, that's all I have to say. Take care." With that, Xue Jianfeng turned around and walked towards the high platform in the middle of the square. Suddenly, Xiao Han said in a clear voice. "Xue Jianfeng, you are an outer court disciple. Right now, I am also an outer court disciple. What right do you have to scold me? One day, I will, in front of tens of thousands of people, beat you up until your mother can't recognize you." Xue Jianfeng's shoulders twitched and his entire body froze. Chapter 53. The surroundings were dead silent. Out of the thousands of people present, none of them expected Xiao Han to talk back. A small fry who used to be a living target had entered the outer sect through a fortuitous encounter. Just because he was in the limelight, he dared to talk back to the number one genius of Cloud Rain sect, Xue Jianfeng. The most important thing was that this mountain peak was Xue Jianfeng's territory. Furthermore, today was Xue Jianfeng's wedding day. All the guests were here to congratulate him. Any inauspicious words would be considered a provocation. Xiao Han's words were like a reversal of the host and guest. He did not know what was good for him. He was courting death. Xue Jianfeng turned around slowly and looked at Xiao Han. Suddenly, with Xue Jianfeng's body as the center, the air rippled like water. In his eyes, faint golden sword chi surged, and a formless pressure enveloped Xiao Han through the air. Oh! Xiao Han, you want to challenge me? Shui Jianfeng's eyes were filled with anger and deep disdain. You dare to act so presumptuously on this mountain peak? At the next moment, thousands of sharp gazes locked onto Xiao Han from the host's camp. Every gaze was filled with a violent rage that could cut 1,000 pieces into pieces. It was as if they were real. The air was filled with a thick smell of gunpowder. The three managers of the mountain where Shui Jianfeng was at also walked out with cold expressions. They looked at Xiao Han sinisterly with killing intent brewing in their eyes. Under the layers of pressure, Xiao Han's expression was as calm as usual. He did not panic, or fear. One must know that a viscera refinement realm martial artist facing the pressure from Shui Jianfeng and almost all the disciples of this mountain might have a mental breakdown. He might even go berserk on the spot and turn into a lunatic. But Xiao Han was fearless. He was facing thousands of people alone and his expression did not change. Furthermore, those with discerning eyes could tell that Xiao Han's calm and composed demeanor could not be faked. It was also impossible for him to be putting up a front. This kid actually has the feeling that he still has energy to spare. Interesting. The inner sect disciples who were at half-step true chi also started to pay attention to Xiao Han. Heh. It seems like this little fellow who was born as a living target has an inextinguishable will and will. TSK, this kind of bearing is rare and commendable. An inner sanctum girl with half-step true chi smiled faintly. I'm starting to appreciate his talent a little. However, this was Shui Jianfeng's territory after all. Acting atrociously like this was not giving him any face at all. Now let's see how to deal with the aftermath. Don't worry, there won't be a fight. The people from the Valley of the Medicine Masters will be here soon, a burly inner disciple said with his arms folded. Naturally, Xiao Han wasn't forcing himself. Ever since the battle at Crouching Bull Mountain and the bloody battle at Demon Town, Xiao Han's spirit and aura had become extraordinary. The pressure before Xiao Han was nowhere near as great as the pressure he felt from the seemingly endless loose demons back in Fiend Town. That was the true meaning of life and death. The current situation was just a small matter. Alright, Xiao Han, enough is enough. The three leaders beside Xiao Han hurriedly gave Xiao Han a look. Although they were all extremely pleased that Xiao Han had talked back to Shui Jianfeng, they had no choice but to lower their heads and not push things too far. Thus, they stepped forward to persuade him. Some of the leaders from the other peaks also took the opportunity to act as peacemakers and tried to persuade Xiao Han to make peace. Alright. Stop making a ruckus. What a scandal. Jian Feng, today is your big day. Don't argue with this Xiao Han anymore. That's right, Jianfeng. Let's all take a step back in terms of words. Who's that? Xiao Han, right? Don't be so stubborn. It won't do you any good if you continue to argue. Don't make a mistake. I think you're someone who has had some fortuitous encounters, but you're too immature. Stubbornness won't last long. If you continue like this, you'll die sooner or later. Jianfeng, don't bother with such a small fry. Who are you? First in the outer sect. Half-step true chi. And you've mastered the rare sword will. A heavenly prodigy. What is he? He's just an ant. Alright. It's a big day. Let's just leave it like this. There's no need to let such a lowly thing affect our mood. One of the leaders beside Shui Jianfeng said. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly sat down. Finally, Shui Jianfeng gave Xiao Han a deep look before turning around and walking towards the temporary high platform. Xiao Han, don't be impulsive. When the three managers saw Xiao Han sit down, they heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, under the intimidating gazes of Shui Jianfeng and the thousands of disciples, the three managers were all flustered. It was also rare for Xiao Han to maintain such a calm demeanor. From this point, they were even more convinced that Xiao Han was a rare genius. Perhaps, he wouldn't be any worse than Shui Jianfeng. Xiao Han suddenly said in a low voice. Three leaders, this disciple is not admitting defeat. This disciple doesn't dare to tarnish the prestige of our peak. It's just that this disciple doesn't want to fight a bitter battle with Shui Jianfeng. I don't want to be shaken to the core, I don't want to turn defeat into victory, I don't want to be entangled in a fight. This disciple only wants to make a deal with Shui Jianfeng in one go and directly cripple him. However, this disciple's current strength is not enough. Thus, this disciple is temporarily enduring. Hearing Xiao Han's words, the three leaders kept quiet out of fear. It turned out that Xiao Han wanted to instantly kill Shui Jianfeng. This kind of ambition made people raise their eyebrows. At this moment, one of the leaders from Shui Jianfeng's peak suddenly said in an indifferent tone. Brother Situ, Brother Zhou, Brother He, it was the three of you who deliberately instigated the disciples to come out and cause trouble, right? Ha 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 ha. This little brother understands my three brothers' feelings very well. His three elder brothers were simply jealous. Ha 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 ha. That's right. After so many years, my three brothers have been in charge of a peak in the outer sect. It's been a miserable time and the number of talents has withered. Now, seeing our peak flourishing like the sun in the sky, your hearts are going crazy with jealousy. That's why you painstakingly instigated that live target to cause trouble. Sigh, this little brother understands my three brothers' feelings very well. It's human nature. Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid that even if my three brothers worked hard for a few more decades, they would still not be able to cultivate a genius like Jianfeng who could marry the daughter of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Ha 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 ha. The daughter of the Valley of the Medicine Masters is a phoenix among men. Not just anyone can marry her. Ha 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 ha. The leader laughed mockingly, flicked his sleeve, and turned to leave. Humph. The faces of the three managers beside Xiao Han were flushed, but their eyes were filled with shame and grievance. They had no confidence to refute. Indeed, to be able to marry a female disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was a very glorious thing. They could use it to boast about it. The dozens of outer sect disciples of this peak all lowered their heads sullenly. Their self-esteem had been greatly insulted. Xiao Han said in a low voice. Leaders, let's not stay here and make a fool of ourselves. Let's just leave. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, a few outer disciples of this peak rushed up from the bottom of the mountain with flushed faces and yelled out loudly. They're here. The people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters are here. Brother Shui. Three leaders. The people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters are here. They're about to go up the mountain. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a musical instrument came from halfway up the mountain. It was a song to welcome the distinguished guests. The melody was joyous, and there was also a hint of melancholy, representing the love between a man and a woman. Ha ha ha, they're finally here. Everyone, let's see what the beauty from the Valley of the Medicine Masters looks like. The square immediately became lively. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation. The stiff atmosphere between Xiao Han and Shui Jianfeng just now was instantly dissipated. Ha ha ha, Jianfeng, they're here. Hurry up and welcome them. The three leaders of this peak, with flushed faces, tidied up their appearances and smiled at Shui Jianfeng. The usually cold and arrogant Shui Jianfeng, at this moment, had a rare flash of tenderness in his eyes. He tidied up his robe and strode forward to welcome them. He was truly an indescribably heroic young man, full of ambition and high spirits. Flushed with success, seeing a garden full of flowers in a day. Shui Jianfeng and the three leaders headed to the mountain pass. Thousands of pairs of eyes on the mountain peak swept over in unison. Even Xiao Han and the others, who were preparing to leave, craned their necks to look over. Not long after, a group of women walked up the mountain pass. At the head of the group were three middle-aged women, all dressed luxuriously, their auras smooth and flawless, without a speck of dust. Between their breaths, they revealed their extremely powerful physical body cultivation, half a step into the Qi stage. Their bodies exuded elegance and beauty, full of charm and charm. Although they were already in their 30s or 40s, they did indeed have a unique style, and the corners of their eyes were filled with a cold and inviolable arrogance. These were the three outer sect leaders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The thousands of eyes on the mountain peak were fixed on these three leaders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, with only one thought in their minds: so beautiful. So elegant. The three of you, how have you been? Welcome, welcome, the three of you have graced this peak with your presence. The three leaders beside Shui Jianfeng beamed with delight, their faces full of pride as they repeatedly exchanged pleasantries with the three leaders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Shui Jianfeng also bowed in greeting. However, the three leaders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters looked a little unnatural, with a hint of awkwardness. Is Shi Rong here? Shui Jianfeng looked up and asked. His eyes flashed with eagerness. Jianfeng, how are you? You are becoming more and more handsome. Your level of cultivation is also improving day by day. One of the leaders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters smiled and nodded, but his eyes flashed apologetically. Just then, behind the three leaders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, two stunning young girls appeared. Of these two girls, one was dressed in white, the other in red. Their beauty was breathtaking. The young girl in red was 16 or 17 years old, in the prime of her youth, with a delicate oval face and shallow dimples. She was as beautiful as a jade carving. Like a pearl or jade. There was a hint of bookishness in her temperament, but also a hint of quick-witted playfulness. The young girl in white had black hair that flowed like a waterfall. She was 17 or 18 years old, her skin was as white as snow, and her temperament was even more extraordinary. Like a fairy descending from the heavens, she made people forget about their worries. These two young ladies were like they had walked out of a painting scroll. They were so beautiful that it was enough to make one's head spin. Everyone present stared with their eyes wide open. The jealousy in their hearts towards Shui Jianfeng surged like waves. In fact, everyone felt that, even with Shui Jianfeng's looks and talent, he was still not worthy of either of these two young girls. As for Xiao Han, at this time, he was also dumbstruck. His eyes were frozen and his mind exploded. No way. It's them. It turned out that these two young girls were Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue, who had gone through life and death together with Xiao Han in the demon town. Sigh. Xiao Han, have you been bewitched? Forget it, don't be jealous. Otherwise, your heart will be enchanted. In the future, when your cultivation is successful, we will also think of a way to help you marry a female disciple of the Medicine King Valley. One of the managers patted Xiao Han's shoulder and said bitterly. At this moment, when Shui Jianfeng saw Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue, he immediately showed an infatuated expression and said in a low voice. Shirong, since we parted at the Medicine King Valley a few months ago, every time I think of your peerless beauty and extraordinary beauty, I can't eat or sleep in peace. Sigh, the pain of yearning is really not something that outsiders can understand. Come, Shirong, come with me. Today is our big day. Shui Jianfeng did not care about the small details and confessed his love in front of her. Furthermore, his tone and actions were like a male master inviting a female master. Shui. Big brother Shui. Suddenly, a trace of panic and unhappiness flashed across Lan Shirong's eyes. She subconsciously took a step back. Jing Yanxue immediately held Lan Shirong's hand and said in a sweet voice. Manager, cough cough. The three managers of the Medicine King Valley all began to cough. Their expressions became more and more awkward. One of the managers seemed to have braced himself and stood in front of Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue to block them. Then, he smiled and said. This. Jianfeng, my three old friends, about this matter. I was too rude. This marriage, we did not get Shirong's approval and unilaterally agreed to it. In the end, when we mentioned it to Shirong flatly refused. We are really sorry, we were too careless. Now, we have specially brought Shirong here to apologize, Lan Shirong suddenly said. Shui. Big brother Shui, you are a young hero with outstanding charm. I admit that I am not worthy of Big brother Shui. This time, I have specially come to ask Big brother Shui not to ask others to send gifts to me. I can't accept it. I also want to personally thank Big brother Shui for your kindness. With such a talent like Big brother Shui, in the future, there will be a woman who is thousands of times better than me who will marry Big brother Shui. Lan Shirong's words sounded polite, but the coldness and rejection contained within them was so cold that even a deaf person could hear it. Directly rejected. The thousands of people on the mountain peak were completely silent. At this moment, the beautiful and joyous decorations on the mountain peak had actually become a mockery. All the guests who came to watch the ceremony had also become a mockery. Shui Jianfeng himself was the biggest mockery. Shirong, you. Shui Jianfeng's face immediately turned red. Shui Jianfeng took a deep breath and his expression was gloomy. Shirong, do you mean that I am not worthy of you? My Cloud Rain sect is the #1 in the outer sect, half a step to the true Qi realm. With the sect's great nurturing, it is only a matter of time before you ascend to the true Qi realm. Are you saying that I am not worthy of you? Shui Jianfeng's tone was overbearing. There was already a hint of anger from his embarrassment. TCH, if you don't like me, then you don't like me. What's there to talk about whether you are worthy or not? My senior sister Shirong has never promised you anything. Jing Yanxua pouted and said with a glib tongue, someone is just thinking too much. What did you say? Shui Jianfeng said sternly. Enough, Jianfeng, Yanxua has always spoken like this. Even if you don't like it, don't be so fierce. The faces of the 3 leaders of the Valley of Medicine Masters stiffened and a flash of disappointment flashed across their eyes. They thought to themselves, this Shui Jianfeng was actually so ungentlemanly. Jianfeng, don't be rash. The 3 leaders beside Shui Jianfeng had an iron face. A slap in the face. At this moment, their cheeks were burning hot and painful. It was as if someone had slapped them hard on the face. Everything had been so grand, so many people had been invited, and so many people had been flaunted, but it had actually become a slap in the face. Sigh, my 3 old friends, Jianfeng, this matter, we are in the wrong. We are willing to bear all the losses, the 3 leaders of the Valley of Medicine Masters said apologetically. At this moment, Jing Yanxue's eyes lit up. She seemed to have discovered some peerless treasure among the thousands of people on the peak. Her face suddenly turned red, but she could not control herself. She actually pulled Lan Shirong's hand and walked straight to a certain square formation on the peak. Shirong, Yanxua, don't be presumptuous. Come back. All of you, come back. The 3 leaders of the Valley of Medicine Masters hurriedly reprimanded. But Jing Yanxua turned a deaf ear to them and only cared about holding Lan Shirong's hand. Her eyes were fixed on a certain person, and her expression was both excited and charming. At this moment, Xiao Han was shocked. Just now, his eyes met Jing Yanxue's. He knew that he had been discovered. Almost instinctively, Xiao Han immediately lowered his head and squeezed out, as if he wanted to escape. Jing Yanxua screamed. Uncle! Stop right there. The next moment, Lan Shirong also saw Xiao Han. She was wild with joy and also lost her composure and shouted. Uncle! So you are a disciple of the Cloud Rain sect. As soon as she shouted, she quickly covered her mouth and looked left and right, blushing shyly for her momentary loss of composure. Stop right there. Jing Yanxua and Lan Shirong rushed over, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiching Xiao Han in the middle. Xiao Han hurriedly used his hands to cover his face. You, did you get the wrong person? Uncle. Jing Yanxue's eyebrows arched and she pursed her lips into a smile. Stop pretending. Even if you turn into ashes, we will still recognize you. Uncle, you are so bad. You lied to us from the beginning, and now that we have caught you, you lied to us again. Lan Shirong pouted. Everyone's gaze shifted over. The thousands of people were all stunned. Shui Jianfeng, the leaders beside him and the 3 leaders of the Valley of Medicine Masters were also stunned. However, everyone noticed a problem. When the 2 girls faced Shui Jianfeng, their attitudes were cold, and Jing Yanxue even spoke sarcastically. But when the 2 girls faced Xiao Han, they were affectionate and gentle, with disdain in the corners of their mouths. What situation is this? The 3 leaders of the mountain peak where Xiao Han was at looked at each other. All right, stop fooling around. Xiao Han could not deny it and could only spread his hands. What a coincidence. Since you have already recognized me, I will not deny it. However, what happened that night, Shu, keep it a secret, keep it a secret. What? What happened that night? The thousands of people present heard it clearly. Pfft. Uncle, you took advantage of me, yet you are still hiding. We only asked about your background, yet you still kept your mouth shut, Jing Yanxue pouted. You took advantage of me and then ran away. Uncle, you are so bad. When did I take advantage of you? Xiao Han was a little flustered. Uncle, are you still not going to admit it? Jing Yanxue's eyes were filled with affection and her eyes were like water. She suddenly said in a low voice. You're taking advantage of me, you're taking advantage of me. Her voice was low and gentle. The advantage she was referring to was naturally the kiss she had given Xiao Han. But in the ears of others, the meaning changed. I understand. The 3 leaders of the mountain peak where Xiao Han was at suddenly nodded at the same time. I finally understand completely. I have already said that this child Xiao Han is a promising one. After eating his fill, he went far away, played along, got rid of that heartless thing. Amazing. Too amazing. I suddenly want to laugh. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The 3 leaders looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. The grievances and depression in their hearts were all vented in their laughter. The dozens of outer sect disciples of this mountain peak also felt elated and their gazes swept across the entire crowd. They were simply too arrogant. Pfft. Still looking down on the people of our mountain peak, do you see what kind of person our senior brother Xiao Han is? What female disciples of the Medicine King Valley, they have long been taken by our senior brother Xiao Han. Shut up. Such vulgar words. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. It should be said that the female disciples of the Medicine King Valley lost their chastity to our senior brother Xiao Han. But our senior brother Xiao Han pulled out his sword and left. Senior brother Xiao Han, from now on, I see you as my idol. The thousands of people present all looked at each other. Now, some things did not need to be said clearly, everyone was clear in their hearts. Although they did not want to believe it, the 2 female disciples of the Medicine King Valley had forgotten everything and grabbed Xiao Han, saying that they had been taken advantage of by Xiao Han that night. They had said it with their own mouths. Moreover, they had called him uncle left and right, so affectionate. Damn, uncle. So this Xiao Han kid likes to play this kind of game, really, perverted. One of the inner disciples of the half-step True Chi gritted his teeth and said. However, I really have to give it to this kid. The female disciples of the Medicine King Valley are the most difficult to get, but he actually got 2 of them at the same time, and it seems like he wants to disassociate himself from them. It was these 2 beauties who kept pestering him. I have to give it to him. I have to give it to him. I also have to give it to him. Another inner disciple of the half-step True Chi said. The eyes of the 3 leaders of the Medicine King Valley were wide open in shock, their brains completely cramping up. Roar. Suddenly, Shui Jianfeng let out a bestial roar, and the cuckoos and blood-weeping apes wailed in agony. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood, and without looking back, they ran down the mountain. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.